Poine, A Study in Ancient Greek Blood Vengeance, by Hubert J. Treston, M.A., Professor of Ancient Classics in University College, Cork. Rien de si quant penser, les Hellenes en est, indifferent à l'histoire de la civilisation. Glotz. Longmans, Green & Co. Paternoster Row, London, EC4 New York, Toronto Bombay, Calcutta and Madras. Made in Great Britain. Preface. It has not been my purpose in writing this book to occupy myself in expanding or discussing some articles written on Greek criminal law in a learned dictionary of antiquities. While it is true that ancient law, however crude and obscure its expression, is not so repulsive, so inhumanly technical as medieval or modern law. And while it is also true that a writer on Greek blood vengeance cannot avoid an occasional reference to legal formulae and technique, nevertheless, I feel that a merely legal treatise would not advance the prospects of Greek education or our knowledge of Greek civilization. For the simple reason that no one but a professed student of ancient law could be induced to read it. This work is intended rather as a supplement to the study of Greek literature, history, and archaeology. The first part contains an analysis of important elements of Homeric civilization, an account of the different strata in the Homeric society, and of the religious beliefs and practices of the Homeric Greeks. This section owes much to the pioneer work of Ridgway and of Leaf. It carries, so to speak, into remote corners and crevices the light which their genius has thrown on the general nature and structure of early Greek society. The second part is concerned with the Middle Age of Hellenism, 1000 B.C., minus 600 B.C. It is an attempt to explain the social and religious evolution of the Hellenes and to interpret the homicide laws of the historical period in the light of that evolution. This section is inevitably the most legal portion of the work, but an effort is made, even at the cost of what might appear excessive repetition, to avoid an unduly technical exposition, and the literary aspect of the subject is constantly emphasized. The third part is an inquiry into the origin and development of the legends, which are found in Attic tragedy. These legends are permeated with references to homicide, and I have attempted to render less obscure and difficult the problems of blood vengeance which they contain. As such an attempt would be utterly impossible without a previous discussion of the homicide laws of Greece, the account of these laws which I have given in the second part of the work should be regarded as a necessary preliminary to the subsequent analysis of these legends. The extent of my indebtedness to modern writers on this and kindred subjects is sufficiently indicated in the footnotes and the second section of the index. I must, however, express, in addition, my obligations to Professor Gallagher of Trinity College, Dublin, for his kind encouragement, assistance, and advice. My best thanks are due to my friend and colleague, Mr. W. H. Porter, for his generous cooperation in reading and correcting the proofs of this work, and for his valuable criticisms and suggestions. In particular, I owe to him the alteration which I have adopted on p. 195 in connection with the restored Draconian inscription. I should like also to record my appreciation of the accuracy and efficiency of Messrs. Spottiswoode, Ballantyne, and Coase Reader. H.J.T. Cork, June 1923. Contents. Pages. Book 1. Poine in Homer. Chapter 1. Sect 1-on-1. The General Principles of Blood Vengeance, Analyzed and Illustrated. Modes of vengeance of modern races in the Balkans, in the Mediterranean area, and in South America, modes of the ancient Germans, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Welsh, Burgundian, Norman, Israelite systems 11. Section 2, Nature of the Homeric Society, Views of Leaf and Ridgway, Feudal Militarism and Tribalism 22. Chapter 2, The Pelasgian System of Blood Vengeance, Current Views Explained and Criticized, Author's View, Proofs from the Text of Homer, Question of a distinction between murder and manslaughter and between justifiable and unjustifiable homicide, Collectivity in Vengeance 63. Chapter 3, The Achaean System Explained According to Author's Theory, Proofs from Homeric Text, Question of discrimination amongst Achaeans between murder and manslaughter and between justifiable and unjustifiable homicide, No collectivity or solidarity in vengeance 77. Chapter 4. Judicial aspect of homicide in early Greece. Current views criticized. Author's theory based on distinction between Achaean and Pelasgian societies. Arguments from survivals in historical times. Meaning of delta iota kappa alpha sigma pi omicron lambda omicron iota, beta alpha sigma, iota lambda letter 1 fc6 epsilon sigma. The trial scene in the Homeric Shield of Achilles. Origin of trials for homicide 94. Chapter 5. Religious aspect of homicide in early Greece. Current views, digression on evolution of Greek religion. Ancestor worship, nature worship, animal sacra, image magic, anthropomorphism, Achaean and Pelasgian contributions to Homeric religion, fusion of Achaean and Pelasgian dogma and ritual, religious aspect of kinslaying amongst Pelasgians and Achaeans, origin and evolution of the Arenes, origin of homicide purgation. Comparison of Pelasgian with Achaean Arenes, and of Homeric Arenes with post-Homeric and tragic, Arenes 126. Book 2. Poine from Homer to Draken. Chapter 1. Sect 1-on-1, Social Transitions, Fall of Achaean Empire and its Causes, Achaean Survivals, Political Changes in Post-Homeric Times, Post-Homeric Migrations, Sparta and Boeotia, the Hesiodic Age of Chaos, Tribal Stability and Decay, Evolution of the Attic State, Aristocracy and Democracy 137. Section 2, Religious and Legal Transitions in Post-Homeric Times, Asiatic Greek Intercourse, Compromise between Asiatic and Greek ideas adopted in regard to homicide, Origin of Apolline Purgation System, Apollo and Pollution, Rise of Apolline Influence, Organization of Theocratic Nobles, Origin of the Laws of Draken, Proofs of author's theory from Greek legends, from Plato and Demosthenes, Extradition, Pollution Doctrine and wergeld. Question of legality of private settlement, for homicide in historical Athens 190. Chapter 2. The Draconian Code, restored inscription of 498 BC and author's explanation. Other draconian homicide laws derived from Demosthenes. Plato's code confirms and supplements these data. Classification of Attic homicide laws as follows. A. Those relating to accidental homicide, to death caused by animals or inanimate objects, and to homicide by persons unknown. B. Those relating to justifiable and to justifiably accidental homicide. C. Those relating to manslaughter. D. Those relating to willful murder. Some problems suggested by these laws: origin of confiscation of property, evolution of state execution, parricide and kinslaying, historicity of Plato's legislation regarding homicide 242. Chapter 3. The Attic Homicide Courts, Attic legends concerning origin of courts for homicide, the accounts of Pollux, of Aristotle, of Demosthenes, question of gamma rho alpha phi letter 1 f74 phi omicron u omicron upsilon, Plato's Euthyphro, author's theory of the origin of Attic courts for homicide, Draken and the Ephety, Solon and the Areopagus, the Exegety 243-275. Book 3. Poine and Attic Tragedy. Chapter 1. Aeschylus, Agamemnon, Chophoro, Eumenides, Suppliants and 7 against Thebes. Chapter 2. Sophocles, Electra, King Oedipus, Oedipus at Colonus, Antigone, Ajax and Trachinian maidens 331. Chapter 3. Euripides, Electra, Orestes, Iphigenia at Aulis and Iphigenia in Taurus, Phoenician maidens and suppliants Mad Hercules, Heraclede, Medea, Hippolytus, Ion Andromache, Hecuba, Bacche, Alcestis, Troades and Helen 422. Conclusion 424. Index 427. Poine. Book 1. Poine and Homer. Chapter 1. Introduction. Sect 1-on-1. The general principles of blood vengeance, analyzed and illustrated. Customs of modern races in the Balkans, in the Mediterranean area, and in South America. Customs of the ancient Germans, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Welsh. Burgundian, Norman, Israelite systems. Section 2. Homeric society. Views of Loaf and Ridgway, feudal militarism and tribalism. Sect 1-on-1. If we examine the various methods of blood vengeance, which have been adopted by different peoples throughout the ages, we shall find that they may be divided broadly into 4 groups or categories. Amongst rude and savage races there exists, or has existed, a system of vengeance, which we may describe as a barbarous and unrestricted vendetta. In the absence of any social machinery for the determination of blood guilt, or for the estimation of its varying degrees, a single deed of blood provokes an endless series of retaliations. A hideous orgy of revenge rages through the land, an orgy which no one may escape. For old men and women and children perish, whether one by one or in a general massacre. The vengeance is at once collective and hereditary. It strikes at the neighbors and at the most distant relatives of the murderer. It strikes, too, at the children that are born when the murderer has been gathered to his fathers. It ends only when there is hardly anyone left to kill, or when a paltry sum of money is offered to placate a glutted thirst for blood. It is a strange fact that such a system should have survived up to comparatively recent times in the Balkan states. It is generally, but, as we hope to show, erroneously maintained that such a system prevailed amongst the earliest inhabitants of Greece, about whom we have any certain knowledge. A second mode of vengeance we may describe as a personal restricted vendetta. It is distinguished from the mode which we have just mentioned by the absence of collective or hereditary punishment. It refuses to visit the sins of the father upon his children or upon his neighbors. The right to avenge remains with the relatives of the slain. They may lie in wait for the slayer, or, if he flees, they may dog his footsteps over land and sea. But they dare not strike the innocent for the guilty. There is some power, whether of military autocracy or of public opinion, which prescribes the bounds of their avenging. The system does not generally include a regular tribunal for the trial of homicide, whether because there is little difficulty, in certain social groups, in determining the identity of the murderer, or because some primitive method of evidence, such as the ordeal of medieval Europe, takes precedence of human witnesses, or because a recourse to arbitration, in the private domain of a king or of a squire, is too insignificant a procedure to have found its way into any historical records. It is such a system that seems to have prevailed in Serbia up to very recent times. It is such a system that, we hope to show, existed amongst the Achaean caste in Homeric Greece. A third, and for our present purpose, the most important mode of vengeance is that which we may describe as the tribal wergeld mode. It consists essentially of a compensation, in the form of goods or valuables, which is paid by the relatives of the slayer to the relatives of the slain. It differs from our first-mentioned mode of vengeance in the fact that satisfaction is paid in money, not in blood, and in the fact that payment is fixed by custom or law and is not of an indefinite duration. It differs from the second mode in this, that the ideal penalty is not death, but compensation or exile, and that the punishment is collective rather than personal. The system is found only in tribal communities, where the life of the individual is subordinated to that of the group, and where property is frequently possessed and enjoyed in common. It is, of course, true that all tribal societies do not adopt this system, whether because temperament and environment foster a bloodlust that money cannot appease, or because a religious law has been superimposed upon the clans, or because a feudal or highly centralized government has become strong enough to resist the demands of the clansmen for compensation. But apart from these special circumstances, tribal communities tend to adopt the wergeld system of vengeance. We have the most ample evidence of its operation in pre-medieval Germany and Wales and Ireland and Scotland amongst the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks, the Visigoths, and the Vikings. We can see in ancient Israel an instance of a land which has evolved beyond the wergeld stage. There came a time when a theocratic legislator was sufficiently powerful to attack the privileges of the clans, and to cry out, as with a divine voice, "Ye shall not take satisfaction for the life of a man that is guilty of blood." We hope to make it clear that it was this system which prevailed amongst the earliest inhabitants of Greek lands, who may, for convenience, be described as Pelasgians. Owing to the great number of the individuals who were liable to make or to receive compensation, and also because of the social organization of the tribes, we are not surprised to find that a regular tribunal was frequently appealed to, and that a trial, concerned more often with the question of payment than with the question of guilt, was one of the most common events of interest in the life of Pelasgian tribesmen. No wonder is it then that the poet Homer gives a description of such a scene and tells us that Hephaestus had engraved it on the famous shield of Achilles. This is the earliest reference to a trial of any kind in all European literature. Our fourth category of the modes of blood vengeance is intended to comprise all the methods of punishing homicide which are characteristic of fully developed social organisms, whether in ancient or in modern times. Homicide, which was originally conceived as an outrage affecting only a family or clan, may come to be regarded as a crime against the body politic, as an insult to the majesty of the state, its laws, its gods, or its governors. Indeed, this latter conception usually becomes so vigorous that it obscures and ultimately extinguishes the former, at least insofar as that former conception concerns the claims of the relatives of the victim. In early English law, the word murdrum denoted a fine payable to the king if the murderer was not produced. In feudalism, the lord claimed a portion of the payment made by the relatives of the slayer. This was the honor price, an atonement for the insult caused by a breach of the peace. In historical Athens, wergeld was forbidden, but the property of a convicted murderer who went into perpetual exile was confiscated to the state. In ancient Israel, wergeld was abolished when murder was conceived as a sin against the god of the state, when it was believed that blood polluted the land. In Greece, too, we hope to show that wergeld was abolished in the first instance by the religion of Apollo, and that the evolution of the state, if it did not assist in its abolition, at least ensured that the abolition should be permanent. Once murder becomes a sin against the gods or a crime against the state, the day of private vengeance has passed. That of state trial, state imprisonment, state execution takes its place. The relatives may still assist, they may even be compelled to assist, in the punishment of homicide, but they have lost the right to material compensation. We will now give a few illustrations of the actual operation of these modes of blood vengeance. As the fourth or last mentioned mode is found in all modern states, we need not here illustrate its operation, especially as we shall have to describe, at a later stage, the treatment of homicide in historical Athens. As an example of the practice of unrestricted vendetta, we may cite the case of the Montenegrins. This little people, up to quite recent years, practiced a collective and hereditary vendetta, which continued from generation to generation, until the number of victims on both sides was equal, or until a blood price of 10 sequins was accepted by the feud-weary relatives of the original victim. Again, in Sardinia, until the close of the 18th century, a collective hereditary feud followed a single act of murder, and hundreds of lives were lost in a single year. In Corsica, in the 18th century, the vendetta system caused the loss of 1,000 lives each year. Whole villages were depopulated. Houses became fortresses where armed men lay in wait, hungry for vengeance, while the women tilled the fields. A similar barbarous bloodthirst was prevalent in Sicily, in Calabria, and in Albania, up to quite recent times. The establishment of an improved system of government and the operation of disciplinary penalties have fortunately checked and must ultimately abolish so hideous a mode of vengeance. These peoples of the Mediterranean area are probably, as Ridgway holds, the racial descendants of the old Pelagasian race. For this, and for other reasons, there is a tendency to assume that the Pelasgians followed this system of blood vendetta. But we hope to show that this view is probably incorrect, and that it is much more applicable to the Greece of post-Achaean days, that is, from 1000 BC to 750 BC, than to the Greece of Achaean and pre-Achaean times. As an illustration of the second mode of vengeance, we may perhaps cite the Serbians of recent times who adopted a restricted form of vendetta and who often allowed murder to remain unpunished. The restricted system seems to have existed amongst the Araucanians of South America and amongst the Jivaros Indians, but only when the identity of the murderer could be established. In this latter case, we find the alternative operation of a more civilized with a more barbarous form of vengeance. But we must not assume that these forms coexist as alternatives everywhere. A French authority holds that the essential motive of collective punishment was the production or identification of the murderer. So long, he says, as the murderer is unknown, so long is the responsibility collective and diffused. We cannot accept this statement as an explanation of the origin of unrestricted vendetta. We admit that collective penalties of a minor kind would form a strong inducement for the discovery of the criminal. It was for this reason perhaps that an Anglo-Saxon law levied a fine on the whole 100 if the murderer was not produced. But it is one thing to bring pressure to bear on a district, whether by a fine, as in this case, or by an oath, as in the instance mentioned in Deuteronomy. It is quite another thing to destroy a whole town or village if the murderer was unknown. We shall see that the Homeric Achaeans often waited long for vengeance, and often allowed the homicide to go unpunished, rather than visit with unjust punishment the innocent relatives of the slayer. In this system, there is no trace of collectivity. The relatives have not even to pay a sum of money. The flight of the slayer is not indeed accepted as a substitute for the normal penalty, which is death, but it postpones indefinitely, if not forever, a vengeance which the slayer alone can suffer. To illustrate the operation of the tribal wergeld system, we naturally turn, in the first place, to the Germans of pre-Christian days. Tacitus says of them, "It is an indispensable duty to adopt the private enmities of a father or a relative. These, however, are not irreconcilable and perpetual. Even homicide is atoned for by a fixed number of cattle and sheep, and the whole house accepts the satisfaction to the benefit of the civic group." Tacitus is obviously astonished at this system of compensation for homicide. The Romans, like the Germans, were familiar with the organization of the clan and of the tribe, but Roman law, as far back as we can trace it, did not permit wergeld. In Rome, from 450 BC onwards, the expiation of the insult which the homicide offered to the state and its gods had driven from view, and had therefore probably abolished, the material compensation of the clan. The chief detail of interest which Tacitus gives us is the collective acceptance of satisfaction by a whole house or family. From other sources, which we shall presently discuss, we may infer that the house in this instance was a very large unit, including not merely the closer kindred which traced descent to a common living or lately deceased ancestor, but that wider group of kinsmen which is called the clan. We note also, in Tacitus' account, a reference to a fixed number of cattle and sheep. Who was it that fixed the number? Who was it that paid? To answer these questions, we shall cite some details of Welsh wergeld payments which have been admirably collected and explained by Mr. F. Seebohm. In the Homeric codes, the normal wergeld was a payment of 120 cows, but the number varied according to the rank of the slain. For the death of a chieftain, the amount was 180 cows. For the death of a stranger, from 30 to 60 cows. Over and above the wergeld or galanas, there was payable an insult price or sarad, consisting of 6 cows. This amount was always paid first from the murderer's own cattle. Within 14 days of the murder, a meeting of the slayer's clan or wider kindred was convened, at which the proportion of wergeld due from each family was determined. Usually the murderer's family paid 40 cows, or 1/3 of the total wergeld. Of this amount, the murderer himself paid 1/3, or about 14 cows. His father and mother paid 1/3, and his brothers and sisters 1/3, the brothers paying twice as much as the sisters. The remaining portion of the wergeld, namely 80 cows, was paid by the wider kindred. Relatives on the paternal side paid 2/3, those on the maternal side 1/3. As the clan comprised very often a large number of people, the actual contribution of individual cousins of the murderer would have been rather small. The murderer himself paid, in sarad and galanas, a total forfeit of 20 cows. But if the murderer was poor, there was paid spear penny, which was 1/9 of the wergeld, but was collected from male kinsmen on the paternal side. It was not necessary that these payments should all be made at the same time or immediately. They were frequently made in fortnightly installments. The system of receiving wergeld seems to have been parallel. It is probable that the cows paid by the murderer's family went to the family of the victim. Those paid by first cousins went to first cousins. Those paid by paternal kindred went to paternal kindred, all being distributed in the last resort to individuals, if the clans involved had developed the principle of individual ownership at that particular period of time. It is clear from the Homeric codes that individual ownership was assumed as universally prevalent. But it is certain that such a condition is not a characteristic of all tribal communities. In the Salic law, which operated amongst the Germans from about AD 500 onwards, a distinction was made between the inheritance of wergeld and that of the alad or family domain. While the latter could only be inherited by a family group which did not extend beyond second cousins, a group which in Wales was called a gwili. The wergeld was inherited by all persons who could trace any kind of direct descent, however remote, from a common ancestor of the original receivers of the wergeld. This law seems to us to reflect an ancient system of communistic ownership in movable property amongst the Germans. Indeed, we may infer the existence of such a system from the account which Caesar gives of the pre-Christian Germans. Even in the time of Tacitus, the arable land of the Germans had not yet become private property. It is in this common control or common ownership of wergeld that we may find the explanation of the absence of wergeld payments for homicide within the clan. Seebohm, speaking of the Welsh system, says, "A murder within this wider kindred was regarded as a family matter. There was no blood fine or galanas within the kindred." We shall find at least one illustration of this important principle in the Iliad of Homer. It is not a complete explanation of the principle to assert, as Fustel de Coulanges would assert, that the kinslayer had offended his domestic gods and that no payment could permit the continued presence of the murderer at the ancestral hearth fire in which the life of a kinsman had been violently submerged. In the phratry, different clans had a common worship, and the murderer who paid wergeld joined in that worship. We agree with Coulanges that the attitude of the domestic gods towards kinslaying differed from that of the phratry gods towards ordinary homicide. But why? Because primitive man creates gods in his own image and endows them with his own emotions. It is with man, not with gods, that the ultimate explanation lies. The real explanation of the principle is to be found, we think, in a tradition ultimately resting on the common ownership of property. Accepting this principle, we can understand more easily the punishment of kin murder in tribal society. There are only 3 alternative penalties to wergeld: exile, bondage, or servitude, and death. It is natural to assume, and it has been rightly maintained, that death was a loathsome penalty in days when relatives alone could avenge. It was therefore rarely, if ever, exacted. Bondage or servitude also, though sometimes found as a punishment for homicide, would naturally be avoided as a sequel to kin murder. There remains only the option of exile. Like Cain, the slayer of his brother, the kin murderer must wander over the wide earth. Expelled from his clan, his home, his property, and his gods, he goes forth to slavery or to death in other lands. As a French writer puts it, alone, he has arrayed against him the universe. When homicide occurred between members of different clans, death was never inflicted on the slayer, except in the last resort. It was, perhaps, in order to avoid this fate that the slayer sometimes fled into exile. But it is doubtful if his flight cancelled any part of the wergeld except his own individual share or the spear penny, which he was expected to collect if he was poor. It is certain, however, that the life of the slayer was never exposed to danger from the relatives of the victim so long as he remained in exile. That there were variations in the matter of accepting exile as part payment of wergeld will be obvious from the following facts, which we cite also as illustrations of the survival of wergeld in a modified form under feudal or ecclesiastical rule. In the canons Wallacei, a code of laws which operated in Wales in the 7th century AD, we find that the slayer pays half the total wergeld, and his relatives pay half. The wergeld at this time consisted of 3 male slaves and 3 female slaves. If the slayer went into exile, his half was cancelled, but his relatives had still to pay their half, or to follow him into exile. In the Burgundian homicide laws of the 5th century AD, we find that the penalty for the murder of a freeman was death. The older wergeld penalty, which was now abolished for murder, was however retained in a certain form for minor degrees of guilt. Thus, for manslaughter, we have a list of blood ransoms arranged according to the rank of the victim. For the unintentional slaying of a noble, the penalty was a payment of 300 solidi. For that of an ordinary man, 200 solidi, and so on. For slaying a person in self-defense, the penalty was reduced to 1/2 in each case. Amongst the laws of the early Norman kings of England, we find the following, attributed to Henry I, in which a group of neighbors known as guild brethren, congildones, are compelled to supplement the payments of the kindred. If anyone commit homicide of this kind, let his relatives pay as much wergeld as they would have received if he, the slayer, had been killed. If the slayer have relatives on the father's side and not on the mother, they pay as much as they would have received, that is, 2/3 the wergeld. If the slayer has only maternal relatives, they pay 1/3 the wergeld, the Kingildons 1/3 and himself 1/3. If he has no maternal relatives, the Kingildons pay half and himself half. The manner in which feudalism gradually substituted the conception of murder as an insult to a king, or to a lord for the older conception of it as an injury to the clan, is clearly seen in the following law attributed to King Henry I. If the slain man has no kindred, half shall be paid to the king, and half to the Kingildons of the victim. In one portion of the Salic law, we read that if anyone slays a kinsman and goes into exile, his goods are confiscated to the royal treasury. Feudalism has thus exacted a new penalty, which the clan regime did not exact. On the other hand, we find a diminution in the collective punishment which tribal wergeld carried with it, in the law of King Edmund, AD 949-46, which may thus be rendered in modern English. If anyone henceforth slay any man, I will that he himself bear the feud, unless, with the aid of his friends, he compensate it with full wergeld within 12 months. But if they will not pay, I will that all the kindred be free from the feud except the murderer, provided they do not afterwards give him food and protection. In such laws as these, we catch a glimpse of a system of blood vengeance which once prevailed amongst tribal peoples, but which soon became a mere echo, a phantom shadow of its former self, in the march of mightier movements, in the onward course of civilization. We have wandered far afield in the search for definite details of the wergeld system, as we shall look in vain for such details in the ancient literature of Greece, though we can have no doubt that the system prevailed in Greece for many centuries. It is true that in the laws of Gorton we find a classification of money payments, which were exacted for adultery and seduction at a period which no authority regards as earlier than the 7th century BC, and which is generally believed to be the 6th or 4th century BC. These payments varied according to the rank of the offender and of the injured party, and also according to the particular circumstances of the offense. But at the time of the Gorton laws, Crete had passed out of the stage in which murder was materially compensated. Hence these laws contain no reference to the wergeld system. We must therefore be content to apply to the earliest societies of Greek lands the general principles of the payment of wergeld, which we find operative in other tribal countries. We have in the text of Homer unmistakable evidence for the payment of some form of wergeld. The only question that arises is, was this payment a mere sordid termination of a sanguinary feud, such as characterized the Montenegrins up to recent years, or was it a genuine tribal wergeld? Before attempting to answer this question, it will be necessary to examine briefly the nature of the societies which existed in Homeric Greece. Section 2. Fortunately, as a result of recent archaeological exploration, we are now entitled to assume what the ancient Greeks so naturally believed, that the Iliad and the Odyssey, the pioneer epics of European literature, are valuable historical documents for the period which preceded and followed the Trojan War. For our present purpose, it does not very much matter whether the poems were composed by one great poet or by a number of rhapsodists, whether they were composed in Greece or in Asia Minor. The important thing is that they refer to actual places and events, to men and women who really lived and died. Just as Seebohm accepts the poem Beowulf as sole evidence for early Scandinavian tribal custom, even though he describes the poem as an Anglian or Northumbrian recension of a story founded on Scandinavian tradition and designed for recital at some 8th century royal court. So we see in the Iliad and the Odyssey a genuine historical picture of Greece under the Achaean domination, even though these poems were not the work of contemporary hands, and contain certain passages and verses which are clearly of later origin than that of the poems as a whole. It is only necessary for us here to refer to 2 recent works of Dr. Leaf, which furnish a cogent justification for this assumption. Professor Ridgway, too, who has done so much to remove the veil of obscurity which has hung for so long over early Greece, has never wavered in his belief in the historicity of Homer. We should indeed prefer to be wrong with Leaf and Ridgway rather than to be right with such critics as Gilbert Murray and Miss Harrison, who see in the Homeric poems the culmination of centuries of literary work, which took final form and shape in the Athens of Solon and Pisistratus, in the atmosphere of the Persian rather than the Trojan War. The Iliad and the Odyssey, however, if they are to be correctly interpreted, must be studied in the light of sociological analogy and archaeological research. Everyone is now familiar with the differentiation, which the learning and genius of Ridgway first defined in the population of early Greece, and with the distinction which he has indicated between the Achaeans and the Pelasgians. In Homer, the peoples of Greece are called Achaeans, but Ridgway holds that the Achaeans were not Greeks, that they were not even members of any Mediterranean race, that they were Celts from Central Europe who descended slowly into Greece, who conquered the inhabitants by virtue of superiority in the arts and weapons of war, who settled and intermarried with native royal families, and who, in the course of 200 years, had become assimilated to the natives in language and culture until they lost all consciousness of difference. Homer, the poet of the Achaeans, called the Greek Achaean host, the mixed army of Pelasgians and Achaeans, by a name which belonged only to the Celtic kings in whose courts he sang his songs of praise. The Celtic Achaeans have lost their language but retained their name. The Pelasgians, according to Ridgway, spoke in the time of Homer an Aryan tongue so well that even their conquerors came to speak it and forgot their own. Yet they were not, in origin, an Aryan race. On this point, we find it difficult to agree with Ridgway, though we admire the scientific reasoning and the profound learning which support his theory. The precise nature of the social organizations of early Greece, Ridgway does not attempt to decide, at least in his Early Age of Greece. But we infer from an article which he has written on Homeric land tenure that he believed, as does Mr. H. Seebohm, that both Achaeans and Pelasgians were tribal peoples. Some of the difficulties presented by Ridgway's reasoning are removed, in our opinion, by the more recent theories of Dr. Leaf. Before the advent of the Achaeans to Greece about 1400 BC, there already existed in Greece, according to Leaf, two social and racial strata. One, a dominant non-Aryan caste who came originally from Crete and who may be called Minoans. Two, a primitive Neolithic agricultural Aryan people who spoke Greek, who were in fact the nucleus of the Greek race and who had imposed their speech upon their non-Aryan masters. The Achaeans, in Leaf's view, came as a wave or series of waves in the perpetual tide of invasion from the north. Settling first in Epirus, they pressed gradually southwards, subdued the Minions, or Minoans of Iolcos, and the Pelasgians of central Greece, crossed later to the Peloponnese, and having conquered Elis, Laconia, and Argolis, established themselves in all the strategic positions of the peninsula. They were not necessarily, in Leaf's opinion, of different racial origin from the Pelasgians. They may, in fact, have been remotely related to them. But the Achaean outlook and temperament were very different from those of the Pelasgian folk. The former were military freebooters, piratical adventurers, bound together by that rigid obedience to a single commander, which was an essential condition of their survival and success. The latter were tillers of the soil, accustomed to political serfdom, paying such dues as their masters exacted, following them, on occasion, to battle and to death. One point of difference which Leaf mentions must be here especially emphasized, as it is of vital importance for our theory of Homeric blood vengeance. The Achaeans, Leaf holds, had no tribal or kindred organizations and were merely soldiers of a common army. The Pelasgians, however, were for the most part organized on the model of tribal communities. Speaking of the Achaeans, he says, "All the rights and taboos of the primitive family system have disappeared, and obligation only attaches to the natural kinship of close blood relationship. This is what we should expect in a race of military adventurers. Family rights do not tend to military efficiency. The efficient soldier must break away from local ties." In so doing, he takes a long step away from the foundations of primitive society and religion. Thus Leaf conceives the society of Homeric Greece as composed of two elements. One, a military autocracy, ruling like the Spartans in Laconia, a small exclusive caste held together by the consciousness of a common origin and a common purpose, and also by the danger of hostility from without. Two, a tribal agricultural subject folk who lived their primitive lives in rural areas, in villages in unimportant towns, and even in cities within view of the Achaean garrison. Now this conception differs fundamentally from the traditional ideas of Homeric society, and in particular from the conception of the Achaeans as a tribal people, which we have associated with Ridgway and H. Seebohm. We believe that an attempt to decide this question is necessary for the elucidation of many Homeric problems, such as that of blood vengeance or of land tenure. We shall adduce evidence, in our study of Homeric blood vengeance, which will serve as a confirmation of Leif's hypothesis. At present, we will confine ourselves to some more general arguments, which can be regarded as supplementary to the evidence which Leif himself puts forward. Ridgway, in discussing the mode of land tenure in Homeric Greece, seeks to prove that the Homeric poems reveal an evolution in the private ownership of land, beginning with a stage in which, as in the Iliad, land is held in common by all tribesmen except the king or chief whose temenos is private and personal and probably hereditary, and progressing to a stage in which, as in the Odyssey, allotments among tribesmen tend to accumulate and to become more and more a family inheritance within the tribe, without attaining to the stage of absolutely private ownership which we find in the time of Hesiod. Such an evolution is, of course, a characteristic feature of settled tribal existence. Sir Henry Maine, in his interesting analysis of the origin of private property in land, distinguishes 3 stages of its growth. In the first stage, there is communal ownership, both of land and harvest, such as is still found among some Highland clans of Scotland. The food supplies of individuals are doled out, sometimes daily, by the chiefs of the clans. The periodical distribution of the harvest, such as was made by the elders of tribal Slavonic subjects in the once mighty Austrian and Turkish empires, marks a slight modification of this system, which does not, however, affect the tenure of land. In the Russian villages, however, says Maine, the substance of the property ceases to be looked upon as indivisible, and separate proprietary claims are allowed freely to grow up. After the expiration of a given, but not in all cases of the same period, separate ownerships are extinguished, the land of the village is thrown into a mass, and then it is redistributed among the families composing the community, according to their number. The third stage finds an illustration in India, where, as Maine says, not only is there no indivisibility of the common fund, but separate proprietorship in parts of it may be indefinitely prolonged and may branch out into any number of derivative ownerships. The de facto partition of the stock being, however, checked by inveterate usage, and by the rule against the admission of strangers without the consent of the brotherhood. Though neither Maine nor Ridgway mentions the analogy, we think we can trace some such evolution in the old German tribes as described by Caesar and by Tacitus. Caesar tells us that here, no one has a fixed portion of land, his own peculiar property, but the magistrates and chiefs allot every year to tribes and clans as much land as, and in whatever place, they think proper, and they oblige them to remove the succeeding year. Tacitus, however, says that the lands are occupied by villages, in groups, in allotments proportioned to the number of cultivators, and are presently parceled out among individuals according to rank and condition. The arable lands are annually changed. Such a theory of evolution in landed property within the tribe may, however, be complicated by the coexistence, in the same district, of tribal groups and of a dominant feudal caste. Maine points out, in reference to Russian village communities, that these villages are always in theory the patrimony of some noble proprietor, and the peasants have within historical times been converted into the predial, and to a great extent into the personal serfs of the Seinya. But the pressure of this superior ownership has never crushed the ancient organization of the village. Now, if we adopt the hypothesis of 2 distinct strata in the Homeric society, namely, of a dominant quasi-feudal Achaean caste, and of a tribal Pelasgian subject folk, we shall be justified in assuming that some such superior ownership coexisted with tribal ownership in the world of the Homeric poems. We shall expect to find a predominance of private ownership on the one hand, and a trace or reminiscence of communal ownership on the other, in the verses of a poet who reflected in the main the atmosphere of the Achaean lords, but also, incidentally and fortuitously, that of the subject people. We must, then, consult the text of Homer if we hope to decide whether the Achaeans were quasi-feudal adventurers who ruled over the Pelasgians, without disturbing or destroying their normal tribal life, or whether the Achaeans, themselves a tribal nomadic people, adopted, by a social fusion, the tribal ownership which existed amongst their subjects, the chiefs alone possessing private land, the others common land. As the Homeric references to land tenure are rare and obscure, it is obvious that the solution of the problem of Homeric land ownership depends entirely on the answer to this wider and more important question. In Iliad Roman 12, 422-426 Homer makes use of a simile derived from a current mode of tenure of arable land, in order to describe the fierceness of the conflict between the Argives and the Lycians. As in a common field, two men make quarrel over boundaries, with measures in their hands, and strive for equal rights, even inch by inch, so, too, were they, the Argives and the Lycians, by the brief space of the battlements divided. This passage proves beyond question that the poet and his hearers were familiar with a certain degree of communism in the use of arable land. Whether the reference is to a social condition in which, as in the German tribes at the time of Tacitus, the arable land was redistributed annually to individuals, or whether the land was redistributed after long intervals of undisturbed enjoyment, as was the custom in certain Russian villages, it is impossible, as it is unnecessary, to decide. The really important point which we wish to emphasize is that there is no evidence that the quarrelsome tillers of the soil were Achaeans. This passage does not prove that the Achaeans lived in clans and tribes and possessed their lands in communal fashion. It merely proves that they were familiar with the existence of such a mode of possession. Incidentally, also, it proves how strong and how passionate, even in tribal rustic folk, the instinct begotten of even temporary private ownership may be. Yet this is the principal text of Homer, upon which has been based the theory of the tribal nature of Homeric society. In Odyssey, Romans 6:10, we are told how Nausithous, the Phaeacian, brought his people to Scheria, and drew a wall around the town and builded houses and made temples for the gods and meted out the fields. Here we may observe that elaborate ceremonial which, as Fustel de Coulanges points out, was characteristic of the foundation of cities or of settlements in ancient Greece and Rome. The distribution of land was an essential condition of agricultural existence for tribes which had already developed a certain degree of private ownership. But this passage merely proves that groups of people were known to change their habitations. In Iliad, Romans 6:191-95, we learn that a king of Lycia gave to Bellerophon as a dowry for his wife half his valuables, tau oda muita, and the Lycians gave him a domain, tau epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, superior to that of others. Ridgway and H. Seabohm maintain that the only land which is held in private ownership in the Iliad is the domain of kings and princes. In this passage, we admit the probable operation of tribal ownership, but we must point out that the Lycians were not Achaeans. A more relevant citation is Iliad, Roman 9:574-84, a passage in which we are told that the elders and priests of the Aetolians offered a choice of their richest lands as a domain to Meleager. H. Seabohm holds that it is improbable that the richest lands were at the time unoccupied, and that such an offer therefore proves the existence of a communal land tenure, which would admit of such a rapid partition and consequent readjustment. Again, we admit that tribal ownership may be inferred from this passage, but we deny that the donors of the domain were necessarily members of the Achaean caste. It is true that the Achaeans ruled over Aetolia, but there still survived many rich Pelasgian tribes. Even if we knew that the donors were Achaeans, it would not be necessary to conclude that the Achaeans lived in tribal groups, for the partition and readjustment might have been equally simple for rich quasi-feudal owners acting in unison. In Iliad, Roman 9:147-155, Agamemnon, the Achaean war chief, says that he will give to Achilles, as a dowry with his daughter, 7 cities around Pylos, having men abounding in flocks who will worship him with gifts as a god and obey him. Those who conceive the Achaean heroes as tribal chieftains will find it very difficult to explain how a chief can thus wantonly confiscate the territory of his allies. Pylos was in the kingdom of Nestor, a Minoan ally of the Achaeans. No confederation of tribal chiefs engaged in a common war could survive such a confiscation. But the offer of Agamemnon becomes intelligible enough if we regard him as the leader of a dominant military power, or as the feudal overlord who possessed by right of office a superior ownership of all the lands of Greece. In Odyssey, Roman 4:171-177, Menelaus says that he would have given to Odysseus, had he been there on his return from Troy, a whole city to dwell in, and that he would have built for him a house and brought him from Ithaca, together with all his wealth, his son and all his people, making one city desolate of those that lay around in his domain. H. Seebohm finds it difficult to understand this passage in the light of his tribal theory of the Achaeans. It is, he says, unusual, and merely shows the despotism to which a tribal chief frequently attained. But we prefer to see in Menelaus the typical Achaean overlord, who by virtue of his kinship with Agamemnon, and of his own feudal and military power tramples with impunity upon a whole city and moves a whole people from place to place, not as a chief would lead his tribe, but as a medieval baron might move his villeins from one part of his territory to another. In the realm of Odysseus, one seeks in vain for cogent evidence of tribal conditions. The shameless conduct of the suitors of Penelope, in devouring the substance of the absent Odysseus, and in plotting the assassination of his son and heir, as also the cruel hypervengeance which Odysseus with impunity wreaked upon them, seem to us more suggestive of feudalism and autocracy than of genuine tribalism. In tribal communities, an immense importance attaches to questions of marriage and inheritance. The voice of the folkmoot, of the clan gathering, can and must be heard. It is true that in the Odyssey the disguised Odysseus, in questioning his son as to why he had not driven the suitors from his house, asks significantly, "Do the people hate thee?" But it is equally true that in the domestic drama of the realm of Odysseus the rank and file of the people are ignored. For our part, we feel that we move in that atmosphere of autocratic militarism, which, in ancient Thessaly or Macedonia, and in medieval Europe, exalts the dagger of the assassin and the intrigue of the paramour. In Odyssey Roman 14, 208, we are told that when a certain rich man, named Castor, died, his sons divided up and cast lots for his property. This procedure would be perfectly normal in modern society if the owner died intestate and the property was not entailed. We hear nothing in this narration of any clan council having determined the right of succession, as would ordinarily occur in tribal conditions. In Odyssey Roman 19, 294, it is said that the wealth which Odysseus has amassed would suffice for his posterity even unto the 10th generation. The selection of the number 10 in this passage seems to us to indicate a possible reference to tribal life. F. Seebohm, speaking of medieval Welsh tribes, lays stress on the length of time which had to elapse before a stranger could become a tribesman, pointing out that even the great-grandson of a stranger could not be a tribesman, though he could be recognized as the founder of an embryonic clan, whereas a semi-servile stranger's descendants could not attain to the rank of tribesmen until the 9th generation had passed away. Hence the saying that a man's wealth would suffice for 10 generations could easily, in tribal language, have become a proverb. It would simply mean that a man's posterity would never be in want, for after 9 generations, any man's descendants could have formed a tribal organization and possessed tribal wealth of their own. But must we conclude from this that Odysseus was a tribesman? No conclusion could be less cogent. It is true that the Achaeans at the time of the Trojan War were long enough settled in the country to have produced the nucleus of clans and tribes, for they had ruled over Greece for 200 years. Thus the Achaean Melampus, a contemporary of Nestor and Atreus, founded a family in Argos, the development of which may thus be traced in Homer. Antiphates Oicles, Amphiaraus, Alcmeon Melampus, Amphilochus, Mantius Polyphades Theoclymnus, Clatus. Here we find kinship extending to second and third cousins. Such kinship exists everywhere in the world today, but it clearly does not constitute a clan or a tribe. When, therefore, in Homer, Theoclymnus is said to have killed a man who is described as letter 1F1 form U phi upsilon lambda omicron sigma in relation to his slayer, we must not suppose that the deceased was a tribesman. The word letter 1F1 form U phi upsilon lambda omicron sigma should be translated as kinsman, not tribesman. Several instances may be found in Homer of tribal phrases and expressions applied in non-tribal contexts. Thus the word gamma epsilon U omicron sigma, which ordinarily means clan, is used in Homer to denote a family in the modern sense or to mean blood descent and kinship. Rarely or never does it carry its proper meaning. If the social organization of the Achaeans had been of a tribal character, surely the Homeric use of the word gamma epsilon U omicron sigma would have been different from what it actually is. Leaf calls attention to the very rare occasions on which Homer refers to such groups as the clan, the phratry, and the tribe. Nestor says to Achilles that the lover of domestic strife is a man without hearth or law or phratry. And the same Nestor urges Agamemnon to divide his fighting forces by tribes and phratries. But these solitary references no more compel us to regard Achilles and Agamemnon as tribal chiefs than the tribal proverb concerning the 10th generation compels us to regard Odysseus as a tribal patriarch. Such references are rather, as Leaf says, reminiscences, reflections, whether in the mind of a Minoan or of an Achaean, of conditions which prevailed universally amongst the subject Pelasgian peoples. We may then confidently conclude that the evidence of the Homeric poems is much more consistent with the theory that the Achaeans were a quasi-feudal military caste than with the theory which conceives them as tribal nobles. We may think of the Achaeans, in their relation to the Pelasgians, very much as we should think of the soldiers of the ancient Roman Empire quartered in a province. When the Burgundians came to France about AD 500, they were regarded, by a polite fiction, as guests, and were presented with hospitalitas, consisting of 2/3 of the land and 1/3 of the slaves. When the Achaeans conquered Greece, they lived, indeed, in garrison towns and sought to maintain a splendid isolation in their lofty fortresses, but they took unto themselves the richest lands and the fattest cattle and sheep, leaving the Pelasgians to till the soil and to squabble about boundaries. But when, after 200 or 300 years, the Achaeans met a somewhat similar fate to that which they had meted out to Greece and to Troy, the tribal nobility of the primitive Pelasgians once more asserted its ancient privileges. Footnotes. Dizatish Rect, Volume IP 17. Op. Cit. p. 377, Arist. Ath. Paul. 35. Pollux Romanate, 125, Plutarch Solon 19. Infra. p. 269 ff. Supra. p. 180. Aristotle Ath. Paul. 7. Supra. p. 143. Derstasuiliurianich IJG, No, Roman 21, LL, 1019, Volume IP 3 ff. See also Hicks and Hill GK, Hist, in script, p. 113, Philippi Areopag, p. 335. Philippi Areopag, pp. 335-337, proposes to restore the end of L. 12 as follows. Letter 1 F22 beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, tau letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F00, epsilon letter 1 F76, beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon upsilon sigma alpha nu tau alpha. For letter 1 F10 sigma epsilon sigma theta omega nu, L, 18, Demosthenes gives alpha letter 1 F30, delta epsilon sigma alpha sigma theta omega nu, C. Macart, 1069. The unrestored inscription has epsilon sigma theta. L18. Andicides de Mist, 94 Dem contra Canon, 1264-20. Gilbert GCA, Eng trans p. 126, Hicks and Hill op. Cit. p. 114. Ath. Paul 57. C. Macart, 1069. Letter 1 F10 sigma epsilon sigma theta omega nu, from letter 1 F14 sigma iota iota. Ariop, p. 238. Roman 9, ch. 9, infra p. 210 ff. Tetralogies Roman 2, 4 Roman 3, 2 Roman 3, 3. Em, p. 141. Ariop, p. 16. Ath. Paul 57, infra p. 250. Homer ill Roman 18, 500. Op. Cit. p. 190. Supra p. 92. Op. Cit. pp. 3240, 173, 439. See infra pp. 201 ff. 256. See infra p. 204. Infra p. 263 ff. Infra p. 268. Philippi Ariop pp. 138-9. Supra p. 85 f. Supra p. 143 ff. Op. Cit. pp. 311, 324. Infra p. 209 f. Supra p. 174 ff. But see infra p. 213. P. 302, Supra p. 53. Op. Cit. p. 173. See Supra pp. 82-93. Coulanges op. Cit. pp. 169 176, 252, 360, 367, 376. Ib. p. 331. Supra p. 88. Supra p. 85. Eam p. 93. Op. Sit p. 105. Op. Sit pp. 180, 234, 537, 594. Ariup p. 148. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. C. E. G. Muller Eam. p. 142 and Supra p. 197. Exodus Roman 21, 2836. In Aristoc, 645. Cf. Pausanias I 28 Aristotle Ath, Paul 57. Letter 1F00 Nu Alpha Kappa Rho, O to Sigma Iota Sigma. Laws Roman 9, ch. 12. Supra p. 196. Infra p. 258 ff. Arist, Ath, Paul 52. Omicron, letter 1F35, letter 1F15 Nu Delta Epsilon Kappa Alpha. Ath, Paul 57. Roman 8, 120, also Roman 8, 90. Letter 1F00, Phi Epsilon Lambda Alpha Xi Iota Alpha. Paus, I 314, Plato Euthyphro 2 Pollux Roman 8, 90. Mu letter 1F74, letter 1F10 Kappa, Pyro Omicron Nu Omicron Iota Alpha Sigma. Aristotle Ath, Paul 57 3. Ib 57 2. See Supra pp. 88 200 ff. See Macart 1069. Letter 1F10 Nu Tau, letter 1F78 Sigma, letter 1F00 Nu Epsilon Psi Ode Omicron Tau Eta Tau Omicron Sigma is usually interpreted nearer than cousins. We read letter 1F00 Nu Epsilon Psi Ode Omicron Epsilon Sigma instead of letter 1F00 Nu Epsilon Psi Iota Omicron letter 1Fe6. As the word recurs, we translate it, in the second instance, as cousins-in-law. We interpret letter 1F00 Nu Epsilon Psi Iota Alpha Delta Omicron Epsilon Sigma as sons of female cousins. Letter 1F10 letter 1F70 Nu Delta letter 1F72 Alpha letter 1F30 Delta Epsilon Sigma Alpha Sigma Theta Alpha Iota Delta Epsilon letter 1FC3. Letter 1F10 letter 1F70 Nu Mu letter 1F72 Nu Pi Alpha Tau letter 1F74 Rho letter 1F97 letter 1F22 letter 1F00 Delta Epsilon Lambda Phi letter 1F78 Sigma letter 1F22 Upsilon letter 1F31 Epsilon letter 1FD6 Sigma. Pi Alpha Nu Tau Alpha Sigma letter 1F22 Tau letter 1F78 Nu Kappa Omega Lambda Epsilon Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Epsilon letter 1FD6 Nu. Letter 1F10 letter 1F70 Nu Delta letter 1F72 Tau Omicron letter 1F7A Tau Omega Nu Mu Eta Delta Epsilon letter 1F76 Sigma letter 1F96. Kappa Tau Epsilon Iota Nu letter 1FC3 Delta letter 1F04 Kappa Omega Nu. Gamma Nu letter 1FF6 Sigma Iota Delta. Omicron letter 1F31 Pi Epsilon Nu Tau Eta Kappa Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Kappa Alpha letter 1F76 Epsilon letter 1F37 Sigma letter 1F22 Omicron letter 1F31 letter 1F10 Phi Epsilon Tau Alpha Iota. Letter 1F04 Kappa Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Kappa Tau Epsilon letter 1FD6 Nu Alpha Iota. Alpha letter 1F30 Delta Epsilon Sigma Alpha Sigma Theta Omega Nu Omicron letter 1F31 Pi Rho Alpha Tau Omicron Rho Epsilon Sigma letter 1F10 letter 1F70 Nu Theta Epsilon Lambda Omega Sigma Iota Delta Epsilon Kappa Alpha. Tau Omicron Epsilon Sigma Delta. Omicron letter 1F31 Pi Epsilon Nu Tau Eta Kappa Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Kappa Alpha letter 1F76 Epsilon letter 1F37 Sigma letter 1F00 Rho Ot Sigma Tau Iota Nu Delta Eta Nu Alpha letter 1F31 Rho Epsilon Iota Sigma Theta Omega Nu. Chapter 2. Sophocles. Greek drama, says Jevons, owes its origin to religion and its development to art. It is but another way of stating this fact to say that one sign of the growth of the Greek drama was the diminution of its religious significance. The drama of Sophocles compared with that of Aeschylus is less theological and celestial, more human and terrestrial. From the artistic point of view, it not only obeys the first alternative in the Horatian maxim, which we have already quoted, and which prescribes adherence to traditional story. It also follows, even more closely than Aeschylean drama, the second alternative, which exalts the merit of consistency. Aristotle has attributed to Sophocles a piece of self-criticism in which he asserts that he depicted his characters, not as they are, but as they must be. Omicron letter 1F35 Omicron upsilon sigma delta epsilon letter 1FD6. We shall not attempt to enter into the controversy which this simple statement has evoked, but we may suggest as a probable interpretation of the words that certain ideal criteria guided the characterizations of Sophocles. These criteria were, in our opinion, consistency and tradition. The characters of Sophocles, says Jevons, are bound up with his plots in an artistic and harmonious whole. It is equally true that his characters depend upon his plots. But the plots and the characters of Sophocles were not, we think, his own invention. They were derived from pre-existing legend and tradition. If then, Sophocles did not always represent his characters precisely as legend described them, the reason is that there were inconsistencies in the legends. To escape such inconsistencies, Sophocles sometimes had recourse to what we may term eclecticism. If, for instance, in Homer, Oedipus, after slaying his father, is said to have continued to rule over the Cadmeans, Sophocles ignored this tradition because it was inconsistent with the sequel which post-Homeric legend indicated. Euripides, on the contrary, often reproduced, in one and the same drama, various mutually inconsistent legends, and then introduced a deus ex machina to cut the Gordian knot. Nevertheless, it remains true that not only in Sophocles, but also in Aeschylus and in Euripides, the characters and the plots are to a great extent based upon pre-existing legends, and these legends are often very difficult to analyze because of the varying influences which were derived from the ages through which they passed. If religion is less prominent in Sophocles than in Aeschylus, the reason, we think, is that the personality of the dramatist selected those varieties of legends which emphasize the human element rather than the divine. But, for an Athenian of the classical period, there was one aspect of human nature which was always interesting and could never be ignored, namely the relation of man to the laws of the society in which he lived. Fear of the laws and of the penalties which they prescribed, a knowledge of the laws and their administration, a habit of legal casuistry, an almost morbid delight in legal problems, were essential elements of Athenian psychology. To say this is to imply that the Sophoclean drama, like that of Aeschylus, has an important legal interest and cannot be made completely intelligible without an analysis of its legal aspect. Of the 7 extant tragedies, 6 are concerned with themes of human bloodshed. These 6 plays we shall now briefly examine from the standpoint of homicide law. With the Philoctetes, we have not any special concern. The Electra. The plot of the Electra corresponds, in the main, with that of the Choephoro of Aeschylus. It is regrettable that we do not possess the companion plays in which Sophocles represented, dramatically, the murder of Agamemnon and the trial of Orestes, but we may infer from the similarity of the Electra to the Choephoro that these plays followed the Aeschylean model. We have said that the trial of Orestes at Athens for the slaying of his mother at Argos is not legally intelligible unless we assume that Orestes fled to Athens with the intention of residing there, in the event of acquittal, until such time as the avenging Erinyes permitted his return to Argos. But there is no evidence for this assumption in the Homeric story, which merely implies that Orestes came from Athens to avenge his father's death. Aeschylus, therefore, is following the Attic legend rather than Homer when he suggests that Orestes went to Athens after, not before, he slew his mother, and that it was from Phasis, not from Athens, that the avenging Orestes came. In Sophocles also it is from Phasis that Orestes comes. Moreover, we are definitely told that Phasis had been the place of Orestes' exile since his expulsion from Argos. With Athens, then, Orestes was not associated before he slew his mother. Aeschylus is not quite so precise upon this point, but from the words which Orestes utters when he arrives at Athens after he had slain Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, we cannot infer that he had ever been there before. Sophocles, therefore, and Aeschylus seem equally to have ignored an important element of the Homeric narrative in their close adhesion to the Attic legends, in which the trial of the matricidal Orestes at Athens was an outstanding essential fact. The only reason which we can suggest for this strange omission is the fact that in post-Homeric times the legend was so completely permeated by the dominant figure of Apollo that Phocis, not Athens, came to be regarded by certain legend makers as the natural refuge and place of residence of Orestes before he slew his mother. It is not, of course, altogether impossible to suppose that Orestes had lived for a time in Phocis and for a time at Athens. The command of Apollo could have been issued to a pilgrim from Athens as well as to a resident of Phocis. But it is strange that Aeschylus and Sophocles do not emphasize this point. The story of Orestes' trial at Athens must, we think, have been based, if the legend makers had any care for legal issues, on the assumption that Orestes intended to reside at Athens after he had slain his mother. This assumption is implied in the story that an Apolline oracle directed him to Athens for trial. The Homeric narrative does not justify, though it is not inconsistent with such an assumption. If therefore this narrative was ignored by Attic legend makers, it must have been because the prestige of Apollo had obscured the Homeric story in a variant of the legend which we may call the Phocian legend of Orestes, and because this variant, though not originally identical with the Attic legend, became nevertheless at some time fused with it. If we happen to possess the non-extant drama which contained Sophocles' account of the trial of Orestes, we feel sure that the plea of Orestes would have been identical with the Aeschylean plea, namely that of justifiable matricide. Thus, in the Sophoclean Electra, Orestes says, when I visited the Pythian shrine oracular that I might learn whereby to punish home the murderers of my sire, had word from Phoebus which you straight shall hear. No shielded host, but thine own craft, O king, the righteous death blow to thine arm shall bring. The post-Homeric doctrine of pollution appears in the following words of Electra, who sees in the cohabitation, within her home, of two polluted murderers a horrible crime which well nigh obscures their incestuous adultery. My mother, if she still must bear the name, when resting in those arms, her shame is dead, she harbors with blood-guiltiness and fears no vengeance. The atmosphere of private execution, which characterized the Homeric age and the earliest stratum of the pollution era, is faithfully retained. Orestes is the sole avenger. Without him there is little hope of vengeance. Electra may strike in the last resort, but not before she has despaired of the return of Orestes. The deed of blood is calmly executed by Orestes, whose conscience is salved by the command of Apollo. The chorus do not condemn the act. They have looked forward to it. Thus they say, behold they come, his red hand dripping as he moves with drops of sacrifice the war god loves. My wildered heart is dumb. The desire of Electra that Aegisthus should not be buried is clearly derived from the historical custom, for which Plato is our sole authority, of refusing burial to willful murderers and especially to kinslayers such as Aegisthus was. The Homeric account is here of necessity abandoned. Electra says, kill him at once, and, killed, expose him to such burial from dogs and vultures as beseemeth such. The Sophoclean Erinnyes are even more Homeric, and therefore less tragic, than the Aeschylean Erinnyes. In Sophocles we do not find any reference to the Erinnyes of the slain Clytemnestra. This is perhaps because he conceived Orestes' act as clearly and unmistakably the act of a just avenger. Hence Electra prays, and ye, Erinnyes, of mortals feared daughters of heaven that ever see who die unjustly, avenge our father's murder on his foe. But Sophocles shares with his brother dramatists two ideas which we have ascribed to post-Homeric times, namely the notion of an ancestral curse and the notion of the bloodthirst of the dead, as is manifest from the following lines. The curse hath found, and they in earth who lie are living powers today. Long dead, they drain away the streaming blood of those who made them die. To the post-Homeric period, we have also ascribed the custom of mu alpha sigma chi alpha lambda iota sigma mu omicron sigma, or mutilation of the limbs of the dead, which is mentioned in this play, as it also is in the Chophoro of Aeschylus. The sacrifice of Iphigenia is also referred to in the Electra. It is not described in detail, nor is it boldly emphasized, as it is in Aeschylus, but it is mentioned as an argument by which Clytemnestra seeks to seduce Electra from her desire for vengeance. Since Agamemnon was a murderer, she argues, surely his death need not be avenged. In her reply, Electra utters a sentiment which at first sight seems inconsistent with her general attitude in the play. She says, But grant thy speech were sooth, and all were done in aid of Menelaus. For this cause hast thou the right to slay him, what high law ordaining? Look to it, in establishing such precedent, thou dost not lay in store repentance for thyself. For if by right one die for one, thou first wilt be destroyed if justice find thee. What, we may ask, is the meaning of the precedent to which Electra refers? Does it mean that no individual should have the right to take human life? Does it imply a condemnation of private vengeance as distinct from social justice? We do not think that the precedent which Electra mentions refers to private vengeance. We have seen that, amongst the Homeric Achaeans, there was a distinction, vague and unwritten, but none the less real, which was enshrined in a public opinion of the caste, the distinction between murder and vengeance. The act of Agamemnon in sacrificing Iphigenia, if we suppose for the moment that the sacrifice actually took place, would not have been regarded by the Achaeans as an act of murder. But the act of Clytemnestra in slaying her husband would have been, and was, regarded as murder, and Orsts was conceived as a just avenger. Hence, in this play, when Clytemnestra sets herself up as an isolated authority on questions of right and wrong in matters of homicide, she is violating what must have been an established precedent in the Achaean society. It is, we think, to some such precedent as this that Electra here refers. To suppose that Electra is referring to the precedent of private vengeance would be to attribute an inconsistent and illogical character to Electra. For is she not wholeheartedly scheming to accomplish what, on this hypothesis, she verbally condemned? Finally, Sophocles does not attribute to Electra, or perhaps even to Pylades, any actual share in the act of vengeance. In this he follows Aeschylus, whose object it was to make Orestes the central figure in the drama. Euripides, however, we shall see, suggests that the act of vengeance was, so to speak, partitioned amongst three avengers. Both Electra and Pylades have to suffer punishment, as well as Orestes. Perhaps Euripides is following a legend which, while admitting a degree of guilt, sought to lessen the guilt by dividing it. This version Sophocles does not follow, nor does Aeschylus. But Pylades had been too long and too well established in the post-Homeric story to be omitted or ignored. He had come into the story almost as early as Apollo, for he is mentioned in a cyclic epic by Agis of Troezen, which belongs to the middle of the 8th century BC. The connection of Orestes with Pylades, and with Phocis, rather than with Athens, belongs, probably, to the Phocian variant of the Orstean story. This version was older, we think, than the Argive legend which we shall find in the Orestes of Euripides, and it was also probably older than the Attic legends which emphasize the trial of Orestes at the Areopagus. The Attic legend makers should at least have followed the Homeric saga, which suggested the connection of Orestes with Athens before his act of vengeance. And if neither they nor the Attic dramatists refer to such a connection, this must be attributed to the fact that the famous friendship of Pylades and Orestes and the famous purgation of Orestes at Delphi had in course of time obscured, in a fusion of legends, the previous association of Orsts with Athens, a fact which Apollo had not forgotten when he directed him to that state for trial and acquittal. The King Oedipus. We have already mentioned the Homeric legend of Oedipus and the difficulties which it presents to the legal analyst. Homer appears to think it strange that a parricide should have continued to rule in his native land. He hints that the dreadful deed was punished in the first instance by pain and suffering, and later by pains full many, such as the Erinyes of a mother bring to pass. The story is complicated by the addition of the crime of incest, just as the story of Orsts is, to a less extent, complicated by the addition of adultery. We have suggested that in pre-Homeric times the deed of Oedipus was already regarded, by Pelasgians, as at least involuntary parricide, and perhaps also, because of the provocative action of Laius, as quasi-involuntary homicide. And we have attributed the wonder which is expressed by Homer at Oedipus, continued rule in Thebes, to the absence, amongst the Achaean caste, of the distinction between voluntary and involuntary slaying. In post-Homeric times, the notion of an ancestral curse was added to the story, and also, if it was not already in the legend, the idea of provocation on the part of Laius. Furthermore, the pollution doctrine was applied to the legend, and Apollo was appealed to as the sole judge of guilt, as he was, we think, appealed to in the Phocian legend of Orsts. It is strange that Attic legend makers did not seek to connect Oedipus with the Areopagus court, seeing that he was said to have been buried in Attica and to have been given a refuge there before his death. We have seen that Orestes was tried by the Areopagus on a plea either of justifiable or of quasi-involuntary matricide, according to the different versions of the Attic legends. In the second Attic legend, which is based on the plea of quasi-involuntary matricide, for which Orsts claimed that the penalty had already been paid, the Areopagus functions as a court of reconciliation rather than as an ordinary homicide court. In the case of Oedipus, there is a suggestion, in the Oedipus Colonius, of an informal trial of Oedipus on the part of Theseus, king of Athens. It was probably a legendary reference to his trial by Theseus, which prohibited any connection of Oedipus with the Areopagus. In the present play, Apollo threatens to send a plague upon Thebes if the Thebans do not search for and punish the murderer of Laius. The penalty which is mentioned by the oracle is of a general kind. That is, it does not definitely imply that the crime was parricide. Such an implication would have militated against the development of the drama, but it assumes that the slaying of Laius was an act of willful murder. Thus Creon says, "Sovereign Apollo clearly bids us drive forth from this region an accursed thing, for such is fostered in the land and stains our sacred clime, nor cherish it past cure, by exile or by purging blood with blood, since blood it is that shakes us with such storm." It is of course possible to maintain that a penalty which permitted the option of death or exile was the punishment of parricide in the early stages of the pollution system, though such an option was not permitted for kinslaying in Attic law. We have suggested that it was not the pollution doctrine which of itself abolished private execution, and exile was permitted, as we think, until private execution was abolished. It is therefore legally possible that a legend of the early pollution era contained such an oracular penalty for parricide, in days when political synocism had not yet established state execution. We might be inclined to interpret in this way the description of the oracle which is given, but only at the end of the play, by Oedipus himself. His sacred utterance was express and clear: the parricide, the unholy, should be slain. And he requests Creon to execute the penalty. "Fling me with speediest swiftness from the land, where nevermore I may converse with men." But we cannot suppose that the word parricide, which is here used by Oedipus, was actually mentioned by the oracle, as if it had been the greatest tragedy of ancient literature, the King Oedipus of Sophocles could never have been written. The whole dramatic evolution of the plot depends on the suppression of the murderer's identity. The Thebans would not have understood such a description, seeing that, so far as they knew, Laius had no living child. Jevons refers to a dramatic characteristic which may help to explain this difficulty, namely the irony of Sophocles. He says, "For the full appreciation of the irony of Sophocles, it must be remembered that whereas the torturing contrast between the condition of Oedipus as he fancies it, and as it really is only discovered by Oedipus at the last moment, this contrast is perpetually present from the beginning to the spectator." Oedipus implies that Creon had used the word parricide when speaking to him in connection with the oracle. When Creon replies, "Aye, so 'twas spoken," are we to interpret the answer literally? If Creon had known the truth, he would have been compelled by religious fear to declare it. The character of Creon, as revealed in the Oedipus Colonius and in the Antigone, is that of a loyal and religious citizen rather than that of a loyal kinsman. Hence we must either suppose that this reference to parricide is a dramatic slip, an instance in which the Sophoclean irony overreached itself, or we must suppose that Oedipus and Creon have incorrectly interpreted the oracle in the tragic excitement brought about by the dramatic developments of the plot. From the legal standpoint, we consider it most probable that the oracular declaration of the penalty was of a noncommittal character. Hence it is that when Creon discovers the true facts of the case, he decides to consult the oracle again before taking any action. To Oedipus' request to drive him from the land, he replies, "Doubt not I would have done it, but the god must be inquired of, ere we act herein. In such a time we needs must be advised more perfectly." Does Creon then anticipate that the second consultation of the oracle will elicit a severe penalty, namely death without the option of exile? Which was the historical penalty for parricide? Or is he well aware that the act of Oedipus, committed in ignorance of Laius' identity, was, at worst, willful murder? And, if he hesitates to decree a penalty of perpetual exile, is it because he is aware that the act was provoked by Laius and was therefore quasi-involuntary? The answer to these questions cannot be found in the King Oedipus drama. The play ends while the homicide penalty of Oedipus is still undecided. We do not connect with the death of Laius the self-blinding of Oedipus or the suicide of Jocasta. These events, which are referred to explicitly or implicitly by Homer, we connect rather with the crime of incest. The legal analysis of the story is complicated not only by the presence of this crime, but also by the post-Homeric doctrine of the ancestral curse in the house of Laius. But we hope to elicit from the companion play, the Oedipus at Colonus, a more satisfactory account of the legal aspect of the legend. The Oedipus at Colonus. Already, in the preceding play, we have been informed by Oedipus that his act was not only not willful parricide, but was not even willful homicide. Describing the fatal scene, Oedipus said, "When I drew near the crossroad of your tale, A herald, and a man upon a car like your description, there encountered me, and he who led the car and he himself, the graybeard, sought to thrust me from the path. Then in mine angry mood I sharply struck the driverman who turned me from the way, which, when the elder saw, he watched for me as I passed by, and from the chariot seat smote full upon my head with the forked goad, but got more than he gave, for by a blow from this right hand, smit with my staff, he fell, instantly rolled out of the car supine." When the full revelation of his accursed destiny came home to Oedipus, he was so overwhelmed with grief, remorse, and terror that he became for the time insane. But in the Oedipus Colonius, he has once more regained his reason. He argues with himself and with others as a rational Theban or Athenian of the historical era. What, he asks, was his crime? The guilt lies with the curse and the fates who accomplished it. Has he committed incest? No, for he did not know that his wife was his mother. Why, therefore, should he be punished? One crime only has he committed, yet not with malice and deliberation. He had slain an old man with dark locks just sprinkled o'er with gray, and this old man was no slave or serf, but a free man and a prince. For this deed, according to Greek law, Oedipus must become an exile. But was the exile to last forever? We have quoted from Plato what we believe to have been the Greek legal penalty for slaying in a passion, namely a period of exile which sometimes extended to 2, and sometimes to 3, years, according to the degree of malice in the act. But we have argued that in such cases the duration of the exile depended in theory, if not in practice, on the consent of the relatives of the slain. Now Plato says that in no circumstances, not even in self-defense, was it lawful for persons to slay their parents. Hence the legal position of Oedipus is a complex one. Objectively, he was guilty of willful parricide. Subjectively, he pleaded guilty to extenuated homicide. Such complex issues were not provided for in ancient law, not even in Plato's penal code. If therefore we find that Euripides speaks of Oedipus as imprisoned, in Thebes, and that Sophocles speaks of Oedipus as an exile in Athens, and mentions also a projected arrangement by which Oedipus might live near Thebes, not in it, but just outside it, may we not see in these accounts the efforts of legend makers to keep their creations in harmony with legal facts, and may we not suppose that their failure to agree with one another, and especially with the Homeric narrative, was due to the twofold aspect, subjective and objective, of the deed of Oedipus. The Homeric account of the subsequent rule of Oedipus at Thebes could only be retained, in the pollution era, by assuming that his act was not parricide, but homicide, that it was not willful, but quasi-involuntary, and that the kinsmen of Laius unanimously consented to his return from temporary exile. If his act was conceived, objectively, as parricide, it would have been necessary to assume, 1, that Laius forgave him before he died, and 2, that his kinsmen consented to his return. But no legend suggests that Laius forgave his slayer. Furthermore, the legends seem to have emphasized the fact that the kinsmen of Laius were not unanimous in consenting to the return of Oedipus. Hence the Homeric story of his continued existence at Thebes had, in the pollution era, to be abandoned. In the Oedipus Colonius, Oedipus protests against his continued banishment from home, because, he maintains, his deed was involuntary. Thus, he says, If born as I was to misery, I encountered and killed my father in an angry fray, not knowing of what I did or whom I slew, what reason is to blame the unwitting deed? If today, here now, one struck at thee a murderous stroke, at thee, the righteous person, wouldst thou ask if such assailant were thy sire, or strike forthwith? Methinks, as one who cares to live, you would strike before you questioned of the right, or reasoned of his kindred whom you slew. Such was the net that snared me, such the woes heaven drew me to fulfill. My father's spirit, came he to life, would not gainsay my word. Creon, coming to Athens from Thebes, invites Oedipus to his home, not only on his own behalf, but on behalf of the citizens of Thebes. But I am sent to bring by fair persuasion to our Theban plain the reverend form of him now present here. All Cadmus, people rightfully invite thee with one voice unto thy home. But Oedipus does not regard this attitude as sincere. Previously, Ismene, his daughter, had warned him that Creon would come to set thee near their land, that thou mayst be beyond their borders, but within their power. In the opinion of Ismene, Oedipus can never return to his home. She says, "The blood of kindred cleaving to thy hand, father, forbids thee." This statement interprets the act of Oedipus as parricide rather than as homicide, for, assuming that the act was quasi-involuntary, the removal of pollution required, in the former conception, the forgiveness of the dying, whereas in the latter conception it required only the consent of the relatives to appeasement. Ismene implies that, whatever attitude Creon and the other relatives of Laius adopt, Oedipus can never return, because Laius has not forgiven his slayer. Creon betrays a similar attitude of mind when he says to Theseus that he did not think the citizens of Athens would give refuge to a man incestuous and a parricide. He says, "Such was the mount of Ares that I knew, that suffers no such lawless runaways to haunt within the borders of your realm." We have seen that in international Greek law exile was not permitted for willful parricide, or, more generally, for willful kinslaying, and therefore no state could open its doors to such slayers. But for involuntary or extenuated kinslaying, exile was recognized by law. And therefore, whenever a foreign kinslayer applied to be admitted as an exile into any state, it was necessary to hold an inquiry, in order to discover whether his deed of blood was voluntary or involuntary, before admitting him to civic and religious communion. The attitude of Creon in the last speech is, we believe, a rhetorical exaggeration, for it implies that in his opinion Oedipus was a willful kinslayer of full guilt, and it is legally incompatible with his previous proposal to escort Oedipus to his home. Polynices, the son of Oedipus, promises the same boon, if Oedipus will only forgive him and help him in his conflict with Eteocles. But Oedipus refuses to forgive his unfilial son and launches his curse against him, because he and his brother and his uncle are the cause of his continued exile. "Tease thou hast girt me round with misery. Tease thou didst drive me forth, and driven by the eye beg my bread, a wandering sojourner." Thus, if we make due allowances for rhetorical deceptions, we may conclude that, except in the mind of Oedipus himself, his act was regarded as voluntary rather than as involuntary. The oracle of Apollo took, on the whole, the same view, but made some allowance for the element of provocation in the act. Long before, it had foretold that Oedipus would not return to reign in Thebes or to die there, but that in Athens he would find rest and asylum. Oedipus quotes the oracle, "When I should reach my bourne, and find repose and refuge with the powers of reverend name, my troubled life should end with blessing to the men who sheltered me and curses on their race who banished me." There is reference in this quotation to a shrine of the Semnithii in the Deme Colonus. It was at this shrine that Oedipus appeared as a suppliant for asylum, and it was here that he had to submit to a ceremonial of cleansing, which we have already referred to as a minor local purgation. This ceremonial was probably applied to all foreign homicide exiles who claimed the privilege of residing in a state. Orsts does not require it when he arrives at Athens, because he has not yet been tried and convicted, because Apollo has commanded him to go to Athens, and because Apollo has purged him of his guilt. The purgation ceremony in the Oedipus Colonius was similar to that which Croesus administered to the Phrygian kinslayer, as Herodotus records. We have said that, in cases of kinslaying, some kind of inquiry, an informal trial, was held to investigate the question of guilt. The Athenians here do not at first accept the plea of Oedipus, but refer the matter to the decision of Theseus, king of Athens. It is ultimately upon the word of Apollo that Theseus grants him protection. Within the precincts of the shrine of the Semnithae, there was, in the time of Pausanias, a tomb which was called the tomb of Oedipus. Pausanias does not believe the story of Sophocles that Oedipus died and was buried in Attic soil. Does not Homer, he argues, prove that Oedipus was buried at Thebes? Yet the tomb of Oedipus was to be seen in the shrine of the Semni. Pausanias inquired about this curious contradiction, and he discovered, as he thinks, the solution. The bones of Oedipus were, he says, transferred from Thebes to Athens. Nothing could better illustrate the credulity of the ancients and their want of historical logic. Oedipus was, in all probability, buried at Thebes. According to Homer, he never left that city. But the doctrine of pollution, which was applied retrospectively to Oedipus, insisted that he did leave Thebes and that he could never return to it. Plato implies that a person who was stained with kindred bloodshed, even extenuated kinslaying, could never be buried in the tomb of his fathers. To Corinth Oedipus did not return. To Phasis he could not go, for it was there that the deed of blood was wrought, and we have seen that a foreign slayer could never return, whether his act was voluntary or involuntary, to the state in which the act occurred. As a blind exile could not be expected to go very far from home, the natural place for the exile of Oedipus was the Attic land beyond Cithaeron. Thither legend brought him, to constitute a further link in the eternal friendship between Thebes and Athens. In the time of Demosthenes, just before the Battle of Chaeronea, the Athenian reception of Oedipus was put forward as an argument for the alliance of Thebes and Athens. In Attica, legend said that he was buried, and his tomb was there for everyone to see. But he could not have been buried in Attica, since, according to Homer, he was buried at Thebes. To reconcile Homer with later legend, it was necessary therefore to suppose that the bones of Oedipus were transferred from Thebes to Athens. Pausanias, however, unfortunately failed to see that, according to this hypothesis, the whole structure which post-Homeric legends of the pollution era built round the name of Oedipus topples to the ground. The explanation lies in the evolution of the legend. The legend which Sophocles followed is absolutely incompatible with Homer, and this was the ordinary, and so far as we know, the only legend of the death of Oedipus which existed in post-Homeric days. The Antigone. In the Antigone drama, which is rightly famous not only for its dramatic art, but also for the problems which it presents and the conflicts of human passion which dominate it, there is no plain, direct, and obvious matter for the student of homicide law. But there are points of interest on the borderland of homicide which cannot be entirely omitted. It is easy for the adverse critic to assert that in this play we find reference to civil war, to suicide, to judicial execution, and to quarrels about burial, but we find no reference to homicide. We venture to suggest that fratricide in civil war, judicial executions of which the justice is called in question, and suicide are very closely related to homicide by the similarity, if not the community, of their nature. Lysias tells how, in the political crises at Athens, men were prosecuted, sentenced, and executed as murderers who had merely acted as informers, or as we should say, Secret Service agents, in regard to that vague political crime which is called treason. According to Pausanias, the Athenians accepted as a foundation legend for the Delphinium homicide court the story that Theseus pleaded justification for having slain, in civil war, Pallas and his sons who were his kinsmen. Again, suicide and homicide, as they appear in drama, may be closely related, since Teucer was punished by his father, Telamon, because of the suicide of his half-brother, Ajax. He was even said to have been tried for this deed, for the story of his trial is solemnly told by Pausanias when he is describing the origin of the Attic murder court Phredo. In the Antigone, the judicial execution of Antigone by Creon is assailed as murder by his son, Haemon. The messenger describes how Haemon attempted to slay Creon in revenge. But with savage eyes the youth glared scowling at him, and without a word plucked forth his two-edged blade. The father then fled and escaped, but the unhappy boy, wroth with himself, even where he stood, leant heavily upon his sword and plunged it in his side. What we may ask caused Haemon to commit suicide. We admit that his love for Antigone and the grief which he felt at her loss were essential causative factors. But we also feel that there was present in his heart an overwhelming fear that if he survived, he would slay his father. We think that it was partly in order to avoid this horrible deed that he killed himself, just as in Homer, Phoenix, through fear of parricide, fled from his home, his country, and his kindred. The fact that even for Creon the execution of Antigone was not merely repugnant to sentiment, but was actually a source of conscience conflict, may be inferred from the extraordinary manner in which he caused her to die. He tells the chorus, "Where human footstep shuns the ground, I'll hide her in a cave-like vault, with so much provender as may prevent pollution from o'ertaking the whole city." He places Antigone in a cave and leaves with her a little food. In his effort to avoid bloodshed, he proposes to starve the girl to death. Nature and fate can take the guilt. This procedure of Creon cannot have been entirely due to the aversion which human nature, even in very primitive societies, felt towards the shedding of kindred blood. In Sophocles, Creon is more devoted to the city than to his kindred. Otherwise, he would have permitted the burial of the dead Polynices without waiting for the compulsion of circumstances. Yet we feel that if the rebellious subject who sought to bury Polynices had not been akin in blood to Creon, he would have been immediately executed. Hence we suggest that the starving to death of Antigone without bloodshed, in order to avoid pollution, implies a latent fear in the mind of Creon lest her execution might be a judicial murder. For it was when the victim was a kinsman that the religious aspect of execution was most formidable, and that the least doubt about its justice produced the greatest scruples. It is of course open to us to suppose that we have in this story a fusion of ideas which are derived from different atmospheres, and that in course of time, pollution, ideas became grafted upon an earlier story, which represented the peculiar nature of this execution of Antigone as entirely due to human psychology and tribal custom. But in the absence of any evidence for the existence of such a legend in early times, we may conclude that the act of Creon is presented in this drama as an act which is open to the suspicion of being a judicial murder. For such murder, there was no penalty in law or custom while the perpetrator remained in power, and the avenger was impotent to avenge. Tiresias, the prophet, takes this view of the matter and forebodes a terrible reckoning. He includes this execution in his recital of the crimes of Creon when he says, "Not many courses of the racing sun shalt thou fulfill. Heir of thine own true blood, thou shalt have given a corpse in recompense for one on earth whom thou hast cast beneath, entombing shamefully a living soul." The whole plot of the Antigone really turns on the question of the burial of Polynices, just as that of the Ajax depends upon the problem of the burial of Ajax. Eteocles and Polynices had fallen in mutual combat as leaders in a war between the Argives and the Thebans, a combat which, from the existence of blood relationship between the leaders, assumed the external aspect of civil war. The problem of guilt is obscured by political complications. If we inquire whether the mutual slaughter of these two brothers was culpable fratricide, we must answer that, in the circumstances of the case, it seems obvious that either both slayers were guilty or that both were justified. Theseus was justified, according to legend, in the slaying of the Pallantidae, and according to Creon, in the Antigone, Eteocles was justified in slaying Polynices, for he commands that Eteocles should be buried with full honors, and we know that culpable kinslayers could not be buried. Polynices, however, was not, in Creon's view, justified in slaying Eteocles. Here are Creon's words. "The man Eteocles, who died for Thebes, shall be entombed with every sacred rite that follows to the grave the lordliest dead. But for his brother who, a banished man, returned to devastate and burn with fire the land of his nativity, the shrine of his ancestral gods. For Polynices this law hath been proclaimed concerning him, he shall have no lament, no funeral, but lie unburied for the carrion fowl and dogs to eat his corse, a sight of shame." The law which is here mentioned is not an archaic fossil recovered from an antique past. It is the law of the mortal lawgiver, which Plato gives and which we have already described. Its application in this context implies that Polynices was guilty of culpable fratricide, which in the special circumstances of the case has affinities with the crime of treason. Plato gives a law which confirms this supposition. "If a brother," he says, "shall, in his own defense, during a fight occurring in a sedition, kill a brother while warding off the party who first had recourse to violence, tau letter 1F78 nu letter 1F04 rho chi omicron u tau alpha. Let him be considered free from guilt, as he is who kills an enemy. In the laws of Draken, also, as we know from the restored inscription and from Demosthenic quotations, the category of justifiable homicide included the slaying of the first aggressor and of the unjust aggressor. According to our theory that Draken codified existing laws but did not invent new laws, it would follow that Plato here refers to a very ancient, and for a long time unwritten law of the ephety and the exegety. The attitude of Creon to Ediocles is precisely that of the Platonic legislator. His attitude to Polynices seems also, at first sight, to be legally correct, because Polynices was technically the unjust aggressor. But the tendency of legislation concerning such cases is to condemn too swiftly, without due consideration, and with a superficial examination of the facts. Such legislation assumes that a man must be either right or wrong, either wholly innocent or wholly guilty. Now we find it very difficult to conceive Polynices as guilty of willful fratricide. Before he became an aggressor, he had been banished from his country because he refused to divide the throne with his brother Ediocles. Was not his expulsion a prior act of aggression? Perhaps, therefore, he can be regarded as fully justified if one goes far enough back in one's analysis of aggression. But on such questions, justice is frequently a crude political hodgepodge, even in the most civilized communities. We suggest that it is against such political justice that Antigone in the play revolts. It is frequently asserted that this play symbolizes a conflict between religion and civil power, that Antigone and Tiresias champion the laws of the gods, while Creon defends the laws of the state. But in ancient Greece, there was ordinarily no distinction between church and state. The state was identified with its gods. Treason was a kind of sacrilege. Sacrilege was a form of treason. Again, it may be argued that the conflict between Creon and Antigone symbolizes an opposition between the state law, which refused to traitors the privilege of burial, and the ancient clan law, according to which the burial of a dead kinsman was a religious duty, and its neglect a dangerous sin. We regard this hypothesis as much more reasonable, but if it be pressed to its logical conclusions, it compels us to see in the Antigone an exaltation of tribalism over state power, or otherwise to attribute moral weakness to Antigone. But we suggest that tribalism had evolved the custom of refusing burial to traitors long before the advent of centralized civic government. In this respect, therefore, tribal law and state law were in unison, not in conflict. Hence, this hypothesis compels us to assume that in this play there is an exaltation of moral weakness. There are passages in the play which support this interpretation. Thus Antigone says, "But had I suffered my own mother's child, fallen in blood, to be without a grave, that were indeed a sorrow." But a few lines earlier, she implies that there is something hideously novel and unorthodox about the Edict of Creon. "Nor thought I thy commandment of such weight, that one who is mortal thus could overbear the infallible unwritten laws of heaven." Heman, too, implies that there is something very arbitrary in Creon's proclamation. "All the citizens of Thebes," he says, "repudiate the guilt of Antigone. She perishes for a most glorious deed, who, when her own true brother on the earth lay weltering after combat in his gore, left him not graveless for the carrion fowl and raw-devouring field dogs to consume. Hath she not merited a golden praise?" Hence we think that the conflict in this drama lies rather between human nature and human reason on the one hand, and the arbitrary tyranny of civic governments in political legislation and administration on the other. Antigone protests against the decree which declared her brother at once a traitor and a fratricide of full guilt. If Polynices had slain Ediocles and had become in his stead the ruler of Thebes, how different would Creon's appreciation of the facts have been? It is obvious that sedition, faction, and civil war, whether in ancient Greece or in modern Ireland, produce a contempt for civic law because of the despotic dogmatism which regards the same individual as now a patriot and now a traitor, now a hero and now a villain, according to the momentary swing of a political pendulum or the varying strength of political parties. Finally, we may point out that in this play there is a veritable epidemic of suicide, but it is not suicide of the ordinary ignoble kind. There is a clear distinction, in the mind of the dramatist and in the facts, which make such self-slaughter more akin to sacrifice. Heman, Eurydice and Antigone one by one put off this mortal coil. It is only when it is too late that Creon is brought to see the selfish obstinacy of his point of view. The play ends with a warning against impious pride. But the gods have punished the humble with the proud. The legal analysis of suicide of this kind is rather difficult and unsatisfactory, but we shall offer some further remarks upon the subject in connection with the following play, The Ajax, in which suicide forms a prominent feature of the plot. The Ajax. When the council of the Achaean chieftains on the plains of Troy decided to bestow upon Odysseus the arms of Achilles as the prize of martial valor, Ajax, the rival claimant for the prize, was overwhelmed with jealousy and wounded pride, and he resolved to slay Odysseus, and with him, other Achaean chieftains. This resolution he fortunately failed to execute, not through any fear of the consequences of his act, nor yet through moral or legal scruples, but simply as a result of the intervention of Athene, who directed his murderous hand against a herd of cattle and mesmerized him into believing that those cattle were his human enemies. This fictitious, imaginary slaying of men cannot easily be classified from the standpoint of historical law. Are we to regard Ajax as a plotter of murder, or a contriver of murder, or as guilty of attempted murder? We have already seen that in historical Greek law, the contriver of murder and the actual murderer were more or less identical, and were tried by the same Areopagus court. Now, plotting to kill which did not succeed, but which merely resulted in wounding, would have been regarded as malicious wounding. Tau rho alpha letter 1 fe6 mu alpha letter 1 f10 kappa pi rho omicron u omicron iota alpha sigma. Whereas such plotting without wounding was attempted murder. Beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma. From the probable fact that the Palladium court tried cases of beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma in the time of Aristotle, we have inferred that this offense was punished by temporary banishment. For the connection of beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma with the Palladium implies that the degree of guilt was regarded as more or less identical with that of manslaughter, even though the nature of these offenses is very different. Now we have seen that amongst the Achaeans of the Homeric age, there was no discrimination in regard to the penalties for murder and for manslaughter. But are we also to assume that there was no distinction between murder and plotting without wounding, beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma? The act of Ajax, as it is described in this Sophoclean drama, was, according to our definition of the words, an instance of beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma. Now it is possible to maintain that in this play Ajax is regarded as a murderer, and that he would have been punished as a murderer if his act of suicide had not rendered it impossible to carry out such punishment. The fact that he slew some herdmen, with the cattle, is not, we think, of any legal importance, though the chorus happened to mention it, for these herdmen were either slaves or inferior serfs whose death was not regarded as murder. In the King Oedipus, we are told that Oedipus slew all the attendants of Laius at the famous Phocian crossroads, but their death was unavenged, and for their death the Delphic oracle demanded no punishment. In the Ajax, the chorus proclaimed the death penalty for Ajax. The man will die, disgraced in open day, whose dark-eyed steel hath dared through mad-brained error, the mounted herdmen with their herds to slay. Again, it is possible to maintain that the attempt of Ajax was also, in a certain sense, treasonable, for it was an insult and a danger to the whole Achaean army. Now, the penalty for treason we have seen was collective. That is, it applied to the family of the traitor, not merely to himself, until the 4th century BC. It is thus perhaps that we must explain the attempt which was made by the Achaean army to slay Teucer, the half-brother of Ajax, as the messenger records. They swarmed around him, and with shouts of blame from each side one and all assaulted him, as brother to the man who had gone mad and plotted gainst the host, threatening aloud spite of his strength he should be stoned and die. But they did not slay Teucer, despite their threats, and this fact suggests that beta omicron epsilon sigma iota sigma, equated with murder, rather than treason was the crime which they imputed to Ajax, for the penalty for murder was rarely collective. In the following dialogue between Teucer and Menelaus, Ajax is called a murderer. Men, just that my murderer have a peaceful end too. Thy murderer, strange to have been slain and live men, yea, through heaven's mercy, by his will I am dead. Yet we cannot infer from the suggestion that the penalty of death would have been inflicted upon Ajax had he lived to suffer it, that such was the penalty for beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma in historical Attic law. It is much more probable that Sophocles is here attributing, by an archaism, an absence of discrimination between murder and beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma to the Homeric society. Teucer foresees that when he returns to Salamis, he will be banished by his father, Telamon, because of the death of Ajax. Addressing the corpse of Ajax, Teucer says, "Will Telamon, my sire and thine, receive me, returning without thee? I shall leave my land a castaway, thrust forth in exile, and proclaimed a slave." We have quoted from Pausanias the legend that the Attic court of Phredo was first founded when Teucer pleaded innocence for the death of Ajax. Apart from the impossibility of assuming any real historical connection between Teucer and Phredo, we may naturally ask, why was it that Teucer was presumed to have been guilty of bloodshed, and what degree of guilt was attributed to him? We cannot very logically apply to Teucer the principle which was enunciated by a Delphic oracle which we have already mentioned. Thou, who standing near a comrade being killed hast not defended him, hast gone not pure away. Yet such oracles suggest that Teucer incurred some guilt through not having protected Ajax from himself. The only explanation which we can offer for the facts is this: Teucer was regarded by Telamon as partially culpable in regard to the death of Ajax. In Greek law, it was necessary for the accused to prove his innocence, and Teucer could not prove it. Ajax had died in a solitary place, but he was more or less insane, and he should not have been left without a protecting escort. The guilt of Teucer, being of a minor kind, was connected with that of manslaughter. The court of Phredo was based on the principle that the slayer who was guilty of involuntary homicide could not have returned to his native land until he had appeased the relatives of the slain. Therefore Telamon, the father of Ajax, was represented in legend as having refused to permit Teucer to land in Salamis. The fact that Ajax was a kinsman of Teucer causes further complications. But in the event of minor pollution, the legal aspect of such a case approximates to that of ordinary manslaughter. We have seen that the Achaeans punished kinslaying by death, and that they did not distinguish between major and minor degrees of guilt. But this story of Teucer is not, we think, of Achaean origin. It was attributed to an Achaean by post-Homeric legend. We have seen that in tribal society, before political synocism, the penalty for kinslaying was exile, and that tribal law discriminated meticulously between varying degrees of blood guilt. Thus, the story of the banishment of Teucer can only be made intelligible by being considered in its obviously archaic atmosphere. It remains for us to discuss the dispute which arose concerning the burial of Ajax in this play. Ajax has committed suicide, but there are different kinds of suicide. Plato includes under the category of kinslaying the act of a person who, by violence deprives himself of his lot of destiny, without being compelled either by a verdict of the city which decrees it, or by a very painful and unavoidable misfortune which has befallen him, or by being involved in a disgrace which cannot otherwise be tolerable, but through sheer indolence, weakness, and cowardice. Such persons must not, says Plato, be buried in the family tomb, or with funeral honors, or where anyone else has been buried. Now, the case of Ajax might easily have been included in one or other of the categories of suicide which Plato regards as honorable. Because of his beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, he probably regarded himself as under sentence of death. He was insane with grief and wounded pride. No one could accuse him of cowardice or weakness. Moreover, Plato admits that some kind of burial was accorded to all suicides. In the Ajax, some Achaeans demand the burial of Ajax with full military honors, but others object to any form of burial. Moreover, in the whole course of the dispute between the chieftains, the word suicide is not mentioned even once. Hence we cannot with any probability attribute to the fact of Ajax's suicide the quarrel which arose about his burial. The quarrel arose, we think, because he was a virtual murderer and, in a sense, a traitor. We know that in ancient society persons who were convicted of treason were not buried, and also that willful murderers who had been executed were not granted the rites of burial. In the course of the quarrel, Ajax is called a murderer by Menelaus, a traitor and a rebel by Agamemnon. It is only because of the intercession of Odysseus that the other chiefs eventually permit Teucer to bury him. We feel that Odysseus in this play acts as an intermediary who is used to bring the dramatic story into harmony with Homeric facts. In the Odyssey, Ajax is depicted as dwelling in Hades, the western spirit land, which was a place of repose for the Achaean dead, but which could only be entered when their bodies had been buried. If it had not been for this Homeric reference, we feel that the dead Ajax, who, by his suicide, had become his own executioner, would, on account of treason and beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma iota sigma, have been exposed to the wild birds and the dogs. The Trachinian maidens. This drama centers round the name of Hercules and records his tragic death under circumstances which to us suggest the presence, at the birth of the story, of a morbid passion for legal problematizing. As we shall have to deal with the legends of Hercules at greater length when we discuss the Euripidean dramas which are based upon them, we shall postpone for the present our general remarks about this hero god. In this play, there is an incidental reference to the murder by Hercules of Iphitus, the son of Eurytus, king of Oechalia, a deed which is mentioned by Homer. The herald says, "When Iphitus to the Terinthian height followed the track where his brood mares had strayed, he, while the thought and eye of the man by chance were sundered, threw him from the tower-crowned cliff. In anger for which deed the Olympian king, father of gods and men, delivered him to be a bond-slave." Now, in Homer, the Olympian Zeus takes no such action. It is merely stated that the act of Hercules was a violation of the etiquette of hospitality. The act is censured, but not punished. But in later times, when murder became a religious offense and legend makers imported the pollution doctrine retrospectively into pre-existing legends, Hercules could not have escaped the pollution which even Apollo was said to have incurred when he slew the python. And just as Apollo was said to have served as a bondman with Admetus, so Hercules had to endure also a period of bondage. We cannot suppose that the penalty of servitude in the pollution, religion, was identical with the tribal penalty of servitude, which is sometimes found in primitive societies. The latter penalty was domestic and local, being regarded as a substitute for wergeld. The former penalty could only have been served abroad. And it was, we think, really a consequence of the helpless poverty of an exile. Thus, it is quite in keeping with what we may call the pollution, bondage of Hercules that Deianira should say. For since he quelled the might of Iphitus, we here in Trachis dwell, far from our home, dependent on a stranger, but where he is gone none knoweth. These 15 months he hath sent me not one word. If it be objected that bondage or temporary exile was not the pollution, penalty for willful murder, we may reply that while in Homer, and perhaps also in Sophocles, the slaying of Iphitus is presented as willful murder. We learn from other sources that Hercules slew Iphitus under the influence of frenzy. According to another version of the story, it was in Lydia, not in Trachis, that Hercules went into bondage. Moreover, Hercules was not an ordinary, real, historical man, and the multitudinous legends which hang around him render him a very unsafe basis of illustration for the operation of any law, human or divine. The main theme of this play is the death of Hercules, which, by a tragic irony, was caused by poison concealed in a garment which his spouse Deianira had sent him in the belief that the garment would act as a love charm. Subjectively, the heart of Deianira was pure from guilt, and ultimately, but too late, her innocence was vindicated by a discovery of all the facts. The poison of the fatal garment was traced to the centaur Nessus, who had assured Deianira that it was a charm for waning love. The dying Hercules sees in the fatal gift the work of destiny, and his son Hylas proclaims the innocence of Deianira. She erred with good intent, the whole is said. The suicide of Deianira prevents us from witnessing the forgiveness of the dying Hercules, the release, as it were, which the revelation of her innocence would have evoked. Instead, we hear him utter, while still he believes her guilty, a curse such as in historical Attica would have declared her polluted by blood guilt and would have compelled her, if she did not prove her innocence, to become an exile or to die. O may I see her falling, even so as she hath thrown me to like depth of woe. She who hath done this deed shall feel my power. Let her come near that, mastered by my might, she may have this to tell the world that, dying, as living, I gave punishment to wrong. Footnotes. Hist. GK, lit. p. 213. AP 119. Supra, p. 276. Poetics, 25, 1460b 36. See Butcher ad Locke. See also Tyrrell, ed. of Ure, Bacchi and Trod, p. Roman 32. Op. Cit. pp. 213-14. Odd, Zi 271 ff. See Infra, p. 315. See Jevons Op. Cit. p. 225. Supra, pp. 279-292. Odd Roman 3, 306-7. See Electra, 1073-1353. Eam, 235 ff. Electra, 32 ff. Ib, 274 ff. 490 ff. 1415 ff. Laws Roman 9, ch. 11. Ib, ch. 12. Odd Roman 3, 309 f. 1483 ff. Supra, p. 120 ff. 110 ff. cf. 490 and 1388. Supra, p. 122. 1419 ff. 445. 439. Agamemnon, 228 ff. 1527 ff. Electra, 525 ff. 575 ff. Supra, p. 76. The Nost. See Verall in Trod. To Aeschylus Chofero, p. Roman 26. Supra, p. 55. Odd, Zi 271 ff. Supra, p. 171. Supra, p. 309. Infra, p. 318. Supra, p. 294. 280 ff. 550 ff. 98 ff. Supra, p. 229. Supra, p. 236 ff. 1440. 1436. Op. Cit. p. 211. 1442. 1438 ff. Odd, Zi 271 ff. Ed. Rex 800 ff. COC 965 ff. OR 741. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9, Supra p. 210. See Infra pp. 341n, 359n. Phonacy 62. Ed. Col 400 ff. 785 ff. 975 ff. IE Creon. 992 ff. 732 ff. 741 ff. 400 ff. 407. 945. 1340. 1363 ff. 87 ff. Supra, p. 151. I-35. Supra, pp. 292, 316. 295 ff. 665 ff. I-28. Il, Roman 23, 677. See Odd, Zi 271 ff. Supra, p. 164. Dem, de Corona, 291, 187. CC Agorat, 135-56. I-28. Sophocles Ajax, 1620. Infra, p. 327f. I-28. 1233 ff. Il Roman 9, 458 ff. 775 ff. 309. 1064 ff. Supra, p. 245. 195 ff. Supra, p. 231. Laws Roman 9, ch. 9. Supra, pp. 193, 216. See Ure, Phonacy, 304-45, 466-35. See Jeb's edition in Trod, p. Roman 21 ff. 466. 460 ff. 697. EG 20 ff. 450 ff. For an interesting historical parallel, compare the conflict of opinion at Corinth in regard to the fratricide of Timoleon. Diodorus, Romans 16, 65, Plutarch, Timoleon 1:8. Supra p. 223 ff. Supra p. 251. 810 ff. 228 ff. Supra pp. 188 220. 724. 1127 ff. See also 1060. The story of Ajax's attempted murder and suicide is post-Homeric. See Jeb's Ajax, Introduction. 1007 ff. Supra p. 248. Supra p. 161. 905 ff. Supra p. 238. Laws Roman ch. 12. 1126 ff. 1240 ff. Odd, Zi 543 ff. Odd, Roman 21, 27 ff. 268 ff. Odd, Roman 21, 28. Aeschylus Eum, 726, Euripides Alcestis 110. Supra p. 44. 40 ff. See also lambda alpha tau epsilon epsilon omicron u tau alpha, 35. See also Pausanias, I 32. 1140. 1136. 1034, 111014, 1133. Collectivity in vengeance. Nothing that has been said in this chapter is incompatible with the view that punishment, in early societies, tends to be collective and hereditary. Feuds of blood must have occasionally occurred amongst the early Pelasgian folk, but we cannot ignore the control of tribal authority and the Achaean domination which may have acted as a check. However, it is one thing to declare war on a group which refuses to fulfill the law of a district or of a tribe. It is quite another thing to refuse the satisfaction prescribed by custom and to make a single murder an invariable cause of incessant bloodshed. This is the state of Homeric society as conceived by Glotz and by most writers on the subject of early Greek homicide. We prefer to emphasize the triumph of reason over passion, which is symbolized by a wergeld system of local vengeance, by the worship of common ancestors, real or fictitious, by the early political synechism of many Greek districts, and by international amphictyonies of immemorial antiquity. We think that it was in post-Homeric times, when the Achaean control was removed, and the migrations broke up the solidarity of Pelasgian clans, that Greek societies developed unrestricted vendetta. Glotz has difficulties about the Homeric age. He has to admit that there is no infallible system of collective punishment in Homer. Dans l'Iliade et dans l'Odyssée, he says, les querelles strictement personnelles, ni lint plus infalliblement, au sort de elephant sur tous les scenes. On ni voit point, apprehend muter letter 1 f10 mu phi upsilon lambda iota omicron sigma, les vengeurs du sang poursuivre la famille du meurtrier. The difficulty is obviated by our theory of Achaean restricted vendetta. The vengeance of Achilles for the death of Patroclus is no objection to our theory, as it is not revenge for homicide proper. War is distinct from peace. Achaean kings confiscate property, transfer and destroy whole cities. This is but the autocracy of a quasi-feudal militarism. It is not a punishment of moral guilt. Euripides makes Tyndarus utter a sentiment regarding the legitimate modes of homicide vengeance, which seems to us to be very applicable to early Greek societies. Tyndarus objects to the infliction of death as a penalty for the slaying of Agamemnon, on the ground that such penalties, in the absence of state control, would inevitably lead to an indefinite series of retaliations. Right well, he says, did our ancestors in olden times enact these ordinances. They punished the murderer with exile, but they suffered no one to slay him in return, for in that eventuality, each successive avenger would be liable for bloodshed. I will support the law and try to check this brutal murderous practice destructive alike of individual states and of the world. We shall see later that Euripides is either consciously archaizing in this passage, or that the view of Tyndarus was somehow preserved in the legend which the dramatist follows. In either case, it seems to us to contain a valuable principle regarding the fear of unrestricted vendetta, of collective and hereditary punishment, which is found in civilized tribal societies in a condition of private vengeance. Such societies have either to abandon civilization and to fall back into a chronic state of chaotic barbarism, or to adopt a system of social justice, which, by definite rules and regulations, expressive of tribal authority, by public opinion and religious sanctions, prevents, as far as possible, the innocent from suffering with the guilty. The penalty of wergeld was, in a certain sense, collective because it was diffused throughout the kindred. But this penalty is clearly far removed from the collective punishment of a barbarous hypervengeance. It arises, we have said, from the simple fact that property in early society was to a great extent collective or common, and also from the fact that the individual of tribal life was not the isolated personality which feudal and modern civilizations have evolved, but was rather a branch of one great wide-spreading tree in which he lived and moved and had his being. Finally, in regard to the Homeric society, we must remember that the Achaeans stood on quite a separate plane. Amongst them, there is little or no suggestion of collective punishment. Achaean military discipline prevented it. Such traces of this punishment as are found in many later legends must be attributed, as we shall see, to post-Homeric influences. Footnotes. See Blutrake Bay den Greichen, Chapter 1. See History of Greece, 2nd edition, p. 172. History of Greece, Volume Roman 2, p. 32. See Manual of Greek Antiquities, p. 407. p. 408. La Solidarité de la Famille, Book 1, Passim. CSV, Phi Omicron U Omicron Sigma, p. 439. See Supra, p. 11. Locke Sit, p. 440. See E.G. Glotz Locke, Sit, pp. 56-7. Les Grecs ont toujours sentiet manifester avec une vivacité extrême le bonheur de s'y venger. Le cannibalisme quils aviant pratiqué à l'époque de la sauvagerie primitive, restait dans leur langue, est-il disparate de leurs mœurs. On p. 57 they are compared to Montenegrins and Arabs. pp. 253-5. Il Roman 23, 85. Il Roman 9, 565. Il Roman 15, 334. Il Roman 24, 480. Il Roman 18, 495-08. p. 516. See also JHS, Roman 13, 123-6, 1887. The view was first suggested by Muncher, 1829. See Glotz, p. 116. See Infra, p. 37 ff. See Supra, p. 21. Op. Sit, p. 162 ff. Op. Sit, p. 105. Pot Corson Curtius quoted by Glotz Locke, Sit. E.g. Il. Roman 9. 131-2. Letter 1 F00 pi epsilon rho epsilon iota sigma iota. Letter 1 F04 pi omicron iota nu alpha. Op. Sit, p. 110. Op. Sit, p. 114. Compare the weeping of Hrethel, when his eldest son was killed by his second son, and no vengeance was possible within the family. Beowulf, 2464, quoted by F. Seebohm, p. 63. Il Roman 8, 500 ff. Il Roman 9, 378-386. Il Roman 9, 625. See Infra, p. 43. See Iliad Roman 12, 422 and Supra, p. 17. Op. Sit, p. 115. Rien ni prouve ice, quella justice social intervienne à quelque titre et de quelque manière que si soit, ni pour imposer au conseiller un accommodement, ni pour indiquer le montant de la composition. Il Roman 9, 634 suggests an arrangement by which either a exile absolved the clan from punishment cf. Laws of King Edmund, Seebohm p. 356, or b. exile was accepted in lieu of the murderer's share of the wergeld cf. Canons Wallacei, quoted by Seebohm op. Sit, p. 109. See Soph, Antigone, 456-7. Il Roman 18, 495-08. Op. Sit, pp. 473-4. See his edition of Iliad, Volume Roman 2, pp. 341. See Monroe Locke, Sit. p. 516, Supra, p. 25. p. 312. See also JHS, Roman 13, pp. 123-6, 1887 and Glotz op. Sit, p. 116. p. 516. 495-8. Letter 1 F34 Sigma Tau Megaro, see Infra, p. 43. E.g. Hofmeister les derst, see Glotz Lock, sit. Op sit, p. 116. p. 312 ff. For a fine illustration of Achaean arbitration, in homicide, see Euripides Hecuba, 1130 ff. p. 258. Minoans or Achaeans. Cf. Glotz op. Sit. p. 122. Aussi salui, qui trait au nom d'une famille laissée, doit avoir pleins pouvoirs d'agir au nom de tous o en référa au groupe quil représente. See des atish recht unrechtsverfahren Einleitung pp. Roman 4, ff. That is, if he was proved to be innocent of the crime. See Leaf's note in edition of Iliad, 1902, p. 611 ff. Odd Roman 15, 388. Odd Roman 15, 429. Odd Roman 15, 452. Ill x 378. Ill Roman 21, 4180. Ill Roman 9, 264. Odd Roman 4, 525. See Supra p10, Seabohm op. Sit, p. 123 ff. Ancient Law p. 313. See Leaf, edition of Iliad 1902, p. 612. Op. Sit, p. 119. Seabohm op. Sit, pp. 43.5. See Supra p11, Seabohm op. Sit, pp. 328-356. See Supra p7. Lambda alpha omicron, letter 1f76 delta. Letter 1f00 mu phi omicron tau epsilon rho omicron iod sigma iod nu. Letter 1f10 pi eta pi epsilon omicron u. Letter 1f00 mu phi letter 1f76 sigma letter 1f00 rho omega gamma omicron iota. Cap eta rho epsilon sigma delta. Letter 1f04 rho alpha lambda alpha letter 1f78 nu letter 1f10 phi eta tau epsilon omicron u. Seabohm op. Sit. p. 356. Leaf edition of Iliad, 1902, p. 611, Glotz op. Sit. p. 118 ff. Op. Sit. p. 118. Seabohm op. Sit. pp. 203-409-11. Ill Roman 9, 634. Op. Sit. p. 129. Glotz op. Sit. p. 118. Cf. also Ill Roman 21, 41 odd Roman 15, 388-452. Ill Roman 2, 666. Op. Sit. p. 162. Op. Sit. p. 163. Op. Sit. p. 29 and Plutarch Solon 23. p. 130. pp. 164, 173. Roman 3, 42. Hesiod Theog, 937. p. 173. Apollode Roman 3, 10-4 cf. Euripides Alcestis 110. Apollode Roman 2, 6-2. Ill Roman 21, 442 ff. The same remark applies to Odd Roman 15, 388-452, where the ransom and temporary bondage are connected with kidnapping by pirates. A murderer's children are condemned to bondage for 2 or 3 generations in the Salic law. Seabohm, op. Sit. p. 164. Cf. the Chrenacruta of Salic law by which poorer members throw the burden on the richer. Seabohm, p. 141. Seabohm, p. 328. Seabohm, p. 323. Seabohm pp. 93-4. p. 42. p. 71. p. 129. p. 19. p. 22. Op. Sit. pp. 125-126. Coulanges Lock. Sit. Op. Sit. p. 24. CBK Roman 2, Chapter Roman 3. Seabohm op. Sit. p. 129. Ill Roman 2, 662 ff. Muller Dorians IPP 411-46. Ill Roman 19, 99 ff. p. 64. p. 170. Glotz p. 170. See also p. 51. See Coulanges Ancient City pp. 169 ff. For the exile of Amphitryon, father of Hercules, who had slain Electryon, father of Licymnius, see Euripides her. Fur. 15 ff. For the slaying by Hercules of Iphitus, his guest, an act which appears to bring no punishment save the vengeance of the gods, cf. Odd. Roman 21. 27. Il Roman 9. 632 ff. Supra pp. 32-3. Sebom p. 356. Ibs p. 109, Supra p. 9. Odd Roman 23, 118-120. Odd Roman 23, 133 ff. Odd Roman 24, 421 ff. Ib 526. Ib 533. Ib 483. Il Roman 24, 480 ff. Reading letter 1F00. Phi nu epsilon iota omicron letter 1Fe6. H and HP 253. Eumenides pp. 104-5. C infra pp. 111 ff. 139 ff. We should perhaps also add the reminiscence, in il. Roman 9. 63, where the lover of domestic strife is said to be a lawless wretch without home or phratry. It is possible but not necessary to suppose that the wretch in question was outlawed because of homicidal tendencies which continued to manifest themselves afterwards. See Leaf, H and HP, 251. For a possible reference in the phrase letter 1F00 tau eta mu eta nu tau omicron sigma, mu epsilon tau alpha nu alpha sigma tau eta sigma. Il, Roman 9. 648, C. Ridgway, JHS. Volume Roman 6. Kalemer, Art. Phi omicron nu omicron sigma in Dernberg and Saglio, p. 439. Philippi Areopag und Effeten, pp. 3-4. Eichhoff, Blutrake, Chapter IP 8. p. 48. Glotz op. Sit, pp. 164-173. p. 48. p. 302. p. 48. Encycle, Laws England ed. Renton, Volume Roman 9, p. 32. p. 128. Cf. The phrase C. Tellum fugit magis quam isit. Seebohm, p. 126. p. 71. Quoted by Seebohm op. Sit, p. 63. Seebohm op. Sit, pp. 168. Seebohm op. Sit, p. 103. Supra, p. 7. p. 107. Sela Monarchy Frank, pp. 473-4, Glotz, p. 107. For the contrary view of Derst in regard to Aryan races, see his Etudes de Histoire du Droit, pp. 252-75. Glotz, p. 106. Zi 271, ff. Phonacy, 60 ff. p. 71. Infra, pp. 171, 310 ff. Il, Roman 9, 560-570. Cf. Il. Roman 15. 204 omicron letter 1F36, sigma theta, letter 1F61 sigma, pi rho epsilon sigma beta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron iota sigma iota nu, letter 1F10 rho iota nu epsilon sigma, alpha letter 1F30, letter 1F72, nu letter 1F15 pi omicron nu tau alpha iota. Roman 23, 88 ff. Nu eta pi iota omicron sigma. Omicron letter 1F50, kappa letter 1F10 theta epsilon lambda mega nu. Letter 1F00 mu phi, letter 1F00 sigma tau rho alpha gamma alpha lambda omicron iota sigma iota, chi omicron lambda omega theta epsilon iota sigma. See e.g. Eichhoff Blutrake, Chapter IP 8. See Xenophon Anab Roman 4, 825. See Infra pp. 140f, 197. For Attic legislation, see Infra, p. 213 ff. p. 50. p. 51, see Infra ch, Roman 3. p. 50. p. 383. Roman 8, 318, 332. Op. Sit, p. 385. p. 386. Roman 8, 318 ff. Roman 6, 160 ff. For an interesting parallel cf. Euripides Hippolytus. The subsequent solitary wandering of Bellerophon in the plain of wandering, and the death of his sons and daughter through the anger of the gods, is not presented by Homer as a punishment for an act of adultery of which he was not guilty, 200 ff. Infra pp. 193, 215 ff. Supra p. 55 ff. Infra p. 76. Odd I 298 ff. Roman 16, 400 ff. Odd Roman 24, 420. Ib 535-55. See also odd I 290 ff. P 565. P 191. Ill Roman 18, 336 Roman 23, 181. Supra p 19. Orestes 500. Infra p 348 ff. Chapter 3. Euripides. The extant dramas of Euripides are permeated with references to homicide. It will be necessary to examine 17 out of the 19 extant plays. We need not discuss the Cyclops or the Rhesus. The Orstean dramas will be our first concern. In attempting a legal analysis of Euripides, we are confronted with a difficulty which is present only in a minor degree in the case of Aeschylus and of Sophocles, namely the difficulty of deciding how far Euripides followed mythological tradition, or how far he ignored this tradition and invented characters and plots which reflect mainly his own mental outlook and the ideas of his time. Owing to the prominence which he gives to the prologue and to the Deus ex machina, and owing to the frequency of his allusions to contemporary ideas and developments, it is often maintained that the main elements of Euripidean drama are derived from 5th century Athenian life, and that therefore the plots and the scenes are incongruous and impossible. Thus Jevons says, if Sophocles laid his scenes in a past which never was present, he at any rate adhered to his imaginary period with fidelity. But Euripides lays his scenes in a time which is neither past nor present, but an incongruous and impossible epoch, in which Theseus defends the republican institutions of Athens and Hecuba, regrets the high price of sophist lectures. And again, the motive seems to have been to give as little time as possible to the myth as traditionally related, in order to concentrate attention on the incidents and situations of Euripides' own making. Euripides could not throw off the myths altogether, but he got rid of them as much as possible by relegating them to the prologue and to the Deus ex machina. Compelled by the tradition of the tragic art to take his subjects from mythology, Euripides was impelled by his instinct as an artist to draw his characters from real life, and to present the heroes of mythology acting from everyday motives and with everyday feelings was to attempt in most cases an impossible fusion. The slaying of Clytemnestra by Orestes is a proper subject for the art of Sophocles or Aeschylus, but is wholly unsuited to the new form of art which Euripides was making for. The discords which exist in Euripides, plays between his character drawing and his situations, between his sentiments and his mythical subjects, are discords which Sophocles avoided and Euripides could not or would not convert into harmonies. On this subject, Verrall also holds a similar view. It would be obviously impossible for us to discuss this matter with any degree of completeness, but we must point out that we do not agree with this interpretation of Euripides. In Attic drama, as we conceive it, it was customary for the poet to derive the skeleton of his plots and situations from traditional myth. In clothing that skeleton with vitality and movement and with organic unity, the dramatist was compelled to translate himself into the past, to reconstruct from his data the details of speech, of action, and of character. In a word, he consciously archaized. Now we admit that in this vital point of ancient dramatic art Euripides is not so correct, so unimpeachable, as Sophocles or as Aeschylus. He could not always shake off the influences of his time. But to suggest that Euripides deliberately set himself to create a new form of drama admittedly incongruous, unhistorical and unreal, seems to us, as far as we can judge, as nonsensical as to suppose that Pheidias could have created a statue of Olympian Zeus with an Asiatic turban on its head and barbarian slippers on its feet. In our view, Euripides followed traditional legend not only in the prologue and in the epilogue, but also in the dramatic episodes. To depart from tradition, it would have been necessary, and for a dramatist with new and advanced ideas, it would have been easy to invent new characters, new names, new situations. In such an event, Euripides could at least have been consistent. But since in actual fact, we find that he concerned himself less with questions of consistency than with situations involving surprise and horror, with problems of human passion, and with incidents of human interest. We must attribute his inconsistencies to the fact that he was fettered by traditional legend, and that he overreached himself in his desire to give to the characters of mythology a really living personality. He was, of course, aware of variations in the legend. Like Sophocles and Aeschylus, he had to become an eclectic, to choose certain elements from different stories for dramatic purposes and to ignore other elements. But whereas the eclecticism of Sophocles, and also to a great extent of Aeschylus, is dominated by the canon of consistency, that of Euripides is dominated mainly by a less orthodox canon, which is more conducive to human interest, and which we may call the canon of psychic hedonism. Judged by the criterion of the Horatian maxim, aut famum sequor, aut sibi convenientia finge, Euripides stands condemned if the latter alternative is applicable to the former. But if the maxim be interpreted to mean follow tradition, and if there are variations in the story, do not trouble about consistency, provided that every character and every situation has a traditional basis. But if you abandon tradition, consistency is absolutely necessary, then Euripides is canonical. Of the real meaning of this maxim we cannot be certain, but to our mind it seems to mean consistency is the aim of all literary art, but tragedians must be guided by traditional myth, and therefore in tragedy consistency, though desirable, is not indispensable, whereas in all other domains of art consistency is essential. Miss Harrison and Gilbert Murray have suggested a theory of the origin of Greek tragedy, which supposes, in effect, that its forms or characteristic events were derived from an ancient ritual of the year spirit, while its actual content, its characters, situations, episodes, were derived from Homeric saga. This theory we need not now discuss, but we must point out that Homer was not the only source of ancient mythology. When Horace says, Rectius Iliacum Carmen deducis in actus quam si proferas, ignota indictac primus, he merely mentions the Iliad as an example of traditional story, not as the boundary of its extent. In many instances, as, for example, in the case of Orestes, we have suggested that there were several variants in the post-Homeric myths. Aristotle says of Sophocles and Euripides, sigma omicron phi omicron kappa lambda sigma, letter 1 F14 phi eta alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F78, sigma mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F35 omicron upsilon sigma delta, epsilon letter 1 FD6, pi omicron iota, epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu. Epsilon letter 1 F50, rho iota pi iota delta, eta nu delta letter 1 F72, omicron letter 1 F37 omicron iota, epsilon letter 1 F30 sigma iota nu. This much controverted statement is usually interpreted to mean that Sophocles reproduced the antique mythological atmosphere in his characters and in his plots, whereas Euripides imported contemporary types into the legendary background. But we find it very difficult to believe that Euripides conceived Orestes, Hercules, Menelaus, and other heroic characters as ordinary 5th century Athenians. The context in which this statement of Aristotle occurs is very obscure. Aristotle mentions 3 possible ideals of characterization. Letter 1 F22 gamma, letter 1 F70, rho omicron, letter 1 F37 alpha, letter 1 F26 nu, letter 1 F22, letter 1 F14 sigma tau iota nu. Letter 1 F22 omicron, letter 1 F37 alpha phi alpha sigma iota nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, delta omicron, kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6. Letter 1 F22 omicron, letter 1 F37 alpha epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota delta epsilon letter 1 FD6. Either as things and people were or are, or as they assert that they are and as they seem to be, or as they must be. Now if the criticism of Euripides which Aristotle attributes to Sophocles read omicron letter 1 F37 omicron iota letter 1 F26 sigma alpha nu, instead of omicron letter 1 F37 omicron iota epsilon letter 1 F30 sigma iota nu, meaning men as they were, not men as they are, we should be more readily prepared to accept it. We hope to show that the characters and situations in Euripides are often archaic, and this archaism must be attributed either to the conscious archaizing of the dramatist or to the antiquity of the legends which he follows. With this preamble, we may proceed to discuss the references to blood vengeance in the dramas of Euripides. Once more, we will begin with the legend of Orestes. We do not possess a Euripidean play which describes the actual murder of Agamemnon, but the deed is attributed to Clytemnestra and to Aegisthus in the prologue to the Electra. The Electra. In the Electra, Euripides follows closely the lines which were laid down by Aeschylus in his Choephoro and by Sophocles in his Electra. There are certain minor divergencies which Verrall has indicated in the introduction to his edition of the Choephoro, but there are also very striking similarities, not only in the main plot, but even in the arguments which appear in the dialogue. We are told that Orestes left Argos while his father was still in Troy and went to Phasis. We do not hear that at that period he was associated with Athens. Thus the Homeric narrative is ignored, and we observe, once more, the strange omission of a fact which rendered so natural the legendary assumption of Orst's subsequent trial at Athens. But the omission is less flagrant in Euripides than it is in Aeschylus or in Sophocles, because Euripides follows in the main a legend which connected the trial of Orestes with Argos and not with Athens, and though the dramatist cannot altogether avoid a reference to a trial at the Areopagus, he refers to it in a subordinate manner, attributing, no doubt, any difficulty which he found in understanding it to the inscrutable nature of Apolline decrees. Once more we find Clytemnestra pleading, as a justification for her act, the sacrifice of Iphigenia. The peasant of the prologue doubts the justice of this plea, and the ordinary people are not in the least deceived by it. Electra repudiates it as a dangerous fiction. She reveals the insidious nature of the plea by pointing out, as she does also in the Electra of Sophocles, that if Clytemnestra arrogates to herself the right to decide whether the sacrifice of Iphigenia was or was not an act of murder, and whether, therefore, the death of Agamemnon was or was not justified by this sacrifice, she must logically concede to Orestes a similar right of decision regarding these issues, and therefore, also, the right to slay Clytemnestra if he considers it right to slay her. If blood in righteous retribution calls for blood, by me behoves it thou shouldst bleed, and by thy son, Orestes, to avenge my father. There if this was just alike is it just here. In reasoning of this kind, which we cannot suppose to have been included in traditional saga, we see a deliberate effort at conscious archaizing on the part of Sophocles and of Euripides. In the Homeric society there existed, we have argued, a distinction between murder and righteous vengeance. If this distinction had not existed in the Achaean caste, the result would have been chaotic. Instead of a restricted system of private vengeance, which is controlled by discipline and by public opinion, we should find prevailing everywhere a barbarous vendetta system. The sacrifice of his daughter by Agamemnon is not mentioned in Homer, and there is no reason for assuming that such a sacrifice ever took place. But if it had occurred, the Achaeans would not have regarded it as an act of murder. In historical Athens, such a plea as that which Clytemnestra here advances could never have been made, as the legal and religious atmosphere was so entirely different. Hence, in dramatizing a legend of this kind, the correct reproduction of such arguments as those which we are discussing demanded considerable skill. As this play of Euripides cannot be regarded as a mere servile imitation of the corresponding Sophoclean drama, we must suppose that Euripides had recourse to conscious archaizing. It so happens, as we think, that in attributing this sentiment to Electra, he has visualized correctly the Achaean attitude to murder. In the Orestes, we shall find an argument attributed to Tyndarus which, at first sight, seems to resemble the reasoning of Electra in this passage, but which is really very different. Tyndarus says of Orsts, "He ought to have called the laws, the righteous laws to avenge the blood, and by appeal to them have driven his mother from this royal house. Thus, midst his ills calm reason had borne rule, justice had held its course, and he been righteous." We believe that this sentiment of Tyndarus was either included in or suggested by an Argive variant of the Orstian legend, and that it is based on the assumption that trials for homicide existed before Orsts slew his mother. The contrast which is drawn in the Orsts passage is a contrast between social justice and private vengeance, but the Electra passage indicates a contrast between private vengeance and vendetta. Now, in social justice such as existed in historical Greece, from the 7th century onwards, the Achaean system of private vengeance would have been regarded as a crime. Similarly, in the Achaean system of private vengeance, uncontrolled and indiscriminate vendetta was a crime. In both cases, the crime would have consisted in the violation of the existing order. Now Euripides suggests, as we infer from these two passages in the Orestes and the Electra, that the consequence of such a violation is identical in both circumstances, namely an indefinite series of murders. As applied to vendetta, we admit that this criticism is true, but in regard to private vengeance it is false. We have seen that such a series of slayings did not characterize either the Achaean or the Pelasgian system of private vengeance. We shall have occasion to refer to this topic again when we discuss the problems of the Orsts drama. In the Electra, the chorus approves of the long-expected vengeance of Orestes. Speaking of the slain Aegisthus, they say to his slayer Orsts, "His deeds were dreadful, dreadful hath he felt your vengeance. With great power is justice armed." Orestes tells Electra that, since Aegisthus was a murderer, his body cannot be buried. "His lifeless corse I bring thee. Treat it as thy soul inclines, cast it by ravenous beasts to be devoured, or to the birds, the children of the air, fix it, impaled a prey." We have already quoted Plato for the custom of refusing burial to murderers. We presume that it was a legally prescribed custom in historical Greece. The precise origin of the custom cannot be determined with any degree of certainty, but we associate it with the doctrine of pollution and the evolution of state power in the 7th century. In Homer, of course, Aegisthus was duly and formally buried, even though the people of that age regarded burial as a passport to eternal repose in the spirit land. It is perhaps because of this Homeric fact that, at the end of the Electra, the deities Castor and Pollux decree that the body of Aegisthus must be buried. Thus, we find Euripides making use of the deus ex machina to reconcile two divergent viewpoints, and probably, therefore, two inconsistent legends. Euripides is distinctly non-Homeric in attributing to Orestes a psychological conflict as the dread moment approached in which he was to slay his mother and his cousin Aegisthus. Such a conflict would have been natural, in Pelasgian tribalism, if a kinslayer refused to go into exile. But the conflict would not have been confined to a single avenger. It would have been diminished by the group consciousness of an avenging clan. Nor could such a conflict have arisen in historical times, for the punishment of kinslayers had, as we maintain, been assumed by the state. Hence, we must regard this tragic conflict as a piece of unhistorical conscious archaizing on the part of Euripides. The fact that the picture is unhistorical is no doubt to be condoned in view of its dramatic value. In this play, Electra actually assists her brother in his deed of vengeance. For this cooperation, she is sentenced to exile by Castor and Pollux, but we are prevented from regarding the penalty as severe by the further decree that she must become the wife of Pylades. It is true that Pylades was absent from the actual slaying of Clytemnestra, but a short time previously he was present at the death of Aegisthus, although he took no actual part in the slaying. From the standpoint of historical Attic law, he was therefore as guilty, or as innocent, as Orsts and Electra were. Hence this decree of Castor and Pollux must be interpreted prophetically. They are speaking of the future, which as gods they foresee. Therefore they regard the exile of Electra as temporary and her guilt as that of extenuated matricide. That the death of Clytemnestra and Aegisthus involved their slayers in some degree of guilt, in the opinion of Castor and Pollux, is obviously suggested by the penalties which they impose. They say to Orestes, "With justice vengeance falls on her, in the unholy is the deed." Such sentiments can only be rendered intelligible by assuming the existence of what we have described as the second Attic legend, which conceived Orestes and his friends as guilty of quasi-involuntary homicide. Castor and Pollux are compelled by their foreknowledge of destiny to believe that, someday, a court will declare the act of Orsts to have been either justifiable or extenuated. That court, they know, will be the Athenian Areopagus. They cannot understand, perhaps, why the court should be Athenian, but they know it must be so. From a legal point of view, nothing could be more strange than their decree that Orsts, pending his acquittal at the Areopagus, must leave his native Argos. In historical Greece, an accused kinslayer awaiting trial would only have been debarred from the temples and the public places of his own state. he would have been tried before a court of his own state. He would not have been tried by a foreign court unless he fled from his own state and sought permission to reside in a foreign state. Hence, to command Orsts to leave Argos until he was tried at Athens is legally absurd. The only explanation which we can offer for such an absurdity is that Euripides is following either two separate legends or a fusion of two legends, and that he uses the dramatic device of the deus ex machina to remove, or rather to obscure, the inconsistency and the confusion. Again, it is strange that, in this play, Castor and Pollux, who, as divine kinsmen of the slain Clytemnestra, should appear in a diabolical, implacable role clamoring for blood, content themselves with the promulgation of Apolline decrees which they do not profess to understand. We can only explain this fact by supposing that in the story of Orestes, as it evolved in post-Homeric times, the influence of Apollo, the pioneer interpreter and purifier, was so great that no respectable local gods could resist his decrees, and it devolved upon the quasi-diabolical Titanic Erinys to unfurl the standard of revolt. Castor and Pollux proclaim that, at Athens, Apollo will take upon himself the guilt of having commanded the deed. For the blame Apollo on himself will charge, whose voice ordained thy mother's death. In historical Greek law, the plotter and the executor of bloodshed were equally criminal and culpable. To partition blood guilt was not to remove it. Therefore, if Apollo can transfer to himself the guilt of Orestes, this can only be because there is a doubt about the nature of the guilt. But in estimating the nature or the extent of this guilt, the legends seem to have been divided, some of them regarding the case as one of justifiable matricide and others as one of extenuated matricide. Similarly, the Erinys were divided in their opinion. Sometimes they pursue Orestes in the role of avenging relatives, clamoring for the trial or extradition of a willful kinslayer who had fled to a foreign state with the intention of residing there as an exile, and who hoped to secure admission by a plea of justifiable slaying. But sometimes they seem to suggest that Orestes was not a matricide of full guilt, that the anger of the slain was temporary and transient, and that it would ultimately terminate in forgiveness because of the extenuation involved in Apollo's command. This latter standpoint is undoubtedly implied in several passages in the Electra. We shall find it also at the end of the Orestes, for Orestes is there condemned to a period of 1 year's exile from Argos and from Athens, and this penalty can only refer to involuntary or quasi-involuntary slaying, and presumes, in the event of kinslaying, that the deed was either formally forgiven, or that, at least, it merited forgiveness. Plato assures us that in such cases the anger of the dead did not continue for more than a year. He refers to a sacred legend which described how a freeman who had been slain was angry with his slayer while his death was still a recent event, and in his anger he harassed and worried the slayer, using memory as an ally. This picture seems to us very suggestive of the attitude of the milder group of Furies in some Orstian legends, but the attitude of the fiercer group is more aptly illustrated by the following story from Herodotus, which reveals the nature of the implacable anger of the dead. Herodotus tells us how Cleisthenes, the tyrant of Sicyon, was anxious to drive out of Sicyon the spirit and the cult of the Argive hero Adrastus, and how, to secure this object, he established in Sicyon the hero worship of a certain Theban named Melanippus, who had slain a son and a son-in-law of Adrastus in the War of the Seven against Thebes. Cleisthenes therefore anticipated that by the magical induction of the spirit of Melanippus into a hero tomb at Sicyon, he could drive out of Sicyon the spirit of Adrastus, because Adrastus was still so angry with the slayer of his kindred that he could not, even after the lapse of 500 years, tolerate the presence of the spirit of Melanippus. The meaning of the conversion of the Erinys therefore varies according to the dramatist's conception of the role of the Erinys. In Aeschylus, the Erinys proclaim Orestes a willful matricide, and their conversion, which implies that they accept his plea of justifiable matricide, must be regarded as symbolical of a transition in their attitude to the social and religious aspect of homicide. But in Euripides, the conversion of the Erinys symbolizes not so much a transition as a compromise. Thus, in the Iphigenia and Taurus, some of the Erinys refuse to be placated even when the Areopagus acquits Orsts. For them, the issue does not lie between willful matricide and justifiable matricide, but between varying degrees of extenuated matricide. Hence, they reject a verdict of acquittal, because they interpret it not as an indication that Orestes was justified, but as an indication that he had already suffered a sufficient penalty for his extenuated act of matricide. Some of the Arenes, however, accept the acquittal, because they are satisfied that Orestes has sufficiently atoned for his guilt. The most severe and uncompromising attitude to the guilt of Orestes which is found in any legend appears in the Orestes drama, which we shall now discuss. The Orestes. The main theme of the Orestes is the trial of Orestes at Argos, on the charge of having slain, unjustly, his mother, Clytemnestra. It would not be correct, it would in fact be misleading, to assert that, as the Euripidean Electra corresponds with the Aeschylean Chophoro, so the Orestes corresponds with the Eumenides. The points of resemblance between these two dramas are much less important than the points in which they differ. In this play we find, very strangely, a reference to two distinct trials of Orestes, at two distinct places, in two distinct states, namely Argos and Athens. But while the Argive trial is described at great length, and forms in fact the chief topic of the play, the Athenian trial is only casually referred to, in the closing scene, as an event of the not too distant future. In the Argive trial Orestes is condemned to death as an unjust avenger, or, which is almost the same thing, as a willful matricide. His act is conceived, we think, as an act of culpable private vengeance committed in an atmosphere of social justice. But at the end of the play, when Apollo appears on the scene, the act of Orestes is presented, according to our interpretation, as extenuated matricide, which involves a penalty of temporary exile. The words of Apollo imply that when Orestes has served a period of 1 year's exile, the penalty which was prescribed by Attic law for involuntary homicide, he will be declared by the Athenian Areopagus to have sufficiently atoned for his partial degree of guilt, and he will be at liberty to return forthwith to Argos. Now these two verdicts, these two conceptions, are legally incompatible. The verdict of the Argive court is not found in Sophocles or in Aeschylus, and, needless to say, it is not found in Homer. The Athenian verdict has, however, been rendered familiar by references in Aeschylus, in Sophocles, and in the Electra of Euripides. Are we then to suppose that the Argive verdict was the invention of Euripides? Such, no doubt, is the view of the matter which Jevons and Verrall would adopt. They would probably see in the Argive trial Euripides' own idea of how Orestes ought to have been tried, and in the use of Apollo as a deus ex machina, they would see a device by which Euripides' idea was brought into harmony with the traditional legend. But we venture to suggest, as against such an hypothesis, that in his account of the Argive trial Euripides is not putting before us his own conception of the moral and legal position of Orestes. Euripides leaves us in no doubt that in his opinion Orestes was not a matricide, i.e. an unjust avenger, and that he was not worthy of death. Hence, the attitude of the dramatist is much more in harmony with the traditional Attic legends which regard Orestes as a just avenger, or at most as an avenger of merely nominal guilt, than with the attitude of the Argives and their verdict of condemnation, which is the predominant feature of the drama. At the Argive trial, all the speakers save one solitary individual are opposed to the death penalty, yet only one speaker favors complete acquittal. Now it was in the speeches that Euripides found himself least trammeled by tradition, and if he invented the Argive episode, including the verdict, in order to provide, for an Athenian audience, a thrill which the traditional accounts of the Athenian trial of Orestes no longer possessed, why is he not consistent in attributing to the speakers the sentiments which are expressed in the verdict? How do we explain, on the invention hypothesis, the fact that the messenger, in his account of the trial, takes the part of Orestes and condemns the verdict? The ordinary Athenian of Euripides' day, who regarded the matter from the standpoint of contemporary law, could not possibly have approved of the act of Orestes. Why does not Euripides express this disapproval in his speeches, since he was free to do so? Again, Euripides was an Athenian democrat, and the Athenian Democratic Party were anti-Spartan and pro-Argive. In the Andromache, Euripides reveals his democratic leanings by a bitter attack upon Sparta. In the Orsts, he undoubtedly exalts an Argive court above the Athenian Areopagus, but is there not a suggestion that the Argive verdict was barbarous and unjust? Again, if the Argive trial episode was the invention of Euripides, would it not have been just as easy, and more consistent, for him to have caused the Argives to acquit Orestes? If he was not fettered by any tradition, would he not have represented the Argive verdict as similar to, if not identical with, the predicted verdict of the Athenian Areopagus? It may be suggested, as an objection to this view, that an adverse verdict at Argos was necessary as a prelude to the Athenian trial, and that Euripides was naturally anxious to include a reference to the Areopagus, out of respect for the legends and for the prestige of the Areopagus. The actual Orestes drama supplies the answer to this objection, for it ignores, almost completely, the Attic legends of Orestes, and it shows very little respect for the Areopagus court. Moreover, a favorable verdict at Argos could still have been followed by a trial at Athens, if we merely suppose that the Arenes refused to accept an Argive acquittal, just as the verdict of the Areopagus could have been followed by a trial among the Tauri, if these people had developed homicide courts. Since in the Iphigenia in Taurus, the Arenes refused to accept the Athenian verdict. Again, it is not very flattering to the Argives, and Euripides was pro-Argive, to represent them as condemning Orestes to be stoned to death at one moment, and as accepting, 12 months afterwards, a condemned criminal as their king, simply because a different verdict had been brought in by an Athenian court. In fact, to suggest that Euripides invented the conjunction of two different trials, and represented one as overriding the decision of the other, the foreign court having the right to dictate to the native court, is to attribute to Euripides an astounding disregard for international Greek homicide law. The introduction of Apollo in order to persuade the Argives to accept Orestes as their king would not be sufficient, on this hypothesis, to remove the insult to the Argive people, which is implied in the suggestion that they are compelled to accept Athenian arbitration. For these reasons, then, and for others which will appear in the course of the discussion, we do not believe that the episode of the Argive trial was invented by Euripides. We admit, of course, that Euripides composed the speeches, because he wrote the play. But we believe that he was guided and controlled by a certain tradition, by the skeleton form of an Argive saga, which supplied him with the fact of an Argive trial of Orestes, with the nature of the verdict, and perhaps with some remarks which were made at the trial. While there are many elements in Euripides' account which could have been suggested by contemporary Attic thought, we think that the skeleton saga reflects, and therefore probably originated in, the early historical era. The Achaean atmosphere is missing. Orestes was an Achaean, but he was judged, in this saga, as the Achaeans would not have judged him. The reason why Aeschylus ignored this legend was that it obviously could not be reconciled with his theory that the Orestes trial was the first homicide trial in Greek lands. It was less complementary to Athens than the Attic legends were, and it was too much at variance with the Phocian legend, in which Apollo was the central figure and Orestes was conceived as a just avenger. It was probably for similar reasons that Aeschylus also ignored the Arcadian stories of Orestes, of which one seems akin to the Argive variant, for it represented Orestes as never having returned to Argos and as having died of a snakebite in Arcadia. Euripides, however, apparently found the Argive legend more interesting than the others, though he condescends to mention, in passing, the Attic and Arcadian variants. If, then, Euripides reproduces in the same drama several different legends, without any regard for their mutual inconsistencies, this is probably because he aimed at variety and human interest rather than consistency, and because he felt that he could always fall back, in the last resort, on a deus ex machina to help him to maintain the appearances, if not the realities, of consistency. In the beginning of the play, Electra describes, though naturally she does not accept, the prevailing attitude of the Argives to the vengeance of Orestes. This attitude is post-Draconian. Orestes is conceived, not as an Homeric Achaean, but as an Argive citizen of the historical era. He is, of course, polluted even before trial, and so also is Electra. A preliminary decree of social boycott has been issued against them, and the sentence of death is foreshadowed as ultimately inevitable. Thus, Electra says, "Meantime, the state of Argos hath decreed that sheltering roof and fire and conference be interdicted to us matricides, And this decisive day the state pronounces our doom, to die, crushed with o'erwhelming stones, or by avenging sword plunged in our breasts. It is strange that Helen, the sister of Clytemnestra, who would naturally have been expected to assume an attitude of stern condemnation, assures Electra that she regards Orestes and herself as innocent, and that she transfers the guilt to Phoebus. With the conversing I am not polluted, charging the crime on Phoebus. There is a suggestion of the Attic rather than of the Argive legend in this attitude of Helen. Her words are very similar to those spoken by Castor and Pollux in the Electra in a dialogue with Orestes and the chorus. Chorus, O sons of Jove, may we presume approach and converse with you be allowed to hold Castor? You may, no curse this blood derives on you, Orsts. May I address you, sons of Tyndarus, Castor? Thou mayst, to Phoebus this dire deed I charge. This confusion may be attributed to a conflation of ideas which had already affected the Argive legend prior to the time of Euripides, or it may be merely due to a lack of consistent discrimination, on the part of the dramatist, between the divergent viewpoints of the Attic and the Argive legends. In historical times, a person accused of homicide was not debarred from private social intercourse. He was merely prohibited from frequenting the temples and public places. Plato asserts that there were degrees of pollution corresponding to degrees of guilt and in proportion to the certainty of guilt. In this case, therefore, the pollution of Orestes and Electra was of a minor character, since they were both as yet untried and unconvicted. Orestes naturally interprets his guilt from the standpoint of the Attic and the Phocian legends, but he does not distinguish very clearly between justification and extenuation. He says to Menelaus, "Yet have we where to charge our miseries, Phoebus, by whose command I slew my mother." Again, he says to Tyndarus, "Seest thou Apollo, who to mortal ears sounds from his central cave the voice of truth? Him we obey in all that he commands. Obeying his commands I slew my mother. Drag him then to your bar, put him to death. The guilt is his, not mine. What should I do? The guilt on him transferred, is not the God sufficient to absolve me? Where shall man find refuge if the God, at whose command I did it, will not now save me from death?" But the attitude of Tyndarus and Menelaus towards Orestes, act which is revealed in their conversation with Orestes, is fundamentally different. This attitude discloses a condemnation of private vengeance from the standpoint of social justice. As we conceive it, this attitude would normally have been adopted by Greek states, not only in Euripidean times, but also in Draconian times. We have suggested that Euripides is following, in the play, a post-Draconian Argive legend. We use the term post-Draconian merely to indicate that the legend presumes the existence of state interference in the trial and punishment of homicide. This legend was therefore, as we conceive it, so historical, so modern, in a sense, that it demanded little or no conscious archaizing on the part of Euripides. Tyndarus says to Menelaus, "If virtuous and dishonorable deeds are plain to all, who more unwise than he, deaf to the call of justice, he infringed the firm authority of the public laws. For when beneath my daughter's murdering axe imperial Agamemnon bowed his head, a horrid deed which never shall I praise, he ought have called the laws, the righteous laws, avenge the blood, and by appeal to them have driven his mother from the royal house. Thus, midst his ills calm reason had borne rule, justice had held its course, and he been righteous. But the same fury which had seized his mother had now seized him, and with ungoverned rage, justly abhorrent of her impious deed, he did a deed more impious, slew his mother." In this passage, the historical Greek system of state trial and the historical penalty of exile for willful murder are clearly indicated. We need not point out how inapplicable such an attitude is to Homeric Achaeans. The manner in which social justice abolished the evils of vendetta is thus described. "For let me ask thee, should the faithless wife bathe in the husband's blood her murderous hands, and should avenging son the mother slay, his son retaliate by deed of blood, what bound shall the progressive mischief know? The wisdom of our ancestors ordained that he who had the guilt of blood upon him be not allowed the sight, the walks of men. By banishment atoning, not by death, else one must always be to death devote who hath the last pollution on his hands." It was natural that the Greeks of the pollution era, that is, the historical period, should have referred to the chaotic vendetta which their fathers had abolished. But the Achaean vengeance system was not a chaotic vendetta, because Achaean military discipline and Achaean public opinion were able to maintain a distinction between murder and just revenge. We have said that it was only in the dark ages of chaos and migration, that is, from 1000 BC to 700 B.C., when the control of tribal chieftains, of phratry assemblies, and of clan courts, and the public cooperation of organized groups were paralyzed and rendered impotent, that the instinct and habit of vendetta was awakened from its slumber. In the 7th century, the doctrine of pollution and the evolution of state power restored equilibrium by the institution of the historical system of homicide law. But it was erroneously supposed that the vendetta system, which was thus abolished, had always existed in prehistoric Greece. If in historical Greece Clytemnestra had slain her husband, she would have been tried by a regular state court, and, as her husband was not a kinsman, she would have been permitted, as Tyndareus here implies, the option of exile. But Tyndareus does not correctly visualize the Achaean mode of vengeance. He argues as if trials for homicide had been always and everywhere operative. This anachronism, at least, is absent in Aeschylus, who could not have attributed such an attitude to his characters, since, in his view, the trial of Orestes was the first Greek murder trial. Hence it is that the condemnation of private vengeance from the standpoint of social justice does not appear in Aeschylus, nor, we may add, in Sophocles. Further, the suggestion of Tyndareus that Clytemnestra could have been sent into exile is an additional anachronism. In historical Greece, a willful murderer usually went into exile, but the autocratic Homeric Clytemnestra remained in the royal palace with Aegisthus. Thus Tyndareus again fails to reproduce the essential elements of the Homeric story. Now Euripides elsewhere, as we shall see, frequently reproduces quite correctly the Homeric atmosphere. If then he attributes here to Tyndareus a non-Homeric standpoint, it is not because he was incapable of correctly archaizing, but because he deliberately depicted a non-Homeric Orstean legend and attributed a non-Homeric attitude to the Argives. The views which he attributes to Tyndareus are quite consistent with the subsequent verdict of the Argive court and with the sentence of death for unjustifiable kinslaying, which is pronounced against Orestes and Electra. There is a very archaic, and almost Homeric, tone in the words with which we are told the herald ushered in the Argive trial. Soon as assembly sate, the herald's voice proclaimed free speech to all who wished to speak, whether Orestes for his mother slain should die or not. In historical times, such a proclamation could only be associated with a trial, which was known as in letter 1F04 Gamma Megan U Tau Odom U Eta Tau Omicron Sigma, concerning offenses for which the penalty was not fixed by law, and for which, therefore, the penalty had to be determined by the court, as, for instance, the crime of impiety. We have argued that there were no homicide indictments, gamma rho alpha phi alpha iota, phi omicron u omicron upsilon, at Athens, but even if there had been, there could not have been any assessment of penalties in such cases, since the penalties for homicide were fixed by law from time immemorial. It is therefore, we believe, from the Homeric letter 1F00 gamma omicron rho alpha, rather than from the Athenian Heliastic courts, that Euripides received his inspiration for such a proclamation. Moreover, his description of the composition and of the general procedure of this Argive court is very Homeric, and reminds us very forcibly of other archaic pictures in Greek drama, such as the council of Achaean chieftains in the Ajax of Sophocles, and the assembly of the Greeks who condemn to death Helen and Polyxena. It is a herald who conveys the death sentence pronounced by the Greeks against Astyanax in the Troads of Euripides. Thus, we have in this play a strange mixture of the archaic and the historical. We sometimes feel as if the Achaean atmosphere had momentarily reappeared in the Draconian age, as if Homeric heroes had been suddenly transformed into historical Argives, without, however, having completely divested themselves of their Homeric usages. Pollux assures us that at the Athenian Areopagus it was not permitted to appeal to pity or to indulge in rhetorical persuasion, but it was necessary for the plaintiff and the defendant to confine themselves to the issues of guilt or innocence. Similarly, we may assume, at the Delphinium court no discussion of general principles would have been admitted, but merely evidential statements of fact. But at the Argive trial in this play, there is no attempt at an investigation of facts. The speeches are entirely concerned with general principles. It is impossible to maintain that Euripides is explaining, in this trial, his ideas, based on contemporary practice, of the manner in which Orestes ought to have been tried. Talthybius, the ubiquitous herald, sets his sails to the wind, but he cannot, unfortunately, decide how the wind is going to blow. He does not approve of the vengeance of Orestes because, he says, it establishes a bad precedent in regard to parents. This viewpoint ignores the distinction between murder and vengeance. Orestes is conceived as a matricide, pure and simple, and being a matricide, his guilt is greater than that of Clytemnestra. It is regrettable, of course, that Agamemnon was slain, but Clytemnestra, his slayer, was not his daughter, but only his wife. The Erinnyes in Aeschylus advance a similar argument, but in the Orestes such reasoning is more logical because the Argive court interprets the vengeance of Orestes as an act of barbarous vendetta and assumes that such a mode of vengeance was already obsolete and unlawful in his time. It is only by assuming that Orestes and Clytemnestra were both criminals that one can logically compare the act of Clytemnestra with that of Orestes and maintain that the act of Orestes was, because of blood relationship, more criminal than that of Clytemnestra. It is thus that Hesiod, living in an age of chaotic vendetta, would have singled out for special condemnation the shedding of kindred blood. In the Aeschylean drama, on the other hand, and therefore, as we think, in the Attic legends of Orestes, private vengeance is not definitely and dogmatically assumed to have been obsolete and unlawful in the time of Orestes. There is of course a doubt about the matter, such as would naturally have arisen amongst legend makers of the transitional 7th century. This doubt is, naturally enough, availed of by the Erinnyes of the slain, but Apollo has no doubt about the matter. In the interests of justice, he commands a private avenger to avenge. After Talthybius, Diomedes utters a speech in which he attributes the guilt of matricide not only to Orestes, but also to Electra, and proposes not indeed that they should be put to death, but that they should be banished from the city of Argos. He suggests, very curiously, that the death penalty would be impious. It is difficult to find any legal justification for this view. It is quite possible that Euripides is depicting for dramatic purposes, with a complete disregard for law, a variety of possible penalties. In Attic law, a criminal who was convicted in a matter of grave import was punished by a general penalty of letter 1F04 tau godem iota alpha, or loss of citizen rights. In some cases, such as parent slaying, this degradation of civic status involved death and confiscation of property. In other cases, such as sacrilege, it involved death without confiscation. In ordinary willful murder, it involved either death or banishment and confiscation, and in cases of malicious wounding the penalty of letter 1F04 tau, odem iota alpha denoted simple banishment without confiscation. It may be, then, that Euripides is applying such a gradation of penalties to a period when the penalties for crime were not rigidly fixed. If we suppose that in this speech of Diomedes Euripides is consciously archaizing, his archaism is not very felicitous. For kinslaying amongst Pelasgian clans, we have seen, the normal penalty was exile. For kinslaying amongst the Achaeans, the penalty was death. In historical times, when private vengeance gave place to state execution, the penalty was invariably death. Hence, Diomedes' reference to impiety can become legally intelligible only if it is interpreted according to the standpoint of the tribal renaissance of post-Achaean days, when the group system resumed its sway. From such a standpoint, the act of the Achaean Orestes would have been viewed as matricide by the elders of the tribe and in the public opinion of the clans. If a tribal court sat in judgment on Orestes in, say, the year 1000 BC and discussed the penalty which his act deserved, it would have been natural to suggest the exile penalty, which was the normal punishment for kinslayers. If then Euripides has been so very subtle in his archaizing as to have attributed this proposal to the Argive Diomedes, he might at least have selected for the mouthpiece of this utterance someone whose name was not so inextricably connected with the Achaean domination. After Diomedes, there rises up a bold bad man whom the messenger describes as an Argive who is not an Argive, and who is generally supposed to typify, in Euripides' view, the Athenian demagogue Cleophon. His speech, we are told, had been previously prepared for him by Tyndarus, who, though the nearest kinsman of the slain Clytemnestra, does not speak at all at this assembly. His nameless subordinate, however, proposed that Orestes and Electra should be stoned to death. This was the opinion which in a modified form the assembly ultimately adopted, though only one speaker actually proposed it. Orestes succeeded in obtaining his request that he, together with his sister Electra, should be allowed to end their own lives in a respectable manner. The penalty of death by stoning is not mentioned in Homer, in Attic law, or in Plato's laws. Was it, then, mentioned in an Argive legend, or did Euripides invent it? The penalty may have existed in the antique system of tribal vengeance. Plato assures us that the slayer of a parent or a kinsman was stoned, after death, by the judges and the magistrates. This custom was probably a survival of the more primitive custom of stoning criminals to death. If the Argive legend of Orestes did not mention such a penalty, Euripides is either archaizing on the basis of this survival, or is importing into the drama an idea which he derived from the crude customs of outlying, barbarian lands. The sentence of the Argive court permitted suicide as an alternative to execution. We do not know of any legal basis for this option. We have no reason to doubt that suicide was always in practice, if not in theory, accepted as an alternative for execution in historical Greece. Here, however, the theory is accepted by a homicide tribunal. Before the verdict of the court was given, a nameless man, for whom Euripides clearly feels much admiration, a small farmer by occupation, proposed to crown Orestes because he avenged his father by slaying his impious mother, whose adulterous criminality was fatal, he said, to the interests of a martial or militaristic society. We have said that the legal aspect of the vengeance of Orestes is complicated to some degree by the fact that his mother was an adulteress. We have argued that death was not the regular penalty for adultery in Greek tribal life, and we do not think that the Achaeans, like the German tribes, followed a sterner code. It is difficult to derive any deductions either in regard to homicide or to adultery from this argument, because adultery and murder are mentioned in conjunction. The following words of the nameless speaker seem, however, to imply that adultery required a more serious punishment than that which custom sanctioned. For who in distant fields, at honor's call, would wield his martial arms if in his absence pollution stains his wife, and his pure bed be made a foul sty of adulterous lust? A similar conjunction of murder and adultery is revealed in the words of Orestes, who poses as a pioneer in the application of the death penalty to adultery. Ye illustrious Argives, to vindicate your honor, not less than to avenge my father's death, I did this deed. For should the husband's blood leave on the wife's hand no foul stain, full soon the purple tide would flow, or you must sink, O shame to manhood. Vile slaves to your wives, now she that to my father's bed was false hath died for it. If you require my life, the law hath lost its force, and who shall say his own life is secure, as these bold deeds from frequency draw force and mock at justice? In Aeschylus and in Sophocles, the only plea of justification which Orsts advances is the command of Apollo. But in the Euripidean account of the Argive trial, Apollo is not mentioned at all. We cannot explain this strange fact by supposing that it would have been unprofitable to refer to him, because at the end of the play, the decree of Apollo is accepted without question by the Argives. We cannot suppose that Euripides, in his conscious archaizing, is trying to visualize a pre-Apolline court, as he would probably, in such a case, have ignored Apollo completely and avoided all references to pollution. The most satisfactory, and, to our mind, the most obvious explanation of the absence of any reference to Apollo at the Argive trial is this: Apollo appears in the Orstean legends in the role of justifier and purifier. Such a role is consistent only with the conception of Orestes as an avenger of partial guilt or as an entirely justified avenger. It is quite irreconcilable with the theory that Orestes was a willful matricide of full guilt. Now, the verdict of the Argive court conceived Orestes as a guilty matricide worthy of death. The only speaker who approves of his act does so not because he was a just avenger, but because his mother was an adulteress. To introduce Apollo into a court of this kind would have been to expose him to ridicule and contempt. Hence the attitude of the Argives to Orestes, whether invented by Euripides or, more probably, as we think, enshrined in an Argive legend, made it impossible to connect Apollo with this Argive trial. In the above quotation, Orestes poses as a pioneer in the stern punishment of adultery. We have already suggested what we consider to have been the evolution of the penalties of adultery in Greece. We have quoted Pausanias for the view that, at first, adultery was leniently treated. A certain hiatus, he says, first punished it by death, and Draken finally legalized the death penalty, but only for adultery in flagrante delicto. We believe that this plea of Orestes was the invention of Euripides. Seeing that he could not permit any reference to Apollo at the Argive trial, he had to invent a new plea. But ancient law shows no regard for pioneers. Until the law is changed, the pioneer reformer is a criminal. In our opinion, Greek law never adopted the penalty for adultery, which, according to Orestes, it ought to have adopted. In this quotation, Orestes refers to a law upon which he seems to rely for his acquittal. "If you require my life," he says, "the law hath lost its force." It is obvious that he is not referring to any law which the Argives recognize, for otherwise they would have acquitted him. Yet he suggests that such a law exists somewhere. We cannot suppose that he is referring to an actual law which prescribed the death penalty for adultery, since he is definitely represented, like the nameless farmer, as endeavoring to persuade the Argives to adopt a code of penalties for adultery, which would be more conducive to martial efficiency than the existing system. In the Troads, the Achaean army conferred on Menelaus the right to slay the adulterous Helen. But this fact implies that no existing law would have justified such a slaying. Moreover, there was nothing in contemporary Attic law or social custom to suggest to Euripides that murder and adultery in conjunction could be legally punished by death. Yet the law which Orestes mentions implies the legality of such a punishment somewhere. We cannot suppose that Euripides is indicating a contrast between Athenian and Argive legislation, for so far as murder is concerned, we believe that their laws were similar. The explanation which we propose to offer for this peculiar reference is an alternative one, such as we have suggested in regard to the speech of Diomedes in the play. We believe that the law which Orestes mentions is either a pure fabrication of Euripides' mind, derived from the supposition that archaic penalties were more severe than the penalties of contemporary law, or an instance of conscious archaizing, in which Euripides attributes to an Homeric Achaean a discrimination in certain cases between murder and just revenge. The former alternative is rendered somewhat improbable by the fact that the Argives do not recognize the legality of this archaic penalty. The latter alternative is therefore the more probable and suggests, if it is correct, that Euripides could sometimes be very subtle and, at the same time, successful in his archaizing. According to this theory, Orestes suggests that he is justified by a law of the Achaean caste. But the Argives, who reflect the viewpoint of historical social law, reject a plea of justification which would compel them to recognize the legality of private vengeance. Between the conclusion of this trial of Orestes at Argos and the appearance of Apollo as a deus ex machina at the end of the play, there occur some exciting incidents, such as the seizure of Hermione as a hostage and the murder of Helen by Orestes. Apart from the fact that Menelaus, her husband, is very angry and vindictive, no one else seems to take much interest in the death of that famous woman who lived and died in so many places. The argument used by Pylades to Orsts in urging the death of Helen is very unscrupulous. "Slay Helen," he says, "and people will forget that you slew your mother." The slaying of Helen was really murder, but Apollo ignores it. Legally, it does not exist. Legally, its presence in the Orestes is a grotesque anomaly, but it has at least this value. It shows us how little Euripides cared for the legal aspect of a story as compared with its dramatic vitality. When Apollo comes on the scene, Orestes is in the act of setting fire to the royal palace at Argos. Orestes, threats of incendiarism, his use of Hermione as a hostage, and the murder of Helen have delayed the doom which was pronounced by the Argives until Apollo comes. But when he comes, how different is the picture? The conception of Orestes, vengeance, is completely altered. In an instant, we pass from willful matricide to quasi-involuntary matricide. We breathe once more the atmosphere of the Attic legend which we find in the Electra. Apollo is not consulted about the problem which had occupied, throughout the play, the attention of the Argive court, namely the question whether Orsts pursued an obsolete course of unlawful vendetta and obeyed the dictates of an Achaean system of vengeance which a later system of social justice had superseded, or whether he did not. The only problem which confronts Apollo is the question how he will most easily persuade the Argives, and the Erinys of Clytemnestra, to recognize the fact that he, Apollo, commanded Orestes to slay his mother, and that, therefore, Orestes' act was either justified or at least extenuated. The contrast in this drama between the attitude which Apollo adopts in regard to Orestes and the attitude which the Argives adopt is so obvious and important that the legends which incorporated these attitudes could never have been reconciled. No Athenian with an interest in legal problems could ever have thought of them together without mentally contrasting them. But these legends, namely what we have called the Argive and the Attic legends, are both found in juxtaposition in this drama, and Euripides is naturally compelled to make use of Apollo as a deus ex machina in order to produce a nominal appearance of dramatic unity. Euripides could not have ignored altogether the Attic legend. He was an Athenian, not an Argive. The Electra could have been written without any reference to the Areopagus, but the Iphigenia in Taurus could not. Thus, whether he is condemned or acquitted at Argos, Orsts must in either event go to Athens, but before he goes to Athens, Orsts must go into exile for a year in Arcadia. Two problems now arise. 1. Why is 1 year the limit of the exile period? 2. Why is this exile spent in Arcadia? The first question can only be solved by a reference to the laws of Plato. In the laws, Plato assures us that there was a fixed penalty of 1 year's exile which was applicable only to the following homicide cases. 1. Involuntary homicide. 2. Slaying in a passion, in which we include quasi-involuntary or extenuated homicide, if the dying person forgave his slayer. And 3. Quasi-involuntary kinslaying, if the slayer was forgiven. Of these 3 possible cases, only the last can be relevantly applied to the slaying of Clytemnestra by Orestes. Legally, therefore, it is necessary to regard the act of Orestes as quasi-involuntary matricide if we wish to explain the penalty which Apollo decrees at the end of the play. When Orsts has served a period of 1 year's exile, he will be acquitted by the Areopagus. We cannot interpret this acquittal as a verdict of not guilty, since on this assumption the preliminary penalty of 1 year's exile becomes either meaningless or unjust. It is a curious kind of acquittal, since it is intended to imply that a certain degree of guilt has now been sufficiently atoned. In the Attic homicide code, there is no reference to an acquittal of this kind, but Plato mentions something which suggests that such an acquittal was a legal possibility. Speaking of extenuated homicide, Plato says that, when the period of exile shall have expired, it is right to send 12 judges to the borders of the state that they may judge of the pity to be shown and of the return of the exiles to their homeland. Now Apollo in this play says that Orestes will be tried by gods, not by men, at Athens. Demosthenes gives the tradition more explicitly when he says that the 12 gods judged between Orestes and the Erinys. We have said that there were 2 Attic legends of Orestes, that one of these represented him as tried by the Areopagus on a plea of justifiable matricide, and the other on a plea of quasi-involuntary matricide. There is some difficulty involved in connecting the Areopagus with either of these pleas. In regard to the first, we must assume that the Areopagus in early times tried pleas of homicide between strangers which were normally tried by the Delphinium. In regard to the second plea, we suggest that it is necessary to suppose that the ancient Areopagus would have tried pleas of involuntary and quasi-involuntary homicide, which normally came under the jurisdiction of the Palladium court and of minor local courts. It is therefore, we must assume, in the unusual role of a reconciling court that the Athenian Areopagus acquitted Orestes in the second Attic legend. That he was not satisfactorily acquitted will be manifest when we discuss the Iphigenia in Taurus. Orestes had to leave Athens and to undergo still further wanderings as an exile, because all the Erinys did not recognize his acquittal. We have already suggested that the Erinys in the Orstian legend frequently symbolize the conflict of opinions, which sometimes preceded the consent of the relatives of the slain to accept appeasement in cases of involuntary and quasi-involuntary homicide. The court to which Plato refers in the passage cited above was a court of reconciliation. The 12 judges, whom Plato mentions may have been suggested by the 12 gods who judged between the Erinnyes and Orestes. Such myths and such courts of reconciliation made it possible, we believe, for the creators of the Second Attic legend to connect Orestes with the Areopagus. It is not easy to explain why Euripides selected Arcadia as the place of exile for Orestes. First of all, there seems to have existed an Arcadian variant of the Orestian legend which associated Orestes with Arcadia and maintained that he actually died there. One of the Arcadian towns was called, from Orestes, Orestium. Again, it is possible to suppose that Euripides, who, in this drama, reveals a certain desire for originality, should have selected Arcadia because Aeschylus and Sophocles had exalted the association with Orestes of Athens and of Phasis, and had entirely ignored Arcadia. But there may also have been a religious or quasi-legal fact behind this idea of Euripides. We have seen that, in Attic law, a homicide exile was debarred from his native place, b. from the country of the slain, c. from the state in which the deed took place. The basis of these legal facts was sentimental or religious. It was supposed that the spirit of the slain was not merely intolerant of the presence of the slayer in civic proximity to his burial place, but was also indignant at the thought that the slayer should be enjoying himself, as it were, and not suffering any real hardships as a punishment for his crime. Now, Argos was of course forbidden ground to the exiled Orestes, but one legend said that he had lived in Athens, another that he had lived in Phasis, before he slew his mother. In these places, he had made friends and companions. In these places, exile would not have involved for him sufficient hardship and suffering. Arcadia, however, held no attraction for Orestes, and hence it was to Arcadia that the Erinnyes of Clytemnestra desired that he should go. We can therefore, in the light of these conclusions, understand in their full meaning the words of Apollo to Orestes. Thou, Orestes, quitting this country, in Parrhasia's plains for one revolving year thy dwelling fix, and give the place thy name. That honor share with Ozon and with Arcas. Pass from thence to Athens, there against the Furies urge thy plea, acquit thee of thy mother's blood, there in that awful court the gods shall sit thy judges, and thy just cause shall prevail. After the lapse of a single year, and after his acquittal by the Areopagus, Orestes may again return to the city of Argos. This return is announced prophetically by Apollo to Menelaus, when he says, Thou, Menelaus, yield that Orestes reign in Argos. Haste to Sparta, reign thou there. It shall be mine appease the state to him, compelled by my command to slay his mother. The problem of Pylades. We may now consider a problem concerning Pylades which is presented by this drama. As in Aeschylus and in Sophocles, so in Euripides, Pylades cooperates with Orestes in avenging Agamemnon, but in Euripides the guilt of Pylades is more clearly emphasized. Hence, we hear for the first time that he is punished. He tells Orestes, My father in his rage hath banished me. We saw that in Greek law the plotter, the cooperator, was as guilty as the actual slayer. Hence the problem of Pylades' guilt depends on that of Orestes' guilt. If therefore Strophius, the king of the Phocian land, punishes Pylades' pendant light, we attribute this to the autocratic power of a king on the one hand, and on the other to the general principle of Greek law that an accused person was presumed to be guilty until he had established his innocence. Now, in the Electra, Castor and Pollux declare that Electra will marry Pylades and that he will take her to his home, but there is a suggestion that a brief period of time, probably 1 year, must elapse before this event takes place. We presume that he would be permitted by his father to return in obedience to the divine decree. In the Orestes, he is still in exile from his home, as the guilt which he shares with Orestes has not yet been atoned by exile. But has he any legal right to remain in Argos? Orestes warns him that his life is in danger there, but Pylades replies that the Argives have no power to punish him. They have no right, I am no subject here. Which of these opinions is correct, that of Orestes or that of Pylades? We have shown that, in Greek law, accused and convicted slayers were debarred from 3 possible states, of which one was the state of the deceased. Demosthenes says, The boundary line for all homicides is exclusion from the country of the deceased, from everything in which the deceased in his lifetime had a part. We cannot, of course, suppose that this law applied to unconvicted slayers, but we may presume that they were at least debarred from the temples and the public places of the state. Hence, we can reconcile these two opinions by assuming that Orsts is referring to the public aspect and Pylades to the private aspect of residence at Argos. When Pylades asserts that he deserves to suffer at Argos, he is referring to the period which follows the trial of Orestes, which involved, we presume, a condemnation of Pylades. Menelaus asks if Pylades had a share in the slaying of Helen, and leaves us in no doubt that his life is forfeit in Argos. We have quoted Plato in support of the assertion that strangers were liable to more serious penalties for homicide than natives were. But this assertion only applies to convicted slayers. Hence, it is possible to accept the suggestion of Euripides that Pylades was not imprisoned at Argos, as Orestes was, and that he visited Phocis before the trial of Orsts. Chapter 4. Judicial aspect of homicide in early Greece. Current views criticized. Author's theory based on distinction between Achaean and Pelasgian societies. Arguments from survivals in historical times. Meaning of delta iota kappa alpha sigma pi omicron lambda omicron iota, beta alpha sigma, iota lambda letter 1 fc6 epsilon sigma, the trial scene in the Homeric Shield of Achilles. Origin of trials for homicide. In discussing the trial scene which is found in Homer's description of the Shield of Achilles, we were compelled incidentally to give, in anticipation, the main results of our inquiries as to the existence, in Homeric Greece, of tribunals for the trial of homicide. Previous writers on the subject, who are unaware of the differences in the organization and nature of Pelasgian and Achaean societies, have naturally maintained that homicide in early Greece was entirely a private affair, and that trials for homicide only arose when a post-Homeric conception of murder as a pollution compelled an investigation on the part of kings and nobles who were anxious to avert the wrath of the gods. Thus Barry says, this notion of manslaughter as a religious offense necessarily led to the interference of the state. For when the member of a community was impure, the stain drew down the anger of the gods upon the whole community if the unclean were not driven out. Hence it came about that the state undertook the conduct of criminal justice. Jevons propounds a similar view, though he apparently finds more difficulties in the Homeric text. There was, indeed, he says, no state power to which the relatives of the deceased could appeal for redress. Much less was there any state power which of its own motion undertook to apprehend and punish the murderer. But in Homeric times, a feeling was gathering that murder was an offense against the members of the community in their collective capacity. Barry's general viewpoint is that homicide was the only crime which called for state interference, and that there was no such interference before the doctrine of pollution arose. Other crimes, he thinks, continued to be private affairs until the centralization of government brought it about that the injured party, before punishing the offenders, had to seek state authorization in the form of trial. But in such cases, the state never acted on its own initiative or responsibility. It must be borne in mind, he says, that, in old days, deeds which injured only the individual and did not touch the gods or the state were left to the injured person to deal with as he chose or could. The state did not interfere. Even in the case of bloodshedding, it devolved upon the kinsfolk of the slain man to wreak punishment upon the slayer. Then, as social order developed along with centralization, the state took justice partly into its own hands, and the injured man, before he could punish the wrongdoer, was obliged to charge him before a judge who decided the punishment. But it must be noted that no crime could come before a judge unless the injured person came forward as accuser. The case of bloodshedding was exceptional, owing to the religious ideas connected with it. It was felt that the shedder of blood was not only impure himself, but had also defiled the gods of the community. So that, as a consequence of this theory, manslaughter of every form came under the class of crimes against the religion of the state. Barry does not define precisely the time at which homicide became a religious offense, but from this and other references, we assume that he regarded the period as post-Homeric. Thus he says, according to early custom which we find reflected in Homer, murder and manslaughter were not regarded as crimes against the state, but concerned exclusively the family of the slain man. But gradually, as the worship of the souls of the dead and the deities of the underworld developed, the belief gained ground that he who shed blood was impure and needed cleansing. This notion of manslaughter as a religious offense necessarily led to the interference of the state. We admit, of course, that there could not have been state trial before the state came into being, but the notion that there were no trials before the days of state trial is, we think, one of the delusions which modern minds have derived from the legacy of feudalism. Barry admits the existence of religious courts before the period of state courts, but he apparently forgets the courts of the clan, of the phratry, and of the tribe. It is frequently suggested that the right of sanctuary is the ultimate origin of the trials and negotiations which came to be associated with homicide. Among the Greeks, says Gilbert, when blood was shed, the relatives of the murdered man usually set themselves to wreak vengeance on the murderer. If he did not quit the country immediately, he could only secure himself by taking refuge in a sanctuary until he had made compensation to the relatives of his victim. From his sanctuary, protected by the right of asylum, he could enter into negotiations with them as to what compensation must be paid. When the state took into its own hands the regulation of vengeance for bloodshed, it respected the right of sanctuary in so far that the 3 places of trial were connected with 3 sanctuaries. Now, we can find no evidence for the operation of a right of sanctuary in Homer. Hence, this theory of Gilbert would compel us to believe that not only murder trials, but even wergeld payments were of post-Homeric origin. Glotz, in a passage which we have already quoted, refuses to see in the subjugation of bloodlust which is involved in the acceptance of wergeld any suggestion of the interference of social justice, whether to impose or advise a settlement or to fix the amount of compensation. He holds, moreover, that in no case is exile authorized, that it is always a flight from the natural penalty, which is death. Elexil, he says, dan ces conditions, en est pour le meurtrier ni une peine ni un droit, mais une mesure de prudence. On ni put obtenir l'autorisation de s'en aller tranquillement, ni de revenir jamais. It is only, he implies, when the idea of pollution abolished the arbitrary nature of state jurisdiction that the offended party was forced by public opinion to accept the customary wergeld. It is only then that a person wrongly accused could appeal to judges who must hear the case. Thus he says, c'est un fait assez fréquent dans l'histoire, qua à l'origine de la législation sociale il y a une révolution religieuse, mais la révolution qui en résulte fut diffuse. Elle n'y fut personnifiée que par un dia. Vers les temps où la Grèce commence à s'y purifier et à demander au ciel un supplément de justice pour la terre. Elle voit sur son horizon rayonner d'une lumière inconnue le saveur et du guérisseur du mal et de la souillure. Apollon. Il exige que tout crime soit expié et s'en prend au pupil qui manque à ses devoirs. L'expiation, il la fait consister, chaque fois qu'il pute, à lever un sanctuaire. Par là il donne aux dia leur part de la pyomicroniode nuida, et aux jugs la première idée de l'élément, en merm temps quil multiplie les lu decile, et fait servir el homicide, merm a sauver des vies humains. Tandis que la droite religia absorbate la plus grande partie de la theta epsilon myoiota sigma, familial, pour la transmettre à la delta iota capita social, la juridiction de l'edet perdate son caractère d'arbitrage. Sous la pression de l'opinion publique. L'offense fut tenu de plus en plus strictement d'accepter une transaction aux conditions modérées de la caudum. L'offenseur qui trouvait exorbitance les exigences de l'offensé put rejeter une alpha letter 1f34 delta epsilon sigma iota sigma trop onerus. L'innocent qui n'y croit devoir aucun dédommagement put refuser le paiement d'une pyomicroniode nuida injuste, sans craindre la mort ou l'exil. Le recours en justice, de facultatif quil etate, devint obligatoire par sa fréquence merme. À ce moment, le tribunal des garants, sentence son pouvoir plus ferme, franchit par un empiétement fatal et natural les limites, étroits ou sa compétence etate primitivement circonscrit. La juridiction criminelle est créée. We shall see later how impossible it was that wergeld could have continued to exist in days when the murderer was polluted. We admit that the Apolline murder code did absorb much of the clan customs in regard to homicide, la theta epsilon mu iota sigma familial. But from the account which we have given of the wergeld system, it must be obvious how very non-arbitrary was the jurisdiction of the clans. In our view, the evolution of early Greek judicial authority is not a transition from a crude, arbitrary local jurisdiction to an efficient central compulsory jurisdiction, but rather a gradual extension to wider areas, in accordance with increasing political syncretism, of the judicial functions which had been previously discharged with equal authority within smaller areas. The Court of Elders, to which Homer refers in his description of the Shield of Achilles, was, in our opinion, a city-state court. We may call it merely a city court if we wish to retain the word state to denote a political unit exercising authority over a substantial territorial area, and it is in this sense that the word state is generally used. But F. de Coulanges has shown that the difference between the ancient city and a state was one of degree, not of kind. The ancient phratry was, he says, a small society modeled on the family. Maine, speaking of the primitive Indian village community, says, "The community is more than a brotherhood of relatives and more than an association of partners. It is an organized society, and besides providing for the management of the common fund, it seldom fails to provide, by a complete staff of functionaries, for internal government, for police, for the administration of justice, and for the apportionment of taxes and public duties." So, we think, the court which Homer describes had the highest jurisdiction in all matters of serious dispute, whether within the city proper or in rural areas which were politically united with the city. The elders of the trial scene were, we think, tribal chieftains, like the Attic tribe kings. Phi upsilon lambda omicron beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6 sigma, and their main function was to arbitrate, but with full authority, in cases of dispute between people of different clans or phratries. Inside the clan, and probably inside the phratry, a group of neighboring clans, similar assemblies of interested and responsible persons would have decided disputes between members of their associations. The only judicial change which syncretism and the growth of state power involved was, therefore, an extension of the area of jurisdiction, and an increase in the number of people who had the right, if not the duty, of referring their disputes to a common authority. But this new central court of justice was neither incompatible with nor destructive of the more primitive local courts. Coulanges maintains that Plutarch and Thucydides are wrong in the assertion that Theseus abolished the local magistracies of Attica. Gilbert admits that the Attic tribe kings still functioned as judges in intertribal disputes in historical Athens. It is quite possible that, in early times, there was no right of appeal outside the tribal court for members of the same tribe. There is a law of an Anglo-Saxon king of tribal England which decrees, "Let no man apply to the king unless he may not be entitled to justice within his 100. The judicial system of the Homeric epic is complicated by the presence of the quasi-feudal Achaeans, who sometimes hear appeals in cases of petty family disputes among the natives, but who, amongst themselves, obeyed the short and swift decrees of military courts or councils of war. We have said that there is a suggestion of Achaean arbitration in the Euripidean legend in which Hecuba appeals to Agamemnon to justify, after the event, her punishment of Polymestor, the slayer of her son. Assuming the view of Leif that the Achaeans did not interfere with the group system of the Pelasgians, we may for the moment ignore the presence of the Achaeans, though it is the predominance of that caste in Homer which has misled modern scholars in their opinions of the early Greek judicial system. We shall now examine some interesting survivals of clan courts in the days of Plato and Demosthenes, so that we may realize more clearly the nature and the functions of the local courts of the group system, courts which Homer almost ignores, which he would, perhaps, have entirely omitted to mention, if the Pelasgian craftsmen who fashioned the Shield of Achilles had not engraved upon the shield a picture of a Pelasgian court of elders, which was a familiar event in the everyday life of the cities and tribes of the subject race. Historical survivals of clan courts. The first instance of survival, which we shall cite, is mentioned by Glotz, and in justice to him, we must point out that we differ from him, not in regard to the question of the existence of clan courts, but in regard to the nature of their judicial functions in the matter of homicide. Glotz is not aware of the distinction between the Pelasgians and the Achaeans, or of the importance of the group system in the Pelasgian civilization. He admits that there existed within the clan a regular tribunal, composed of heads of families, who consulted and decreed with absolute authority on all matters affecting property, such as adoption, inheritance, expulsion, and marriage. He quotes Plato for a procedure which, he presumes, was a general characteristic of the clans. We have seen that homicide, in default of wergeld, was commonly punished by exile or banishment. The following is Plato's description of an expulsion from the clan. For him upon whom there has come a desire, by no means fortunate, whether just or not, to release from relationship to himself one whom he has begotten and brought up, let it not be lawful to do this upon slight grounds or without delay. Let him first bring together his own relations as far as his cousins, and also those of his son on the mother's side, and let him accuse his son before them and prove that he deserves completely to be expelled from the family. And let him allow his son to prove equally that he does not deserve to suffer anything of the kind. And if the father can persuade and secure the votes of more than half all the relations, father, mother, son, and minors not voting, then let it be lawful for the father to renounce his son, but otherwise not. It is most important to note here the reference to the presence of the son's maternal relatives, for this implies an assembly of the clan or wider kindred, not merely of the gwili or descendants of a common living ancestor. It was this wider kindred which paid and accepted wergeld, even though they had not all a right of succession to family property. In the early clan system, wergeld was part of the common stock which was inherited by all the wider kindred, and therefore decrees of expulsion, such as were pronounced, for instance, in default of wergeld payment, were matters for the decision of the whole clan rather than for those of the gwili or the family. That such a procedure should have survived in Plato's time, when property had to a great extent become private in the modern sense, and when the political power of the clans had long since vanished into thin air, shows at once the tenacity of clan custom and the significance of Plato's account as an argument from survivals. Plato has another reference to a clan court, to which Glotz has not referred, and which seems to us to furnish a splendid illustration of the manner in which minor issues, which affected merely the members of a local kindred, remained within the scope of clan jurisdiction even in historical Athens. We shall see later that, owing to religious influences, kinslaying became too serious a matter for the adjudication of clan tribunals from the 7th century BC onwards. Even minor cases of bloodshed such as wounding with intent had probably in historical times been transferred to the jurisdiction of an Attic state court, called the Areopagus. The clan court to which Plato refers, in the present instance, seems to have had power to try and to punish the wounding of a kinsman by a kinsman, in a passion. It is presumed, however, that the wound was not sufficiently grave to interfere with military service. Plato says, if one kinsman wounds another, let the heads of families, i.e. the elders, and the male and female kindred, as far as the cousins on the male and female side, come together and having tried the case deliver the offender to his natural parents to fix the fine. And if the fixing of the fine be a matter of doubt, let the kindred on the male side fix the fine definitely. And if they are unable to decide, let them eventually refer the matter to the guardians of the laws. Plato goes on to say that where children wound their parents, presumably in a passion, the judges must be over 60 years of age, none of them must be a relative of the offender, and they may fix the punishment, which may include death. We have already hinted that the discrimination between degrees of guilt in homicide cases, which is extremely minute in the laws of Plato, and which is present in a cruder form in the Draconian Code, finds its ultimate origin in the old customs of tribal life. Bearing this hypothesis in mind, we are not surprised to discover that such matters as wounding without intent, which is not mentioned in Dracon's Code, and which therefore was not a matter for compulsory prosecution in Attic state courts, can nevertheless be subjects for adjudication in the courts of the clans. Of course, the guardians of the laws, whom Plato mentions, are technically officers of Plato's ideal state, but the main factors in the trial are doubtless derived from actual clan tribunals which operated in Plato's own experience, unless the guardians of the laws are to be interpreted as symbolical of the appellant jurisdiction of the state. Glotz, of course, thinks that at no time was kin bloodshed a matter for Greek state courts, but we shall see later that this view is most probably incorrect. Plato insists that the judges who condemn to death the child who is guilty of wounding its parent must not be akin to the child. This principle need not imply that the judges must have been state judges. In the phratry and in the tribe, one could find many men over 60 years of age who were not akin to such an offender. The fact that these judges in historical times had the power of condemning an offender to death is probably to be attributed to a survival of tribal jurisdiction in cases where that jurisdiction had not been definitely arrogated by the state. A further instance of the survival of clan and phratry courts may be found in the law of Draken, which prescribed a collective decree of appeasement in cases of involuntary homicide. The law may be freely translated thus: let there be appeasement if there is a father or brother or sons of the victim. Let all agree, or let one objector hold the field. If there be none such, let all the kinsmen within the degree of cousin be appeased, if all consent to be appeased. If there are none of these, and the slayer slew involuntarily, let 10 fraters be appeased if all consent to be appeased. The procedure here prescribed applied only to involuntary homicide. Before the appeasement, a period of exile had to be completed by the slayer. It is not a case of accidental homicide, which involved no punishment. Glotz argues that the phrase letter 1F05 pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma, letter 1F22 tau, letter 1F78 nu kappa omega lambda epsilon omicron nu tau alpha, kappa rho alpha tau, epsilon letter 1F D6, nu implies a universal clan consent. But it is obvious that the law is satisfied by the consent of groups within the clan, or in default of these, of the consent of 10 fraters, who were members of the same local religious union. The only point we wish to make here is that in this survival of the consent of the kindred, for the abolition of a feud caused by involuntary homicide, we have all the elements which would have constituted a homicide tribunal in days before the encroachment of state power. It can only be a survival of a wergeld system of vengeance, as in this system alone is there found a minute arrangement for payment and receipt according to the different degrees of kinship. A similar law of clan consent governed the rights and duties of burial, even in the time of Demosthenes, and is appealed to as evidence for the right of succession to property. Demosthenes thus quotes a law of Solon: "It shall not be lawful for any woman under 60 years of age to enter into the chamber of deceased, or to follow the corpse when it is carried to the tomb, except those within the degree of cousins, children." A law of Draken decreed that, after burial of a murdered man, proclamation shall be made to the homicide in the marketplace by all the relatives within the degree of cousin, and cousins and children of cousins and sons-in-law and fathers-in-law and fraters shall prosecute. Here we have a clear picture of the solidarity of the clan. The presence of the phi rho alpha tau omicron rho epsilon sigma, too, is significant. They were strictly outside the clan, as each phratry included members of neighboring clans who were bound together by a common extra-clan worship. In this cooperation of the phi rho alpha tau omicron rho epsilon sigma, we plainly see a natural basis for discussion and negotiation in blood feuds between different clans. This cooperation extended also, in certain cases, to the tribe, and after a coalition of tribes, to the ancient city. Thus Glotz rightly says, "La famille fictive sut les principes de la famille naturelle. En durate que le groupe a conservé, en souvenir d'une parenté primitive, en vertu d'une parenté théorique, un droit éminent sur les biens de chacun." So Fustel de Coulanges points out that just as each gens or clan had its own tribunal and chief, so also the phratry had its own fratriarch, assemblies, and tribunals. It was, he says, a small society modeled on the family, and the tribe had as chief priest and judge a tribe king, phi upsilon lambda omicron beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon sigma, and held assemblies whose decrees bound all tribesmen. The nature of such tribal conventions and decrees is further illustrated by a passage in Demosthenes, to which Coulanges refers. In a speech against the Acrines, Demosthenes narrates how the fellow tribesmen of the Acrines convicted him of the embezzlement of tribal funds and punished him by a fine, and he was forbidden by state law to prefer any indictments against any citizen until he had paid this fine, as in the meantime he was regarded as a state debtor. The decree was moved against him at a tribal meeting by a certain Cyrenaedes, and the fine proposed was 7 minae. From such passages as this Coulanges argues that Plutarch and Thucydides are mistaken when they say that Theseus destroyed the local magistracies after the synechism of Attica. This Demosthenic passage indicates clearly the survival of courts, whose primeval jurisdiction had been largely superseded by that of the state. Apart from those arguments which are based on the survivals of tribalism, it is logically probable that since homicide in Pelasgian society was normally atoned for by the payment of a collective wergeld penalty, which affected the property of at least two clans, and since the judicial machinery of Pelasgian tribes was such that it would ordinarily have been set in motion for adjudication in disputes regarding property. Homicide was therefore a fit and proper subject for investigation by such tribunals. The shield of Achilles and the royal judges. Homer, in describing the shield of Achilles, happens to mention a court which is appealed to in a dispute concerning wergeld, and such a reference is as complete a confirmation of our hypothesis as can reasonably be expected. We have already given what we consider to be the correct interpretation of this passage. The elders were Pelasgian tribal chieftains who frequently came together and sat upon polished stones, in a sacred circle, holding in their hands the scepter of authority. It is quite probable, as Leaf suggests, that two of the elders acted as advocates, and it is almost certain that the 2 talents of gold which are mentioned were a kind of advocate's fee which was deposited by both litigants in order to encourage the advocates to give a proper exposition of the unwritten code of the tribes. The fact that the dispute concerned the payment of wergeld, and not the reality of guilt, does not warrant the conclusion that the court of elders could not have functioned, if it were necessary, as a murder court. It is true that in the group system of primitive tribal life, there was never very much difficulty in establishing the identity of the murderer. But it is equally true that if an accusation was challenged or disputed, there must have existed a court whose decision would have been accepted as final. We cannot conceive an entire clan agreeing to pay the wergeld of 120 cows if the person who was accused of homicide had assured his own clan court that he was innocent. Now the elders of the Homeric trial scene would normally have adjudicated in cases of homicide between the members of different tribes, and it is possible that they would have heard appeals from tribal or phratry courts in the event of disagreement about intertribal cases. The elders are therefore the real delta iota kappa alpha sigma pi omicron lambda omicron iota, beta alpha sigma, iota lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6 sigma of the Homeric society. The fact that the Achaean kings are credited with this title in Homer does not prove that they ever functioned as such. Leaf thinks that they might have consented to hear appeals in isolated instances, but the title delta iota kappa alpha sigma pi omicron lambda omicron sigma is one which could frequently have been applied without very much significance to Achaean feudal lords who possessed a theoretical supremacy in Greek jurisdiction. Within the Achaean caste, these lords revealed no interest, nor did they acknowledge any obligations in the judicial aspect of homicide. On the contrary, they frequently gave their daughters in marriage to murderers. We think, therefore, that Leaf would not now find so much difficulty in the absence of a king in the Homeric trial scene as he did in 1883. It is not certain, of course, in what Greek areas Pelasgian groups still retained Pelasgian kings. The Minoan kings of Mycenae, Lacedaemon, and Thessaly, and other districts disappeared in the Achaean conquest. Still, there survived a few Minoan or Pelasgian kings who lived in friendly alliance with the Achaeans, and who could still be truly described as defending the Zeus-given theta epsilon mu sigma tau epsilon sigma. But it is also true that at the time of the Trojan War, the Achaean lords would have come to be regarded as the heaven-sent guardians of law, through the mere fact that they were kings. Maine thinks that the theta epsilon mu iota sigma tau epsilon sigma customs of the Homeric age were isolated judgments delivered without any orderly sequence or precedent. But Glotz insists that the word theta epsilon mu iota sigma is peculiarly applicable to tribal custom, as opposed to the terms delta iota kappa eta and mu omicron sigma. We believe that the word generally refers to Pelasgian traditions. In the Iliad, we are told that Zeus is wrathful against men who judge crookedly in the assembly and drive out justice. Who are these men? They may, of course, be Achaeans, but we think it more probable that they are the judges, and therefore the chiefs, of Pelasgian tribes, judges whose tribal successors were accused of corruption in the days of Hesiod, when the Achaeans were no more. In Homer, 2 talents of gold were offered as a reward for an advocate's successful pleading, and the advocates were probably chosen from the same caste as the judges. From this, it is but a short step to bribery and the corruption of justice. Hence we can understand the words of Hesiod. The people pay for the folly of their kings, who with ill thoughts wrest aside judgments, declaring falsely. Beware of these things, ye kings, and set straight your speech, bribe devourers, and utterly forget crooked judgments. And again, there is the noise of the hailing of justice wheresoever bribe-devouring men hail her, adjudging dooms with crooked judgments. And she followeth weeping, clad in mist and fraught with doom, unto the city and the homes of men who drive her forth. In ancient society, social law is inseparable from religion. As COLLECTIVITY puts it, to disobey law is sacrilege. The law was regarded as the exclusive secret of the hereditary nobility, who alone could interpret it and whose decision was final. The opportunities for profit-making and bribery in such a system must have been innumerable. In later times, when democracy asserts itself, the less privileged orders, championed sometimes by tribal or quasi-feudal kings, sometimes by usurping tyrants, equipped with mercenaries, compelled the elders, that is, the old patriarchal sacerdotal nobility, to codify their laws and to admit to judicial power the new nobility of wealth and the ignoble proletariat. The old nobility came then to be distinguished for the integrity of its judicial character, partly because it had lost its monopoly of power, partly because corruption could no longer be practiced with impunity. Origin of homicide courts. From what has been already said, it must be sufficiently clear what was, in our opinion, the origin of murder trial in early Greece. The local courts of clans and tribes constituted a nucleus for the development of central state courts when civic groups emerged into being through political synocism. Homicide was a proper subject for litigation in the tribal wergeld system, simply because the normal penalty involved a transfer of collective property or the expulsion of a tribesman. If then phratry courts had to decide issues between different neighboring clans, if tribal courts had to decide disputes between clans of widely separated localities, is it not natural to suppose that the state courts of synocized areas would have adjudicated in disputes between members of different tribes? Hence the judicial assembly of tribe kings, phi upsilon lambda omicron beta alpha sigma, iota lambda epsilon letter 1 fd6 sigma, constituted a more or less important state court from the most remote antiquity. In historical Athens, Aristotle assures us that they still judged, at the Prytaneum, indictments concerning animals and inanimate objects. Delta iota kappa alpha, letter 1f76, letter 1f00 psi upsilon chi omega nu. Glott says of the Prytaneum court, Il semble merum quil et ate, le premier et longtemps le seul tribunal d'Athens. Let us now consider some other hypotheses as to the origin and evolution of homicide courts. Glotz and Berry are in agreement in supposing that wergeld was abolished, not by the Apolline religion, but by the establishment of state power. Though, in so far as it was the Apolline doctrine of pollution, which compelled the state to interfere, they would be compelled to admit that Apollinism contributed to the abolition of wergeld if it did not directly abolish it. Glotz, in particular, is anxious to establish a novel theory of his own, to the effect that it was Solon, not Draken, who abolished wergeld. The only reason he gives is that Solon's general policy was opposed to clan jurisdiction or clan power exercised to the detriment of the state. This opinion we shall discuss in its proper place, but there is an important element of truth in the Glotz-Berry position which must be clearly indicated. We have said that the original Pelasgian state courts very probably heard disputes in regard to homicide, at least between members of different tribes. Now, tribal society is based on a close exclusive aristocracy of birth. Strangers may be received with temporary hospitality, but their adoption into the permanent life and privileges of the tribe was a matter of great difficulty. Every tribe contained a gradually increasing number of hangers-on, Lackland men, bondsmen, serfs, and casual vagrants, who may be regarded as the nucleus of the plebeian movement which in many cases culminated in democracy. The growth of commerce in the 7th century, the invention of coinage, migration, and colonization led to the rise of a new aristocracy of wealth as distinct from birth. Many of the new men, who now were very powerful, did not belong to the old aristocratic tribes. In cases of homicide between members of this new group, who would act as judge, the tribe kings regarded such a group as entirely outside their caste. For such a group, there was neither religion nor law nor justice. Hence, they probably resorted to what we have described as unrestricted vendetta. It was precisely at this juncture, as we think, that the new religion of Apollo, with its quasi-Asiatic doctrine of murder as a pollution, came to Greece. Murder now became a sin against the state gods. If unpunished, it brought upon the state the anger of its gods. State courts were now compelled to sit in judgment on all cases of homicide which occurred within the state. No longer were the tribes permitted to adjudicate for intratribal slaying. They could still hold minor investigations at their local prytaneum, though we cannot agree with Muller and Filippi in describing as a mock trial their investigations into the guilt of animals and inanimate objects. Delta iota kappa alpha, letter 1F76, letter 1F00 psi upsilon chi omega nu. But the man, who shed man's blood, had now to appear before the central tribunals of the state. All men had to appear, not merely the aristocratic heirs of tribal privilege. This, in our view, is what happened in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. In the circumstances of the time, it was an event of incalculable utility to Greek societies. But the luster of the event and the chaos which it terminated have dazzled the minds of modern thinkers so much that they forget the older, and, for the period of its power, the equally effective vigor of the courts of the tribal state. Thus, what Glotz and Berry have attributed to the evolution of state power is really to be attributed to the new non-tribal democracy and the religion of Apollo. The view of Gilbert and Kohler, and, we may add, of Muller, which places the origin of trials for homicide in the conception of bloodshed as a sin and in the respect for sanctuary, remains for discussion. Muller is, we think, mistaken in supposing that bloodshed was sinful from the earliest dawn of Greek society, and that wergeld originated in the purgation ritual. This opinion we shall criticize at length in the next chapter. Gilbert's conception that the right of sanctuary existed from immemorial antiquity and was a necessary preliminary to wergeld negotiations cannot be harmonized with the evidence of the Homeric poems or with the customs of other analogous tribal peoples. We shall find, indeed, in Euripidean legends evidence of the efficacy of sanctuary to protect the suppliant, but we also find evidence that it was potent merely to delay the inevitable doom. In Homer, there is no suggestion that an Achaean would have ever heeded, or that a Pelasgian would have ever needed, such a refuge. Quick vengeance, permitting, as Demosthenes says, no kaparo oda sigma between phi omicron u omicron sigma and tau oda mu omega rho oda alpha, is not a characteristic of the tribal wergeld system. In regard to later times, Gilbert says that, when the state took into its own hands the regulation of vengeance for bloodshed, it respected the right of sanctuary in so far that the 3 places of trial were connected with 3 sanctuaries. He refers, we presume, to the Attic courts known as the Areopagus, the Palladium, and the Delphinium, but the connection of these courts with local temples may be otherwise explained. Coulanges points out that the assembly place of the Roman Senate, which was a judicial as well as an administrative council, was always a temple. We shall see later that the murderer in the pollution period was debarred from any contact with a temple under most serious penalties. We must then defer to a subsequent stage of our work, the final refutation of Gilbert and of Muller, and the complete exposition of our own hypothesis as to the origin and evolution of the Attic murder courts. Footnotes: Il Roman 18, 497-508, Supra, p. 34 ff. History of Greece, 2nd ed., p. 172. Manual of Greek Antiquities, p. 406. Op. Cit., p. 145. Op. Cit., p. 172. GK Const. Ant. Eng Trans. p. 379. So Kohler Herm. 6 102 there quoted. I.e. in Attica. p. 115. Supra. p. 33. pp. 51-52. pp. 237-8. Infra BK, Roman 2, Chapter Roman 2. Supra P6 FF. See Infra PP, 243 FF, 262 FF. Op. Cit. p. 157. Ancient Law, p. 217. p. 173. Op. Cit. p. 150. Stubbs Select Charters, p. 73. Supra, p. 38. Hecuba, 1130-51255. H and HP 258. Op. Cit. p. 42. Laws Zi 929 AC. Reading letter 1 F45 sigma omicron iota pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F02 nu, letter 1 F66 sigma iota. Mu letter 1 F74, tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota omicron iota. Supra P8. Infra PP, 230, 236 FF. Aristotle Ath, Paul, 57. Laws Roman 9, ch. 15. Letter 1 F41 mu omicron gamma omicron nu omicron sigma. Reading, gamma epsilon nu nu eta tau alpha sigma. Letter 1 F00, nu epsilon psi iota letter 1 FF6 nu. Tau iota mu, letter 1 FB6 nu. Supra P57. P322. See Der Strianich, IJG. Roman 21. 1319, where letter 1 F10 sigma epsilon sigma theta omega nu, from letter 1 F14 sigma iota eta mu iota equals permit to return from exile, is found instead of alpha letter 1 F30 delta epsilon sigma alpha sigma theta omega nu apud dem, c. Mackart. 1069-57, Glotz, P313, Infra, pp. 193, n. 205. See Infra, pp. 178 ff. 187, 211 ff. See Dem, in Aristocratum, 637. Op. Cit. P. 313. Contra Mackart, 1071. Ibid. 1069. See Coulanges, Op. Cit. P. 157 ff. Op. Cit. P. 194. Op. Cit. P. 137. P. 157. P. 158. P. 158. 1326 Rysg. About 28 pounds. Op. Cit. P. 173. Il Roman 18, 500. See note on passage in edition of Iliad, 1902, P. 611 ff. Main Ancient Law, P. 313, Supra, P. 40. H and H. P. 47. Supra, P. 34 ff. Ancient Law, P. 7. Glotz, P. 237. See Il, Roman 16, 386 8. W and D 260. 220 ff, see also 40. Op. Cit. P. 249. Ib. P. 336. Coulanges Op. Cit. pp. 314, 338. Supra, P. 81 ff. Ath. Paul 57. Op. Cit. P. 190. P. 321 ff. See Infra, pp. 179 ff. 222. Coulanges Op. Cit. pp. 42, 195. P. 364. Philippi Areopag, pp. 1516, Muller, Eam, pp. 141-2, see Infra, p. 197. Supra, p. 80. Eumenides, p. 136 ff. Muller Op. Cit. p. 123, see also Philippi Areopag, p. 3. E.G. Ion, 1258, 1275, 1283, 1315. Her, Fur, 250, 715. In Aristoc, 640, 63. Op. Cit. p. 217. Infra BK, Roman 2, ch. Roman 3. Chapter 5. Religious aspect of homicide in early Greece. Current views, digression on evolution of Greek religion, ancestor worship, nature worship, animal sacra, image magic, anthropomorphism, Achaean and Pelasgian contributions to Homeric religion, fusion of Achaean and Pelasgian dogma and ritual, religious aspect of kinslaying amongst Pelasgians and Achaeans, origin and evolution of the Erinyes, origin of homicide purgation, comparison of Pelasgian with Achaean Erinyes and of Homeric Erinyes with post-Homeric and tragic Erinyes. There is a considerable variety and conflict of opinions about the religious aspect of homicide in Homeric Greece. We have already explained by quotations from Glotz and Berry the theory which conceives the shedding of human blood as a deed which, in those days, did not touch the gods or draw down the anger of the gods on the community. On the other hand, Leaf, who indicates a clear and emphatic distinction between the religious beliefs and customs of the Achaeans and the Pelasgians, holds that the Achaeans ignored and the Pelasgians respected the most sacred of all taboos which forbids the shedding of kindred blood. For the Pelasgians retained the primitive family system, with all its rights and taboos, and possessed, therefore, the foundations of primitive society and religion. Again, Fustel de Coulanges, in his analysis of the primeval domestic religion of the ancient city, says that the shedder of blood was no longer able to sacrifice. The hand stained with blood could not touch sacred objects. He believes, however, that the manslayer could be purified by an expiatory ceremony. Miss Harrison holds a somewhat similar view. Purification, she says, is the placation of ghosts and, unknown to the Olympians, i.e. Achaeans, was the keynote of the lower stratum, i.e. Pelasgians. The extreme need of primitive man for placation is from bloodshed. This is at first obtained by offering the blood of the murderer, later by the blood of a surrogate victim applied to him. So long as primitive man preserves the custom of the blood feud, so long will he credit his dead kinsman with passions like his own. So, Muller maintains that the religious rites of expiation and purification are derived from the remotest times of Greek antiquity, and were designed to reinstate the slayer in religious communion with his family and his comrades. Purgation ceremonies are, he thinks, based upon the idea that the manslayer must atone with his own life, but that this life may be bought off by vicarial substitution, by a sacrificial victim symbolical of such substitution. Our own views upon these subjects will appear in the course of the discussion. We shall point out, amongst other things, the distinction between expiation, letter 1F31 lambda alpha sigma mu omicron sigma, and purgation, kappa alpha theta alpha rho mu omicron sigma. And while refusing to accept on the one hand the views of Muller and of Miss Harrison, and indicating, on the other hand, the inaccuracies in the views of Glotz, Berry, and the generality of writers. We shall develop and expand a theory which is suggested by Leif's general position, and which distinguishes carefully between the religious attitude of the Pelasgians and the Achaeans. To achieve this purpose, it will, however, be necessary, even at the cost of a digression, to give a brief account of the evolution of early Greek religion. Analysis of early Greek religion. To the scientific mind of a modern European living in the atmosphere of a highly secularized society, nothing can appear more curious and incomprehensible than the almost universal belief in ubiquitous supernatural forces which is revealed in ancient literature. Such a belief is not, however, a symbol of savagery or barbarism. It is merely a symptom of the absence of scientific knowledge. The general principle that men in all ages attribute to occult forces every effect of which the cause is unknown or mysterious, is clearly expressed by Lucretius. Quip ita formido mortals continet omnes quad multa in terris feri caloque tuenter, quorum operum causas, nulla ration viter passant, ac feri divino numen renter. It was natural then, in an age of unscientific mentality, that plagues and pestilences and diseases of all kinds, lunacy and sterility, the failure of harvests, misfortune in peace or war, adverse winds, volcanoes, inherited characteristics, the activities of genius, emotion and desire, birth, growth, death, and decay, almost everything that crosses the threshold of human consciousness, should be ascribed to the ubiquitous and perpetual operation of supernatural agents. The literature of ancient Greece and Rome is permeated with such beliefs. We will quote just one characteristic passage from the Eumenides of Aeschylus. When the avenging Erinnyes of the slain Clytemnestra threaten to hurl the shafts of their wrath upon the Attic land because it has harbored Orestes, whom they regard as the murderer of his kin, Athene, who has caused a murder court to declare him free from guilt, apparently on a plea of justifiable homicide, commands the Erinnyes to be appeased, and says, "Hurl you not the weight of your wrath upon Attica. Be not indignant, nor cause barrenness by sending down the blighting drops that come from spirits, the cruel bitter destroyers of our seed. Fling not upon earth the fruit of thy wild curse, causing all things not to prosper. Sow not within my boundaries those spurs to bloodshed that ruin young men's hearts, maddened by a frenzy not born of wine. But send blessings from earth and from the waters of the deep, and from the sky wind breezes that blow with kindly sunshine over earth. Send fruit of the soil and of things that live, flowing with untiring vigor to my citizens, and of man's seed a safe deliverance at the birth." The Erinnyes, in consenting to be appeased, reply, "With kindly prophecy we pray for you here, that the radiant sunlight may bring forth with speed from earth the blessings of your life." Never, such is my boon, may the trees feel the hurtful wind or the scorching fire that robs them of their buds, or blight creep over them eternally that blasts their fruitfulness. And may Pan bring to full growth the prosperous flocks that will bear from wombs a twofold fruit, and in due season may the produce of rich earth present you with the good God's gift of fortune. On the young men I forbid to fall the stroke of death untimely, and that the lovely maids find each her husband. Do ye grant it, O ye who reign, and ye, O fates divine? May the roar of faction, thirsting for evil, never in this place be heard, nor the dust that drinks the dark blood of fellow citizens bring to the state, from passion for revenge, the doom of retaliation. But may the citizens rejoice one another with a common love and hate only in union as one man. The modern European, taught in childhood to accept the Christian doctrine of the divine creation of the world, must exert himself considerably if he is to realize that in Greek religion the notion of such a creation is not found before the 5th and 4th centuries BC, and even then it existed only in the atmosphere of a pious philosophically sect. To the ancient Greek mind, the earth was not created. It had been from everlasting. It was itself divine. Gilbert Murray rightly says that the chief objects of primitive man's emotional activity are the food supply and the tribe supply. By a well-known confusion of cause and effect characteristic of the primitive mind, the earth became the object of universal worship because of its association with the production of food. Similarly, animals came to be regarded as sacred, though different races adopted different viewpoints in regard to their sacred character. In some instances, a certain animal was sacred simply because it was eaten. In others, it was sacred because it was taboo or sinful to eat it. We shall see that the animal slain in certain Chthonian rites could not be eaten, but it was sacred all the same. The ancient notion, which has survived so long in witchcraft, of the magical power of placation by images or effigies led to the widespread construction of those animal images, which are so familiar to the students of primitive religion. When divinities in human form, when anthropomorphic sacra, take precedence of the animal god, traces of a fusion in image magic are clearly visible. Whether by accident or by reason of some traditional connection, certain human gods came to be associated with certain species of animals. The sacrifice of such animals was regarded as particularly pleasing to such gods, and it is therefore arbitrary to assume that the sacrifice of animals was originally accepted as a substitute for a previous human sacrifice. Herodotus says that the image of Isis in Egypt was that of a woman with cow's horns, that a statue of Zeus in Egypt showed the figure of a man with the face of a ram. When the people of Egyptian Thebes sacrificed, annually, a ram to Zeus, they covered the statue of Zeus with the skin of the ram. We know that the worshippers of the orgiastic Dionysus clothed themselves in fawn skins, and that the satiric choruses from which, we may suppose, Greek tragedy developed were dressed, to some extent, as goats. The goat and the snake, as well as the bull and the ram, seem to have been worshipped in early times as symbols at once of the fertility of the soil and of the fertility of the race. The serpents which gaze at us so terribly from the heads of the Aeschylean Erinyes are probably, in origin, derived from the belief that the souls of the dead are connected with the fertility of the earth. Herodotus tells us that offerings were regularly made to an imaginary serpent which was supposed to reside in the temple of Athene Polias at Athens. This serpent symbolized, like the undying fire of the Roman Vesta, the immortal progenitor of the race. Anthropomorphism and the Olympians. In regard to the origin of anthropomorphic religion in Greece, we can only say that we prefer the opinion of F. de Coulanges, which derives it from the ancestor worship of the early Pelasgian peoples, to that of Miss Harrison which, in its latest form, attributes it to a political anti-Persian reaction of the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Coulanges believes that when once the idea of human gods took shape, it tended at once to personify and humanize all the various objects of worship. It is significant that the Persians, who had no ancestor worship, did not conceive their gods in human form. Amongst the Greeks, however, who worshipped dead ancestors from the dawn of their history, the ghost gave its form to the god. Assuming, then, Coulanges' theory of the evolution of anthropomorphism, we must regard as absurd the opinion of some ancient writers who maintained that Homer and Hesiod not only told false stories about the gods, but gave them, moreover, the the manners and shapes of men. The precise contribution of such poets as Homer to ancient religion is difficult to define, but we believe that it was not so much constructive as destructive. The poet gave a certain immortality to the conceptions which he expressed. The effect of a Bible in religious evolution is essentially conservative. It tends to stereotype for all men and for all time the religious opinions of its day. Now Homer was the poet of the Achaeans, and the Achaeans, as Leaf says, conceived the gods as typical Achaeans of the other world. Whether they brought new human gods to Greece or merely gave a personal interpretation to the Pelasgian gods, we need not at the moment decide. The gods of the Achaeans were conceived as kings and rulers like themselves. If they do not create the universe, they at least divide it into realms or dominions. Moreover, they are presented as related to one another by blood or connected by intermarriage, as the Achaeans were. They naturally have their quarrels, their disputes, their rivalries, and their jealousies, as the Achaeans had. The stamp of the Achaean caste marks the Homeric pantheon. But apart from the great Olympian gods, there are a number of minor deities who suggest the existence of a less privileged social and religious caste. It is in this caste that we believe that we can find the source of supply or the materials for the creation of the Olympic pantheon. Such a pantheon could never have been the exclusive creation of Homer. If the Achaeans created it, they were limited, surely, by the nature of the materials at their disposal. Their creative power was restricted and directed, as we believe, by a pre-Achaean evolution of grades of divine greatness within the galaxy of Pelasgian divinities. An evolution which attributed to elemental forces and to national ancestor gods a power to which no mere local ghost could aspire to attain. The Pelasgians and Minoans in their tribal villages, and particularly in their city religion, had, we think, evolved the distinction between the greater and the lesser gods, between the gods of the upper air and those of the sea and of the earth below, which was so characteristic a feature of later Greek religion. True, many of their deities were nameless, as Herodotus seems to have heard that they were at Dodona, and as the ancestral spirits of historical times still were, since they were addressed as Keres at the Athenian and the Styria. But the old tribal and city gods must have had names. It would have been otherwise impossible to distinguish them from one another in the multitudinous deifications of an ancestor-worshipping and nature-worshipping peninsula. Coulanges holds that the local gods of primitive peoples often carry the same name even when they are really different in form and ritual. But here, we think that we can detect the influence of Homer and the Achaeans. The Homeric god is stereotyped in form and character as in name. The form and character was created, we believe, by the military Achaean caste, while the name was in most, if not all cases, a Pelasgian product. It was all the more possible for the Achaeans to give character and personality to the gods if there had been local variations in the Pelasgian types. Moreover, the Achaeans drew, so to speak, a line of demarcation around the gods of their choice. They created a pantheon of an exclusive type, which, by its prestige in later years, checked the Pelasgian tendency to increase the number of the greater gods, and compelled the Greeks to accept instead the worship of heroes. The creation of such a pantheon presupposes, we think, the existence of an identity of type within some widespread organized society. No mere local poet or city-state could have created it. As we have no evidence of the existence in pre-Homeric days of a national union or federation of Minoan kings, or of a national amphictyony, such as we meet with in later times, we naturally attribute to the ubiquitous Achaean caste and their poetroil the creation of that pantheon which was the mainstay of Achaean religion. But this pantheon was created out of pre-existing Pelasgian materials. We do not agree with Leaf and Chadwick in the view that the Achaeans were the creators of Greek anthropomorphic religion. Achaean-Pelasgian religious fusions. Many of the difficulties presented by Homeric religion are to be attributed to the fact that that religion was an eclectic product. If we compare the beliefs and customs of the Achaeans and the Pelasgians, it will be obvious that despite the circumstance of their social coexistence, a complete blending or fusion in dogma or in ritual would have been impossible. Yet it is equally impossible to suppose that both Pelasgians and Achaeans preserved their religious rites and conceptions unadulterated and pure. Miss Harrison is, we think, mistaken. She seems to admit it in a later work. in assuming that the Achaeans are to be associated with Olympian ritual and the Pelasgians with Chthonian ritual, and that there is a rigid line of distinction between the two castes. Just as the Olympian rites which are so common amongst Homeric Achaeans were, we think, practiced also by Minoan kings and Pelasgian nobles, so the Chthonian rites of the tillers of soil were practiced, on occasions, by the Achaeans, and would perhaps have been more frequently practiced if there had not existed within the two castes differences of dogma, such as we shall presently indicate. In our analysis of the social and judicial aspect of Homeric homicide, we were enabled to differentiate clearly between the Achaeans and Pelasgians, for their social organizations were different and distinct. In a religious analysis, however, the gulf cannot with equal clearness be indicated if we suspect that the practice of common rites and the eclectic conception of common gods may have modified the differences which are otherwise maintained. Leaf is aware of the complexity of the problem, which he aptly describes as a tangled skein. We do not, however, agree with Leaf's opinion that there is no trace in Homer of any Chthonian religion, if the word Chthonian carries its usual significance. Leaf implies that the Achaeans, before they came to Greece, were worshippers of the dead. The absence of such worship in Homer is, he says, due to the severance of the military adventurer from the tombs of his fathers. It is impossible to pay due rites to the departed when their tombs have been left far behind in the course of long migrations. We have seen that the Achaeans were long enough settled in Greece, at the time of the Trojan War, to have produced relations extending to second and third cousins once removed. Surely the habit of ancestor worship could easily have been renewed in the course of so many generations. We believe that the Achaean conception of a spirit land and their practice of cremation are a clear indication of the absence of the primitive ideas of ghost raising, ghost laying, and fertility worship, which are the regular concomitants of the cult of the dead. The dogmas which underlie these different burial rites cannot, we think, be fused. They can only combine by the evolution of an eclectic doctrine. Had such a doctrine evolved in Homer? The only passage in the Homeric poems which can help us to decide is the Nekyia of the Odyssey. The Nekyia of the Odyssey. Ridgway's theory of the difference between the Pelasgian and the Achaean cults of the dead is now well known. The former, he maintains, buried their dead, honored them with periodical offerings of food and drink, and believed that the dead lived in a subconscious state in the tomb. The latter, however, cremated their dead, practiced no regular tomb offerings, chi omicron alpha iota, and believed that the souls of the dead flitted away through the air to a place called Hades in the west. The curious thing about the Nekyia is that the souls of the dead in Hades are represented as anxious for food and drink, and when Odysseus sacrifices there, the ghosts come forth to lick up the blood of the victim. Further, it is only when they have drunk the blood that they regain their memory and recognize their friends again. Odysseus thus describes the scene at the entrance to Hades, to which he has been miraculously permitted to descend. There, i.e. at the entrance to Hades, Paramedes and Eurylochus held the victims, and I drew my sharp sword and dug a pit, and about it poured a drink offering to all the dead, mead and sweet wine and water, and I took the sheep and cut their throats over the trench, and the dark blood flowed forth and lo. The spirits of the dead came out of Erebus. And they flocked together from every side about the trench. First came Elpenor that had not yet been buried, who said, "Leave me not unwept and unburied, burn me and pile me a barrow on the shore." Anon came the soul of the Theban Tiresias, who said, "Whomsoever of the dead thou shalt suffer to approach the blood, he shall prophesy truthfully. My mother too drew nigh and drank the dark blood, and at once she knew me." Miss Harrison seeks to explain the difficulty which is presented by this unique passage concerning the Homeric cult of the dead by maintaining that it is a fusion of Chthonian and Olympian ritual. On the assumption which underlies the reasoning in Themis, namely, that the Homeric poems assumed their final form and their characteristic theological setting in the time of Pisistratus, it is surprising that we have not more frequent instances of such a fusion in the Homeric poems. Those poems contain many references to Chthonian deities, e.g., to the Erinyes, to G, and to Hades. But in the Nekyia there is question not of gods but of ghosts, too, conceived in a predominantly Achaean way as living together in a Western spirit land. Other Chthonian rites are frequently mentioned in Homer, but not the placation of ghosts. Thus, in the Iliad, Agamemnon swears a solemn oath in a manner which is essentially Chthonian. With sword in hand and a boar prepared for sacrifice, he prays or curses thus, "Be Zeus before all witness, and earth and sun and the Erinyes who under earth take vengeance upon men who forswear themselves, that I, and if aught that I swear be false, may the gods give me all sorrows manifold." He spake and cut the boar's throat with the pitiless knife, and the body Talthybius whirled and threw into the great wash of the hoary sea. The reason for the action of Talthybius in this passage is that, in Chthonian ritual, the animal which was slain to symbolize the hypothetical destruction of the swearer, if certain promises were not carried out, could not be eaten and hence was thrown into the sea. Ridgway, who believes that the whole of the Iliad and the Odyssey was composed before 1000 BC, and who has done so much to differentiate Achaean and Pelasgian burial customs, finds in the Nicaea a fusion of Achaean and Pelasgian ideas. Such a blending of religious ideas, he says, is but the natural concomitant of the intermixture of two different races and cultures. But Ridgway is still not quite accurate if he means to imply that any real blending of ideas had occurred. We have said that the ideas underlying these different rites could never be really fused, but they could amalgamate in the form of an eclectic religion. We may regard it as a confirmation of our view that Ridgway has to confess that the fusion of Achaean and Pelasgian ritual, of which there is a solitary suggestion in the Nicaea, does not seem to have established itself in Greece very long before the time of Aeschylus. He says, according to the Homeric doctrine, once the body was burned, the spirit returned no more from its dwelling place with the dead. But on this point, Aeschylus held a very different view. It is evident that by the time of Aeschylus an eclectic doctrine had been evolved. The Homeric belief in a separate abode for disembodied spirits was adopted, but at the same time the ancient doctrine of the constant presence of the soul in the grave of its body was retained, the gulf between both doctrines being bridged over by the theory that even though the body was burned, the soul could return to its ashes in the grave. Now the tomb offerings made by Odysseus in the Nicaea do not take place at a tomb, but at the entrance to Hades. The inference from this fact is not that there was a blending of Achaean and Pelasgian ideas in the cult of the dead, but that it was possible for Achaeans who practiced other forms of Chthonian ritual to perform such rites when commanded to do so in the realm of Hades, the only place where their dogmas made such rites intelligible. If the Achaeans had believed in the Pelasgian doctrine of the presence of the soul in the tomb, they would normally have made Chthonian offerings at their tombs. Believing, as they did, that the souls of the dead lived in Hades, they could only find meaning in such a rite if they came, as Odysseus came, to the realm of Hades. We have seen that the Achaeans, and Odysseus in particular, were familiar with Pelasgian beliefs, and had in common with their subjects certain Chthonian rites. The Nicaea, therefore, instead of proving a fusion of beliefs, seems to us to suggest, on the contrary, that such a fusion had not taken place in Homeric Greece. In the Odyssey, Circe instructs Odysseus in the rites which he must perform when he goes to the dank house of Hades. The fact that he has to be instructed in this matter suggests that it was not a normal procedure in his domestic life. The same may be said about the command of Circe in regard to Tiresias. Circe bids Odysseus, when he performs the Chthonian rite in Hades, to promise that on his return to Ithaca he will offer up in his home a barren heifer and fill a pyre with treasures, and sacrifice apart, to Tiresias alone, a black ram without blemish. The burning of a mock pyre and the sacrifice of a barren heifer may be an Achaean rite. The motive is the placation of the dead, but the rite is quite different from that regular feeding of the dead which is so frequent in necromantic magic and in ancestor worship. The offering of a black ram to Tiresias is, however, somewhat different. It is Chthonian, but we connect it especially with the worship of prophets. Tiresias was a prophet of the old Pelasgian religion. He belongs to a stage in the evolution of prophecy, which is akin to necromancy and witchcraft, and which preceded prophetic colleges, magical secret societies, or divination by direct inspiration. This latter divination retained indeed traces of the older rites. Thus, in the Ion of Euripides, the pilgrims to Apollo at Delphi are required before consulting the oracle to sacrifice a pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron sigma, a Chthonian offering of meal, honey, and oil. So in Virgil's story of the visit of Aristeus to the underworld, We find that Cyrene tells Aristeus to offer, 9 days after his return, a Chthonian sacrifice to an offended prophet Orpheus. In Furia's Orphelethea Papavera, mits et nigram mactibus, ovum lucumque revises. We do not therefore agree with H. Seebohm when he says that the placation of Tiresias proves that offerings to the dead were regularly made by the Achaeans in their ordinary domestic life. Religious aspect of homicide. We have pointed out that in Homeric Greece there were, so to speak, 2 different religions, which reflected, in their main features, the social caste differences of the Achaeans and the Pelasgians. It has been rightly said that primitive man creates his gods in his own likeness, and in the absence of any definite Homeric references to the religious aspect of homicide, we must assume that the 2 religions of Homeric Greece adopted, towards homicide, the attitudes of the 2 corresponding social strata. Amongst the Achaeans, we have seen, homicide was a deed which concerned only the slayer and the nearest blood relations of the victim. There was no cooperation of large groups, no trial, no civic interest in the execution of vengeance. It was entirely a matter for private settlement between the relatives of the slain and the individual slayer. And this settlement was not a payment in money or in kind. It was a payment in blood, and in blood alone. The Achaeans, as a caste, had no interest in such crimes. On the whole, they regarded bloodshed as a local misfortune, which should not be aggravated by an extension of the dispute to wider areas, and therefore they frequently adopted and protected murder exiles. We are not then surprised to find that in Homer, the Olympian gods of the Achaean caste manifest no anger against a murderer. In the Pelasgian tribal religion, we may assume that the position of the homicide was somewhat different. It required the payment of wergeld to purchase back the friendship of tribal gods. But we have seen that for slaying within the kindred, no payment of wergeld could be offered or accepted. And we have said that the penalty of slavery or bondage was probably inapplicable, and that therefore exile was the normal punishment for bloodshed within the clan. It follows that the murdered man whose body was interred in the family tomb would never have come in contact, through worship, with his kinsman who had slain him. And in this sense we may accept the dictum of COLLECTIVITY that the hand stained with blood could not touch sacred objects. The shedder of blood could not sacrifice. Hence it is perhaps significant that, in Homer, Telepomus who, when he had slain his maternal uncle, went into exile to Rhodes, is said to have been loved by Zeus, for by exile he had atoned for his offense. In ordinary cases of homicide, however, between members of different clans, we must suppose that the gods of the phratry, of the tribe, and of the city became reconciled to the slayer if the relatives of the slain received the customary wergeld. If then Miss Harrison says that, so long as primitive man retains the custom of the blood feud, so long will he credit his dead kinsmen with passions like his own. She is compelled, by her own reasoning, to admit that the ghosts of murdered men in the tribal wergeld system did not revolt at the presence of a murderer, unless he were a kinsman. COLLECTIVITY implies that in addition to clan religion, there was domestic worship. Now this domestic worship was shared by a husband and wife who normally belonged to 2 different clans, and are we to assume that if a husband slew his wife or a wife her husband, the domestic religion would have compelled them to go into exile even when the clan could atone by wergeld? This point we cannot decide with any certainty. Clytemnestra, in later legend, offers sacrifice at the tomb of her murdered husband. Her children assert, not that it is sacrilegious, but only that it is unavailing as a placation. We think that the tribal penal code did not demand the exile penalty for homicide of this kind and would have permitted wergeld. But within the genuine kindred, and especially within the small kindred, bloodshed, particularly parricide, was from the earliest times a serious religious offense. There remain for discussion 2 problems which most writers regard as intimately related, namely, the origin and evolution of the Aranais, and the source and significance of the ritual of homicide purgation. The Aranais and purgation. The Greek word letter 1f10 rho ode in upsilon sigma is probably an adjective meaning angry, and should therefore be applicable to any spirit, whether ghost or god. But Miss Harrison believes that the word was originally an epithet of a ghost or cur. The following is a summary of her opinions. The Kirs, kappa letter 1f c6 rho epsilon sigma, she thinks, were primarily ghosts, They were neutral potencies who might be either quite harmless or baleful bacilli or good spirits. The word aranes was originally probably an epithet of cur and denoted a ghost pest, a poine. The aranes primarily is the cur of a human being unrighteously slain. It is the cur as poine. Thus, because it was a cur, the aranes was primarily a human ghost. But the word came, by a process of specialization, to be applied only to such ghosts as are angry because they have been murdered. In Homer, she thinks, the aranes have passed beyond this stage and are personified. Deified, almost beyond recognition. They are no longer souls, but the avengers of souls. They have even lost their exclusive connection with souls and are become the avengers of the moral law, vague equivalents of underworld Zeus and Persephone. Now Miss Harrison implicitly connects the aranes with purgation, since she asserts that purification, i.e. purgation, is the placation of ghosts. But in Homeric times the ghosts of murdered men would not, she holds, accept any purgation sacrifice save the blood of the murderer. Therefore, in a certain sense homicide could be purged, and in another sense it could not be purged in Homeric times. Homer, she says, does not understand the mystery of Bellerophon and the Elaean plain, but Apollodorus reveals the fact that Bellerophon slew his brother unwittingly and that he was purified by Protus. Apollodorus, she thinks, is unhistorical in speaking of the purification of Bellerophon. In those old days, she says, he could not be purified. But as murder was a physical infection, Bellerophon had to go to the Elaean plain, an alluvial deposit which had recently been recovered from the sea and which was not therefore included in the earth, which was polluted by his deed of blood. The fallacies of this interpretation will become evident in the course of our reasoning. At present, we will merely point out 1, that there is no evidence for the assertion that murder was a physical infection in the Homeric age. Everything that we have said about the Pelasgian wergeld system and the Achaean protection of murder exiles proves the contrary. 2. The plane of wandering, if that is what Homer meant by letter 1F00 lambda omicron u, it may have been a local place name which conveyed to him no special meaning. Does not imply an alluvial deposit of any kind, but possibly a special place which known murderers, condemned to perpetual exile, were wont to frequent. 3. Apollodorus may be unhistorical in speaking of the purgation of Bellerophon, but so is every Greek writer of the historical period who attributed purgation to Achaean heroes, as Aeschylus, for instance, does to Orestes. 4. To explain the absence of references to purgation in Homer by suggesting that the death of the murderer was the only purgation of his crime, and to imply that Bellerophon was fleeing from purgation when he fled from death to the Elaean plain, is equivocal and misleading. For a murderer was either purged or he was not purged, and if a murderer was put to death in sacrifice, no one could logically speak of him as purged. F. de Coulanges seems also to connect the purgation rites for homicide with the worship of the dead. In the primitive family group, he says, there were domestic morals. The shedder of blood was no longer allowed to sacrifice, or to offer libations or prayer, or to offer the sacred repast. The hand stained with blood could no longer touch sacred objects. To enable a man to renew his worship and to regain possession of his God, he was required at least to purify himself by an expiatory ceremony. This opinion implies that such rites were as old as the domestic religion of the family. The most serious objection to this implication is that Homer has no genuine reference to any such ceremony. Barry, who rightly attributes the origin of purgation rites for homicide to post-Homeric times, nevertheless connects those rites with the worship of the Aranes and of the Chthonian deities. Gradually, he says, as the worship of the souls of the dead and of the deities of the underworld developed, the belief gained ground that he who shed blood was impure and needed cleansing. Accordingly, when a murderer satisfied the kinsfolk of the murdered man by paying a fine, he had also to submit to a process of purification and to satisfy the Chthonian gods and the Aranes or Furies who were, in the original conception, the souls of the dead clamoring for vengeance. The validity of this conception of the origin of the Aranes will be examined presently. We hope also to show, at a later stage, that wergeld and pollution were mutually destructive. O. Muller holds that the religious rites of expiation and purification were derived from the remotest times of Grecian antiquity, and were designed to reinstate the slayer in community of worship with his people. Confronted with the difficulty that such rites are not mentioned in our Homeric text, Muller argues, firstly, that the reading letter 1F01 gamma iota tau epsilon omega equals purifier, instead of letter 1F00, phi nu epsilon iota omicron letter 1Fe6, equals rich man in a passage in the Iliad, was the reading of the original text of Homer. He quotes a scholiast's opinion to the effect that there is an anachronism in the verse. Secondly, he holds that the absence of Homeric references to purgation for homicide is not surprising, because the poet's hearers would have taken it for granted as a matter of course. We must leave our readers to weigh for themselves the value of this argument. The opinion of the scholiast, if it proves anything, proves that there was an obviously false reading interpolated in the text. Muller conceives purgation, kappa alpha theta alpha rho mu omicron sigma, as a form of expiation, letter 1F31 lambda alpha sigma mu omicron sigma, which is closely related to the worship of the dead and the Aranize, and believes that it originated in the idea that the life of the manslayer, and sometimes the lives of all his clansmen, must be sacrificed in atonement for homicide. Such a sacrifice, he thinks, came to be obviated in course of time, either 1, by the substitution of a surrogate victim, or 2, by the degradation of the murderer to a state of servitude, or 3, by wergeld, which was originally suggested by the new religious custom of accepting the sacrifice of an animal in lieu of the death of the slayer. Regarding the Aranize as Chthonian deities to whom this expiation is offered, he is surprised to find that, in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, the purgation of Orestes does not lay to rest the wrath of the Aranize. To obviate this difficulty, he falls back on the obviously absurd assumption that Aeschylus, for dramatic purposes, presents Orestes as not completely purified. The text of Aeschylus and the text of Homer furnish the best refutations of such hypotheses. Glotz is quite definitely of the opinion, and in this we agree with him, that purgation for homicide was unknown to the Greeks of Homeric times. In Homer, he says, we find traces of a purely physical cleansing which is required as a preliminary to sacrifice. But such words as mu iota alpha iota nu omega, mu iota alpha rho omicron sigma, and mu iota alpha iota phi omicron nu omicron sigma refer to the victim, not to the slayer. Homicide is not a religious offense. The murder-exile, received without scruple, eats at the same table as other guests, and takes part in libations and in prayers. The first genuine instance of purgation for homicide occurs in the Ethiopies of Arctinus of Miletus, 750–700 BC, and the practice continued to develop until it reached its complete systematization in the time of Draken. Its development, says Glotz, coincides with the disappearance of patriarchal clans and the progress of city life. The purgation system mediated the transition from private vengeance to social justice. It was derived, he thinks, from the Semites. Before its advent in Greece, the Greeks had long practiced Chthonian rites, upon which, so to speak, it was easily grafted, such rites, for instance, as that which accompanied cursing or swearing, a rite in which, purging, water was thrown over the hands of those about to swear, or that which was associated with solemn reconciliations after feuds or enmities. Hence, says Glotz, it came about, by a natural transition, that in historical times the preliminary pleas on oath of the accuser and the accused in cases of homicide were taken at the altar of the Aranize. And it was at this altar that sacrifice was offered by the defendant acquitted of murder by the Areopagus, and by the returned exile who had paid the penalty of involuntary homicide. Returning to Miss Harrison's theory of the Aranize, we are of the opinion that the epithet letter 1F10 nu epsilon sigma was originally equally applicable to all supernatural beings, whether ghosts or gods, but that before the time of Homer, the epithet came to be limited to such divinities as were, for some reason, difficult to placate by the ordinary magic of placation. The elemental forces which were deified, as we think before the advent of the Achaeans, developed under Achaean influence a neutral and capricious nature, varying in moods of sun and shower, of calm and storm, like typical men of the other world. Like men, they could be placated by gifts and by hospitable entertainment. But the ghost worship which characterized the Pelasgian stratum was of a much more gloomy and terrible nature. Miss Harrison thinks that Homer exalted the Olympians, but caused the bad aspect of chthonian deities and ghosts to be unduly emphasized. Though the Erinnyes are relegated by Homer to Erebus, yet he does not think of them as ghosts, but as minor deities who carry out instructions from their superiors. They are connected with Zeus of the underworld, with Ge the earth, with the sun, who, like Zeus, has an underworld aspect, for he too goes down every evening to Hades in the west, and with the Moirai who, though originally agricultural personifications of the seasons, rapidly became synonymous with destiny itself, and in Homer are superior even to Zeus. It is especially in the ceremonies of cursing and of swearing that these chthonian powers are invoked in chthonian ritual. We have already indicated Miss Harrison's error in associating the Achaeans exclusively with Olympian and the Pelasgians with chthonian ritual. She is, we think, equally mistaken in assuming that the pre-Achaean Erinnyes was an irrational being, predominantly animal in form, which had to await the coming of the humanizing Achaeans before it assumed a respectable, personified shape. We think the Pelasgians retained quite faithfully the original anthropomorphic conception of the Erinnyes, while the Achaeans merely regarded them as minor deities who obediently submitted to Olympian authority. The precise nature of the Pelasgian cult of the Erinnyes in Homeric Greece is rather difficult to define. In the Pelasgian religion, there was but a small and indescribable difference between ghosts and gods, between minor deities and greater deities. It is probable that the Pelasgians practiced, occasionally, Olympian ritual, for instance, at public festivals and in civic worship. But in the local domestic worship of the clan, the phratry, and the tribe, their placation of ancestors gave a predominantly chthonian tone to their whole religious outlook. Hence their Erinnyes also, though originally spirits which were angry but placable, easily became spirits, whether ghosts or gods, whose wrath was almost implacable. But the Achaeans did not realize the nature of these Erinnyes, and hence in Homer they almost assume the role of ministering spirits, sent to warn or to punish. They are not wicked and malicious, like the Harpies or the Sirens. Thus they are much more human and less, so to speak, diabolical than the real Pelasgian Erinnyes, and this is, perhaps, what Miss Harrison meant to convey when she said that, in Homer, they are personified beyond recognition. The Achaeans could not appreciate the terrible potentialities of the angry ghost, god of the Pelasgians, for the simple reason that they did not worship the ghosts of departed ancestors or any kind of ghosts. It would, however, be a serious error to suppose that the Pelasgian Erinnyes were as formidable and as implacable as the Erinnyes of post-Homeric times. Moreover, it is gratuitous to assume that ghosts were primarily and necessarily angry because they had been murdered. There is no evidence that homicide in Pelasgian times generated implacable Erinnyes. We admit, with Miss Harrison, that primitive man credits his dead kinsman with passions like his own. But we have already pointed out that if the passions of primitive man are checked and controlled by a tribal society which tramples upon individual instincts and acts in a collective capacity, if wergeld, according to tribal and early civic law, permits a slayer to remain at home and guarantees him immunity from vengeance while his hands are still wet with blood, we cannot reasonably ascribe to dead kinsmen a fierce and implacable desire for vengeance. How comes it then, we may ask, that so many writers regard the evolution of early Greek blood vengeance and a corresponding evolution in the bloodthirst of the Erinnyes as a transition from the wild to the tame, from the fierce to the gentle, from the barbarously savage to the rationally civilized? The reason is twofold. First of all, previous writers have not distinguished between the tribally controlled Pelasgians and the bellicose Achaeans, and have therefore misinterpreted the text of Homer. Secondly, many writers have regarded the dark age of chaos of post-Homeric Hesiodic days as a valid picture for early Greece as a whole. This confusion has not only affected modern writers, but it also affected the Greeks of historical times. The various legends of post-Homeric times came to be regarded as a proper medium for the interpretation of Homeric saga. The Athenians of the Periclean age were compelled to regard as barbarians their forebears of pre-Draconian times. It is most important to bear this point in mind, in view of our subsequent analysis of homicide in Attic tragedy. We do not assert that all the legends of Attic tragedy are unhistorical. We shall see that in Euripides, many legends suggest a reference to a period which we may describe as Homeric, or, at least, pre-Hesiodic, and are so faithful a reproduction of that age that they must be either attributed to the most skillful conscious archaizing on the part of the dramatist, or regarded as genuine legends which had been transmitted with the least possible adulteration. But most of the legends which we find in the Attic tragedians and in the later epic and prose writers are either adulterated saga or inventions framed in imitation of such saga. To base a theory of social or religious evolution on such legends is obviously to build upon sand. As an illustration of the confusion which may thus arise, we will cite the legend of the Boeotian Athamas, which is given by Herodotus and by Pausanias. Pausanias says that Athamas, king of Orchomnus, slew his son Learchus after having made an abortive attempt to sacrifice his son Phrixus to Zeus Laphystius on a neighboring mountain. Herodotus, however, says that Phrixus was slain by Athamas, and that, as a punishment for this act, an oracle decreed that the Achaeans of Thessaly, to whom Athamas had fled, should purge their country by slaying Athamas in sacrifice. When they were on the point of offering up Athamas as a scapegoat for their sins, Cytisaurus, son of Phrixus, arrived from Colchis and saved him. The natural avenger of Phrixus became the deliverer of his slayer, even in defiance of the oracle. The gods, now seriously annoyed, forbade the descendants of Cytisaurus to enter the Prytaneum of the city, and a mock human sacrifice was regularly offered to make amends to the gods for their loss. We believe that this legend is merely an attempt to explain two mock human sacrifices which survived, in Boeotia and in Thessaly, in historical times, and that the fact of their contiguity led to the association of Athamas with Phrixus in the legend. Stories of this kind have suggested the theory that the rites of homicide purgation originated in human sacrifice, but they are merely etiological. Moreover, the survival, in historical times, in barbarous countries on the outskirts of Greece, of actual human sacrifice, and the mock sacrifices of human beings which were offered at certain festivals in various places, help to confirm what stories of actual human sacrifice in post-Homeric legend and stories of bloodshed which could be interpreted as human sacrifices in the Homeric poems, all seem to suggest, namely, the opinion that all the Greeks of pre-Draconian days practiced human sacrifice and were only induced to cease from the practice by the device of a surrogate victim. But there is no trace of real human sacrifice in Homer, certainly no trace of the sacrifice of a murderer's life to gods who demanded it. We shall see later that in the Apolline Code, death was probably the invariable penalty for kinslaying, and there was no purgation. But in other cases purgation was possible, and in the purgation ceremony an animal was slain. The conclusion which is suggested prima facie by these facts, namely, that at one time human sacrifice was the only purgation for homicide, is not necessarily correct. We believe it is incorrect. We agree with Glotz in deriving the purgation rite from Chthonian sacrifice in its general aspect. In such sacrifice, originally, human beings were probably offered, prior to, contemporarily with, and even subsequent to, the adoption of animal sacrifice. We cannot legitimately assume that the latter supplanted the former. Glotz points out that religion, being conservative, tends to preserve in ritual elements which civilization has abandoned. Hence arose the mock rites of human sacrifice, which took place in historical times. The belief that homicide purgation originated in the sacrificial slaying of the murderer was encouraged by the similarity which existed between the rites of homicide purgation and the ordinary ritual of Chthonian expiation. We shall see later that, in the ceremonial of purification which was applied to persons guilty of homicide from the 7th century B.C. onwards, the blood of a slain animal was poured over the hands of the slayer and allowed to flow away into the sea or into a running stream. Thus, homicide purgation, kappa alpha theta alpha rho mu omicron sigma, easily came to be regarded as a kind of expiation, letter 1F31 lambda alpha sigma mu omicron sigma. But it differs fundamentally in meaning from expiation, inasmuch as it is symbolical of the fact that a social or religious obligation has been discharged, rather than of the fact that it is being thereby discharged. The sacrifice of an ox or a sheep or a ram to a god or a ghost was in itself a payment or a retribution. But homicide purgation, kappa alpha theta alpha rho mu omicron sigma, was never permitted until the slayer had re-established his normal social equilibrium, had suffered the penalty prescribed by law namely exile, temporary or perpetual, and was ready to resume religious communion with his fellow men. Since, therefore, homicide purgation was rather a symbol of reconciliation than a medium of expiation, it was more closely allied to the rites which accompanied the swearing of oaths, the giving of pledges, and the making of contracts. The animal on which an oath was sworn could not be eaten. So, too, the pig or the lamb by whose blood a murderer was cleansed could not be eaten. Now it is unfortunate that such ceremonies, which were really symbolic of reconciliation, should have been so similar to the general ritual of religious expiation that they could easily be confused. There is a vast difference in meaning between reconciliation and the aversion of evil. Yet all these ideas were confused in the general system of Chthonian ritual. As an illustration of this confusion, we may cite a passage from Virgil, in which is described a rite which is really an aversion of evil, a kind of purgation by anticipation. Urging the farmer to be religious in the interest of his crops, he says, Cui tu lacti favos, et midi dilubaco turc novas, circum felix eat hostia frugs. The milk, honey, and wine here mentioned are the characteristic offerings in the placation of ghosts. The rite was easily transferred to Demeter or Ceres, the Chthonian goddess, because of the natural tendency of Chthonianism to identify the ghost with the god. The ceremony of carrying a victim round the crops was not a symbol of atonement for moral guilt so much as an aversion of quasi-physical evil spirit which caused sterility. Athenaeus, describing the purgation of an Arcadian city which was necessitated by the visit of certain citizens from a town which was polluted by bloodshed, says, They made purgation of the city, carrying victims round the city territory. The similarity of this ceremony to the aversion rite described by Virgil is obvious. Yet this ceremony is somewhat different from the purgation of an actual homicide, which we shall describe more fully later. In the former, a number of victims are slain. In the latter, only one. Now, if homicide purgation originated in human sacrifice, and if, as Muller maintains, wergeld was suggested to men by the de facto acceptance, on the part of the gods, of an animal substitute, why was the number of animals sacrificed in homicide purgation limited to one? Why did men not offer to the gods at least the sarod or insult price, which generally consisted of a number of animals? The sacrifice of only one animal in such a ceremony cannot be explained by Muller's hypothesis. It can, however, be made intelligible if we assume a direct derivation of the rites of homicide purgation from the ritual which accompanied solemn oaths and reconciliations. In such a ritual, only a single victim was slain. Its death was a kind of inductive symbol of the fate of its slayer, if he ever proved false to his oath. But in ceremonies of general purgation, such as Athenaeus describes, there was an element of expiation or aversion, and hence there was no limit to the number of victims, for there was no such limit in expiatory sacrifice of any kind. We shall see later how, in historical times, purgation for homicide was inadmissible in cases of kinslaying, unless the dying man forgave. Even then, the slayer had to be exiled for 1 year before he could be purged in his homeland. In cases of willful murder, purgation of the slayer in his own country was impossible at any time, but was possible, if not compulsory, abroad. In cases of manslaughter, purgation could take place at home when the conditions of exile and of the appeasement of the slain man's relatives had been fulfilled. From such regulations, we can obviously infer that purgation was a symbol of reconciliation, but not an expiation of guilt. The Homeric and the tragic Erinnyes. We must now contrast what we may call the Homeric Erinnyes with the Erinnyes of post-Homeric times and with the tragic Erinnyes. In the course of our discussion, we hope to suggest some reasons, more satisfactory, even if they be more complex, than that which Muller gives, for the refusal of the Erinnyes in the Orstean legends of Attic tragedy to recognize the purgation of Orestes until they assume the role of Semnithe or Eumenides. In our view, there are just 2 reasons for this refusal. One is the fact that the purgation rites for homicide were a symbol of reconciliation, not with ghosts, but with gods. The other is the fact that the Erinnyes of Attic tragedy are a complex product, reflecting the attitude of the relatives of the slain at different periods and from different points of view in the post-Homeric era. We shall see later that there must have been several different variants of the Orstean legend. The act of Orestes would have been approved or condemned according as social custom. At any given epoch, recognized the right of Apollo to command or to justify in advance the slaying of Clytemnestra, or the right of a state court to approve, or at least to condone, an act which tribal society would have probably condemned. We may thus summarize what we conceive to have been the different stages in the evolution of the tragic Erinys. We must distinguish clearly between 1. The Pelasgian Erinys, 2. The Achaean Erinys, 3. The post-Homeric pre-Apolline Erinys, and 4. The Apolline or historical Erinys. In Homer, there is a fusion of the first and second conceptions. In Attic tragedy, there is a most disheartening confusion of all 4 conceptions. We must remember that the Erinys were not ordinary deities possessing a stereotyped cult. Having attained divinity largely through the personification or deification of an abstract cultus epithet, their nature was liable to vary according to men's interpretation of the meaning and origin of the epithet, and their forms could be freely fashioned by the minds of poets and of legend makers. 1. In regard to the Pelasgian Erinys, we have suggested that they were divinities of different degrees of rank in the Chthonian religion. They did not visit their wrath on a murderer if he paid the tribal penalty, or even on the slayer of a kinsman, unless he remained in contact with the domestic worship of his dead relative. There was no purgation for homicide, because homicide was not yet an offense against the greater gods of the state. The exile or death of a murderer or the payment of wergeld appeased, of itself, the Erinys of the slain. To refuse to accept wergeld was impossible in the organization of the tribe. 2. The Achaean Erinys was an eclectic product. It was not Homer who personified the Erinys because it was already personified, though in that vague, collective, nameless manner in which alone a cultus epithet can be deified. The Achaeans conceived the Erinys as gods. For them, there are only gods and men. There are no ghosts or abstractions in the galaxy of supernatural beings. The Achaean Erinys has lost its connection with ghost terror, though it retains sufficient traces of its Chthonian importance to be treated with considerable respect. It is merely a subordinate deity which executes the decrees of Olympian gods, but its association with Zeus and the Moirai suggests the greater dignity which it enjoyed in Chthonian religion. The connection of the Erinys with curses is essentially Chthonian. All castes in Homer use the ritual of swearing, but we cannot say how far the Achaeans understood the ideas underlying the rite. The curse of a father or a mother was particularly terrible in the Pelasgian domestic religion, but we cannot suppose that the Achaean respect for parents, or their dread of curses, was as great or as profound as that of the Pelasgians. The Achaean Zeus himself hurled to Tartarus his aged father Cronos. Hence the Homeric references to parents' curses, such as are found in the stories of the Achaean Phoenix and the Achaean Meleager, indicate probably an assimilation of Pelasgian ideas. But the literary heirloom, which the poet of the Achaeans bequeathed to Greece, helped to beget a false conception of the Achaean Erinys in the minds of later poets. The Achaean mode of blood vengeance and their desire of blood for blood caused later legend makers to attribute a veritable bloodthirst to the Erinys of murdered Achaeans. 3. The post-Homeric pre-Apolline Erinys, a divine being whose nature can only be inferred by the logic of elimination, reflects in a more emphatic manner the bloodthirst of the slain. In the relaxation of Achaean military discipline which followed the Trojan War, in the great invasions and migrations, and in the demoralization of clan control, in a chaotic society such as Hesiod describes, where force is the only law and justice, virtue, honor, hospitality, loyalty, and fraternal love have vanished from the earth, the Erinys came to assume a diabolical aspect. Murder was confused with vengeance. The anger of impotent avengers became implacable. And inexorable hatred was attributed to the Erinys of the slain. At this period, the gods were credited with an approval of collective punishment such as men themselves practiced. Nemesis became a god. Cronos is now said to have devoured his children, and Rhea, their mother, inflamed the Erinys against him. The blood offerings which from time immemorial had been laid at the tomb of the dead were now interpreted, not as a resuscitation of the dead for purposes of necromancy or for the production of fertility, but, in the case of murdered dead, as the satisfaction of an unquenched thirst for blood. Curses became more frequent and more terrible than in days when tribal law or military control rendered recourse to religious sanctions less necessary. To this period, we attribute the prevalence of customs of which some survived to historical times, while others soon became obsolete. We refer to the custom of writing curses on tombstones, the custom of planting a spear in the grave, and the custom of mu alpha sigma chi alpha lambda o to sigma mu omicron sigma, or partial mutilation of a corpse. To those days rather than to historical Greece, apply the words of the chorus in the Electra of Sophocles. The curse hath found, and they in earth who lie are living powers today. Long dead, they drain away the streaming blood of those who made them die. In the Ion of Euripides, we are told that around the omphalos, or sacred stone, were figures of the Gorgons. One editor of this play remarks that these figures suggested to Aeschylus the dramatic forms of his Erinnyes. We are much more inclined to believe this than to suppose, with Miss Harrison or with Verrall, that Aeschylus invented the dramatic form of the tragic Erinnyes. We shall see later that Aeschylus conceived the Erinnyes as Titans, as rebels against Zeus and the Olympians. Whence came this rebel role of the Erinnyes? The answer will, perhaps, be more intelligible if we explain the nature of the Apolline or historical Erinnyes. For we are not concerned here with the nature of the cult of the Erinnyes in historical Greece. We seek rather to describe the Erinnyes as they were molded in the minds of poets and of legend makers in accordance with conceptions of homicide which were modified by the Apolline doctrine of pollution and purgation, and by the evolution of state control. We must postpone to later parts of our work the details of our theory and the more complete demonstration of its validity. We will merely give here, as it were by anticipation, a summary of our conclusions. The doctrine of pollution, which, as we think, came to Greece about 700 BC, and which was gradually adopted in most Greek states under the rule of the aristocracy of birth, declared the homicide to be an enemy to the gods of the state. His presence in his native state, or in the country of the slain, brought upon the whole community plagues and pestilences, and all those evils which the primitive mind attributes to divine anger. In our opinion, such a doctrine was incompatible with any further continuation of the wergeld system which had survived the age of chaos. The abolition of wergeld, at the dictate of Apollo, the national prophet god of aristocratic Greece, was a change which struck at the root of the great tribal principle of retribution to the relatives of the slain. Before the new doctrine acquired the prestige of traditional custom, we should expect that a feeling of revolt would have manifested itself in the sentiments of the old kindred of the clans. Such a revolt would have been reflected, in legend, as an attribute of the Erinnyes of the slain. This conception of a revolting Erinnyes will explain the titanic role of the Furies in Aeschylus, and their refusal to recognize the purgation of Orestes by Apollo. There was another factor, too, which may have helped to give vitality and realism to the rebellious role of the tragic Erinnyes, especially in Euripides. We shall see that the Apolline doctrine did not abolish every form of compensation. The relatives of a person involuntarily slain were entitled to appeasement, were, perhaps, permitted under certain conditions to enter into what is known as private settlement, though usually before appeasement, a certain period of exile was necessary. Now if, as some maintain, the appeasement depended entirely on the will of the relatives, and if the relatives had to be unanimous in accepting the gifts or presents which constituted appeasement, it is clear that one single relative could have extorted enormous sums of money, or otherwise have compelled the manslayer to abide in perpetual exile. We shall argue, later, that the regular duration of exile for manslaughter was 1 year, and that this custom implies the influence of local control, on the part of judges or magistrates, directed against the right to refuse appeasement on the part of a slain man's relatives. Such a control would naturally have produced irritation and dissatisfaction, which, again, might have been reflected in men's conception of the Erinnyes. We shall see that at least one legend of Orsts conceived his deed as involuntary kinslaying. It was probably this legend which represented some of the Furies as still implacable when the Areopagus trial had declared Orestes not guilty, or rather, immune from further punishment. The main difficulty connected with the appeasement of the Orstian Erinnyes arises from the fact that they are not unanimous in their opinions about Orestes, and that some of them, the Erinnyes of Clytemnestra, are in violent conflict with the official opinion of Apollo. At a later stage, we shall be in a position to explain this difficulty more clearly. At present, we will merely cite a law of Plato which is probably based on the old traditions of patriarchal tribes, as they were modified in course of time by Apollonism, and which forbids the slayer of a kinsman who slays under the influence of passion, ever to return to domestic communion with his kindred, even though he may return to his native state and undergo purgation. We refer to this law because it is possible to interpret the act of Orestes, from Apollo's standpoint, not as fully justified but rather as in a sense involuntary, being extenuated by a religious command, as passion would have extenuated it. Plato says, "If a father or a mother in a passion kills a son or daughter, let them be exiled for 3 years and be purged, but on return let the husband be divorced from the wife and the wife from the husband, and not dwell in communion with the family, or share with them in sacred rites." Now, in the Apolline system, it is probable that the murder of a husband by his wife was of equal gravity with kin murder, which was punishable with death. Coulanges points out that the wife belonged to the domestic religion of her husband, even though she did not belong to his kindred. In the Pelasgian wergeld system, husband and wife are strangers in matters of homicide, but in the Apolline religious system, they are members of the same hearth and home. Moreover, in historical times, failure to obey the Apolline laws laid the delinquent open to a charge of impiety, for which the penalty of death might be inflicted. There is a suggestion of these legal viewpoints in Apollo's attitude when he tells the Erinnyes that Clytemnestra, the murderess of her husband, was justly slain, and that Orestes would have merited death if he had not slain her. And in the answer of the Erinnyes concerning the act of Clytemnestra, that her slaying was not kindred bloodshed, and that Orestes, the slayer of his mother, must be pursued until he dies. Now, Plato suggests that in the Apolline code, exclusion from domestic religion attended the extenuated slaying of a parent by a son, even when the dying parent formally forgave. Apart from the impossibility of the supposition of a formal forgiveness of Orestes on the part of Clytemnestra, it is clear that the Erinnyes of the Apolline era would have naturally objected to the presence of Orestes in the home of his fathers. Thus they say, in the Eumenides, "His mother's blood upon the earth he spilled. Shall he in Argus dwell, his father's home? What phratrialtar can him e'er receive? What common lustral water can he share?" But Orestes, fearing the Erinnyes of his father, who naturally and legally in the Apolline system pursue the relative who fails to avenge, and who is polluted almost equally with the murderer, cries out in the Chophoro, "The darkling arrow of the dead that flies from kindred souls abominably slain should harass and unman me till the state should drive me forth, with brand upon my body. So vexed, so banished, I should have no share of wine or dear libations, but unseen my father's wrath should drive me from all altars." Thus, the Erinnyes seem to reflect the conflict of opinions and of sentiments which would frequently have arisen amongst the relatives of the slain concerning the guilt of a kinsman who had slain a kinsman. They also, unfortunately, suggest the coexistence of conceptions of blood vengeance, which are really to be attributed to different periods of time and to widely different types of civilization. Footnotes: Supra P80FF, Supra P78FF, H and HP 253, Op Sit P251, P252, Op Sit P135, P126, Prolegomena P53 pp. 161-2, Prolegomena P64, Eumenides P106, Ibs pp. 118-120, H and H chapter Roman 7, to RNI 151 FF, Eumenides 836, Ib 833-4, Ib 863, Ib 905-10, Eumenides 923-7, Ib 939-49, Ib 957-62, Ib 977-87. 4 Stages of Greek Religion, p43. Infra p149 ff. Glotz op. Sit. pp. 156-182. C.e.g. Haddon Magic and Fetishism. Byrne, Handbook of Folklore, and Fraser, Golden Bough, Volume I at Passim. Roman II, 40. Roman II, 42. Euripides, Bacchi, 111, 137. Aristotle, Poetic, ch. Roman IV, 1449a. See, however, Ridgway, Origin of Tragedy, Passim. See Infra, pp. 120 ff, 298 ff. Farnell, Cults of the Greek States, Volume Roman II, p. 650. Roman VIII, 41. F. de Coulanges, Op. Cit., pp. 3540. Op. Cit., p. 28. Themis, pp. 335, 447, 461. Op. Cit., pp. 36, 160. Herodotus, I. 131. C. E. G. Sick, Tusk, Disp. I. 26, 65, Plato, Rep. Roman II, 378 AD, 380 D, 381 D. H. and HP 262. Chadwick, Heroic Age, p. 418, Leaf, H. and HP 263 ff. Harrison, Themis, p. 491, Proleg, p. 299, Ridgway, JHS, 1898, p. 34. Ill, Roman 15, 190 ff. Leaf, H. and HP 261 note. Roman II, 52. See Leaf, H. and HP 273. Harrison, Proleg, p. 35 and note. Op. Cit. pp. 199-200. Leaf, H. and HP 273. Ib. p. 263. Themis, p. 134 note. H. and HP 261. Ib. p. 267. Ib. p. 267. Supra, p. 21. Cf. Halliday, Greek Divination, p. 242 ff. Dernberg and Saglio, Art, Magia. Odd, Zi 23 ff. EAG, ch. Roman 7, p. 494 ff. C. G. v. 153. Odd, Zi 2337. Ib. 51-2. Ib. 72-5. Ibs 90. Ib. 147-8. Ib. 153. Proleg, pp. 74-5. Themis, pp. 335, 445 ff. Roman 19, 252-68. Cf. Ill, Roman 3, 268-92. So the Trojans offer black lambs to Zeus and a black sheep to G. Ill, Roman 3, 103, 119, 246, 273, 292, 310, Roman 4, 158. See Glotz, p. 156. EAG, p. 678. Ib, p. 642. EAG, p. 549. X 520 ff. Ridgway, EAG, pp. 328-9, 494-549. Harrison, Themis, p. 55. 226. Jorg, Roman 4, 545 ff. Greek Tribal Society, p. 6. See Supra, p. 8. Supra, p. 9. Op. Cit. p. 125. Ill, Roman 2, 669. Proleg, p. 64. Infra, p. 121. Op. Cit. p. 52. Proleg, p. 214. Ib. p. 166. Ib. pp. 175, 184. Ib. pp. 213-14. Proleg, p. 215. Ib. p. 216. Ib. p. 53. Ib. p. 220. Ill, Roman 6, 200 ff. Roman 2, 23. Proleg, p. 221. Ancient City, pp. 125-6. H of GP, 172. EM, p. 106. EM, pp. 104-5, Supra, p. 52. Roman 24, 482. Op. Cit. pp. 112-21. Ib. p. 123. Ib. p. 133. Op. Cit. p. 228 ff. Ill, Roman 4, 146, Roman 16. 795, Roman 24, 420, v31, 455, 844, Roman 21, 402. Op. Cit. pp. 230, 231. Ib. p. 232. Ib. p. 153. Infra. p. 141. Cf. Ill. Roman 3, 268-70, Roman 19, 250. Odd. Roman 24, 545. Glotz. Op. Cit. p. 155, Dinarchus 47, Antiphon her, 11 Paus I 28, 6 Apol. Rode, Roman 4, 715. C. Ill. Roman 9, 572, cf. Muller, Eam, p. 161, on the worship of Demeter Erinis. Proleg. p. 172. Leaf, H&H p. 18. Supra, p. 102. Proleg. p. 215. Ib. p. 64. Supra. p. 109. Roman 7, 197. Roman 9, 34. Infra. pp. 142, 159. Op. Cit. p. 153 ff. Cf. Deuteronomy Roman 21, 19. In the case of homicide by a person unknown, the elders and judges go to the nearest city, and taking a heifer they kill it, and all the elders of the city wash their hands over the heifer, saying, "We know not the slayer." Jorg. I. 344. IE series. C.I.G. Ish. Percy 203, 220, 600, 917. Roman 14, 22, 626. Infra. p. 150 ff. Eam. p. 123. Supra. p. 7. Eam. p. 133. Infra. pp. 298 ff. 307, 366 ff. Coulanges. Op. Cit. pp. 125-6. C. Harrison. Proleg. p. 215. Ill. Roman 8, 479, Roman 14, 203. Supra. p. 67 ff. W and D 180-193, cf. Glotz. pp. 226, 227. Hesiod. Ib. 240. Hesiod. Theog. 223. Ib. 473. Glotz. p. 70, Dem. Contra Everg. 69. Glotz. p. 62, Harrison. Proleg. p. 70. 1420 ff. 224. Bayfield. Proleg. p. 231. Introd. to Eumenides. p. Roman 37 ff. Infra. p. 298 ff. Infra. pp. 143, 173 ff. E.g. Glotz. Op. Cit. p. 316. If. Tor. 965, see Infra. bk. Roman 3. Laws. Roman 9, ch. 9. Op. Cit. p. 54. Aeschylus. Eumenides. 213 ff. 617 ff. Ib. 212, 608. Ib. 210, 230. Laws. Roman 9, ch. 9. 650, 5660. 285 ff.